Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, ladies or fellow siblings, wherever we may be in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are any gentlemen watching and anyone who doesn't subscribe to those two terms, welcome to the I Am Change Global Empowerment Conference. This afternoon, I am your host. My name is Wangu Muriithi. I am the founder and managing director of Museum Chai. We are a small Kenyan tea company. We produce tea and we sell it around the world. It's an amazing opportunity to be able to be here with all of you today, to be your host. So I live in Kenya. That's where our farms are. But originally I am from the United Kingdom. I grew up in London and then I moved back to Kenya as an adult. So to get things started, I'd really love to know, what type of leader are you? What's your leadership style? What moves you when you're in the position of power? How do you connect with people? How do you connect with people above you, people beneath you? Are you a servant leader or are you a transformational leader? What kind of leader are you? I would love to hear it from available to say something in the chat box. And don't all shout at once. This afternoon, we have got an amazing program of a full line of speakers from around the world, women who are incredibly powerful. I'm just looking over here at my screen to make sure that we know exactly, that I know exactly who's speaking. So we've got somebody who's going to be speaking about generational wealth. We've got somebody who's going to be speaking about personal fitness, just a whole lineup that's full and there to make you a better leader than what you were yesterday. So for those of us who hadn't joined us yesterday, I know that today will be an absolutely amazing day. I know that you will be blessed and I know that you'll be able to take so much from it. So first things first, I really want to make sure that you are all registered to get the virtual swag bag. I know I definitely want one and I'm definitely looking forward to it. So if you want one, please make sure you're registered to get one. Also, don't forget to get the Disrupt Her ticket to access the opportunity to connect, collaborate, and catalyze change with amazing global speakers and other attendees on the conference app for 90 days. I think that's amazing. So much can happen in 90 days. You can go from having no investors, no partners in your business to a period knowing exactly who's going to be investing in your business and helping you to take you to the next level, and having a global business led by a powerful woman. And let's make the most of this experience by engaging in the chat. So if you can, drop something in the chat and just say hello. And don't forget to follow the speakers and also myself, the host, on all social media platforms. If you can't see mine are Maison Chai Limited, MAISONCHI Ltd, across all social media platforms. And you can also find me on LinkedIn as well. Always happy to have a chat with whoever, with leaders. This afternoon, I think the first thing that I want to say is, before I introduce this woman, and somebody asked me, how do I get this opportunity to be the host for this virtual conference? And I said, a couple of years ago, I was online and I came across a lady called Nancy, and she was talking about all of the things that she wants to do in the world and all of the things that she's currently doing for women around the world. And that really moved me. I really subscribed to her vision of leadership for women in particular, and her leadership and her vision for the places that she wanted us to go. And so we've been talking for, quite some time, just back and forth, taking interest in what both of us are doing and really hearing about each other. And, both of us are Christian people, so we prayed for each other. And lo and behold, Nancy came and said, oh, by the way, I'm hosting this conference. So fortunately, I was asked to host one of the sections for last year's virtual conference. And I'm also doing the same again this year. Nancy, it's an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be able to do this, to be able to host this. It's such an amazing opportunity to be able to congregate so many women leaders from around the world who are moving and shaking in all manner of spheres, from personal fitness to generational wealth to personal development to spirituality to getting your money right, to making sure that you as a woman, as a leader, are well and empowered and equipped to be able to take on the next generation and to move on and to move things from one generation to the other. So I hope you will have your cup of tea or a drink or something with you. I know I definitely have my cup of tea right here. That's ready to keep me going throughout this. I'm super excited for all of the speakers that we have lined up. It's going to be such an amazing opportunity to hear people speak, women speak around the world. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling super blessed, super excited, and super privileged. This conference really it's an opportunity. I think the power of this conference is really for women to be able to connect with each other despite the geographical differences. So many of us are in so many different time zones. Some people it's afternoon for them. For me, it's evening right now in Kenya, right here. But I know there are so many people, it's morning for them, others it's afternoon, others it's different times of days. But it's an absolute blessing and it's an absolute honor that we're able to gather here online and be able to share and listen to one another in all of the different things. So without further ado, I really would love to bring on Nancy for an opening, for her to come and open the conference. Nancy, over to you.
Well, hello. Welcome to the I Am Change Global EmpowHERment Conference, Day 2. I am elated. I'm so elated to be here. I am, overwhelmed with joy. That's really the word. This is year 2 of the conference. And when I say just there has been tremendous speakers, uh, tremendous just collective action in real time. Thank you, Wengu, for sharing our story of how we first connected. And that's what this conference is all about. That's what this community is all about. And that is what Strategic Solutions Global is about. It's about connecting, it's about collaborating, and it's about catalyzing change. And my hope is that this conference not only empowers you to take on more, to want to be more, and have the skill sets and the tools and the strategies so you can lead change. It's about leading change together. So what I say is, okay, first, we need to be change. Second, you lead change. Third, you lead it with others. So connect, collaborate, catalyze change. Again, I'm excited for today. Most excited. I think it's the panels for me. It's really the panels that I get excited about because we really get to get into deep dialogue and hear the thoughts and perspectives of these women who are doing amazing things. Today's panel is about being a movement. And so the phrase is, I am a movement. And this conference is about understanding the individual agency that one person possesses. And when that one person is bold enough to move forward, what they are able to do. So Strategic Solutions started, for those who were not here yesterday, I'll give you some background just about who I am in my journey and how Strategic Solutions and what it is today. When I first started in my leadership journey, I think I was about 5 years old. I've always was that person who was an advocate for those who couldn't advocate for themselves. I had a heart for the people. My dream job was to be a humanitarian and build schools and just travel all over the world. That's been a heart desire of mine since the age of 5. But I've always been a vocal leader. And I said to myself, I want my voice to be heard. And I always pushed back on what I didn't believe was right. And what that looked like as I began to evolve in my journey, I had the privilege of what I would say experiencing 2 cultures, being born and raised in Los Angeles, California, and being able to experience Black culture, going to an HBCU, but then also having that beautiful African culture every time I went home. And so what I never understood was, how could there be amazing people in these two spaces and they didn't really know enough about each other? And oftentimes they felt a little even divided. And so my journey through how strategic solutions became today, I said, I want to create a space where women who think like me, growing up, it felt lonely, but I was like, there has to be other women who too want to change things. There have to be other women in this world who too consider themselves to be disruptors. There have to be other women in this space, in this world, that push back against the status quo and say no. That I will actually be the person who creates the change the world needs to be. And so I sought out finding these women. So when you see someone like Wengu online who talks about our connection and how we spent time having authentic conversations and dialogue and learning about each other, it's because I had a desire to find those women all across the globe, across different backgrounds, across Africa and the diaspora, and building connection, authentic connection with them for the purpose of collaborating so we can truly catalyze change. I told Wengu that it's a matter of time before I plant my feet in Kenya and go to her amazing farm. I have dreams of actually sourcing tea directly from her company, because I know that I'm going to have a shop here in the US that sources coffee and tea straight from the motherland. So these are relationships that I build and I hold, and I'm patient enough for the fruit. And my hope is that this conference is the catalyst to you doing just that, building new connections and holding them, nurturing them, watering them, and being patient enough for the fruit to take over, right? For the fruit to grow, for the fruit to spread. It's all about connection. It's all about authentic connection. That's what leads to collaboration. And so, without further ado, I am going to give it back over to Wengu so she can give you the last announcements. Is how do you prepare to make this day the best day where you can gain knowledge? How do you begin to access these connections? I say follow every single speaker. If you can, get the disruptor ticket. It literally allows you to be in space, this conference space, for 90 days post-conference. We'll be pushing women. Because I get it, we're busy. Because again, we're designed to take care of everything else and often leave ourselves. But it's designed to push you to make those connections. Did you schedule your Zoom meeting? How did you do 2 this week? So for 90 days in that conference app, we'll be having authentic connections so we can begin to nurture and nurture and nurture so the fruit can happen. So thank you again so much. My name is Nancy Taya-Aragbai. I am the founder and CEO of Strategic Solutions Global, where we work with women across Africa and the diaspora to ensure that they are making global impact. If that sounds like you, stay connected. We have our social media handles. We have our YouTube. We have our LinkedIn. We have our Instagram. Stay connected. Subscribe. Register for the conference. There's so many announcements I can't wait to share. We'll be going over that throughout the day. But as long as you can, I would say put it on. If you're driving, put it on and stream it and listen to the amazing wisdom that will be shared today. All right, so on that note, I will see you all. I do want to make this announcement. We West Africa is having some challenges, and so there may be where we may have some speakers may not be able to show up for the panel. So I just wanted to name that, and so if y'all can be in prayer with me, so somehow this network in West Africa is strong enough so our participants can be here to share their wisdom. All right, so Wengu, I'm gonna get out the way. I'm gonna let you do your thing, and I will see you all later today.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Hey, girl. Thank you so much. You are fabulous. You are truly fabulous. And I will see you later today.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, Nancy. Such a great grounding for what we're going to hear about today. So, our first speaker of today is a Dr. Nike Moshi. I'm so excited to hear her speak. She's going to be talking about leadership development, specifically personal branding. I think we all know in this day and age of the internet, personal branding is everything. Dr. Nike Moshi is a renowned speaker known for her expertise in diversity and inclusion in the workplace. With dynamic presentations and real world insights, she empowers audiences to create inclusive organizations where everyone can succeed. Nike is a trailblazer in this field, driving positive change and fostering equity within organizations. I know definitely that's something that's so necessary, particularly in the West. But even more so, something we don't think about is in corporate Africa, there is a huge need for diversity and inclusion work. It just looks a little bit different compared to what it looks like in the West. So, Dr. Nike Moshi, if you are ready, I am ready for you. I'm ready to be blessed and to hear what you have to say this afternoon. Over to you.
Thank you. It's really a great honor to be here. I'm so excited, and power to you, Nancy, for doing all this conference, connecting us all together all over the world. This is amazing. Keep up the good job. Just a brief about me, Dr. Nike Moshi. I'm the founder and CEO for CV People Tanzania, which is a HR consulting firm whereby we do recruitment training, team building, and HR solutions. But also, I'm the founder for Women in Management Africa, which is an initiative to improve gender balance in boards and in leadership roles. For the past 5 years, we have been able to spotlight female leaders in Tanzania and across Africa, even diaspora. 225 women leaders. We want to see more women at the decision making table. We believe that when a woman is there at the table making decisions, many women, first of all, are going to attend those leadership roles, but also at the same time, we believe they're going to be economically empowered. So it's really a great honor to be here today and to speak about personal branding and visibility. Actually, it's one of my favorite subjects, but I didn't start here. I would like to share my story. Back in 2021, just after COVID, the world was going through crisis. Most of the business were going down. A lot of things were happening. It was actually very chaotic. In 2021, 2 years down the road, one of my career aspirations was to attain a board seat. So I remember I approached my mentor and I asked him, how can I position myself to for a board seat? And my mentor told me, Naike, you need to work on your personal brand. And I was like, what? What is a personal brand? This was 2021. And he says, this is very important. People want to know who you are. You are busy building brands. People knew about CV people, they knew about WIMA, but they didn't know who is behind those business brands, which was me. And he asked me, have you tried to Google yourself? And I was like, yeah, I think I have, my name appears. And he said, no, it's more than that. We want to connect with you. So at that point, I wasn't sure how to go about it in terms of building a personal brand. I remember asking him, what do I need to do? What do I need to do to build a personal brand? And he told me, just you learn, there's so many platforms. There's YouTube, can go and learn to some of the speakers, listen to some podcast. And I did that. But unfortunately, I still could not grasp the concept. Like I wasn't sure what I needed to do. So finally, I saw a personal branding course. Actually, it was offered in Nigeria by Dr. Glory for women leaders. It was a 4 month training course on personal branding. So I attended that and I was in a shock. I believe personal branding is a self discovery process. Personal branding is what people they say about you when you're not in the room. It's about managing and influencing others on the how they perceive you. So, how I believe everyone here has a brand. You know, you have a brand. You, whether you like it or not, people, they know you. They know you're a brand. So, but how do we go about it in terms of building one? And I think that's what many people are always asking. Number one step, you have to start doing some SWOT analysis. You have to do some self introspection. Just go deep inside, do some self assessment, ask yourself questions. What are your strengths? What are your capabilities? What are your talents? What are you good at? What is it that you want to bring to the table? What do you want to be known for? Also, even ask feedback from your peers, your friends. What are the things that people ask you a lot on things? What are the areas that you have weakness on, you're not good at? So once you have been able to ask yourself those questions down inside, you're going to start to understand who you are. What is it that you bring to the table? What is it that you are good at? And you have already defined what is it that you want to be known for. Once you have done some SWOT analysis, I believe the next step is to finding your voice. I think even Nancy mentioned here today, everyone here has a voice. We have to use the voice that we have as leaders to make a change. Now, with your personal brand, you have defined your expertise, the things that you want to communicate to the audience, the things that you want to share to the world. Use your story. I believe everyone right here has a story to tell. We have come to a journey whereby we have passed through many challenges, many hardships, many successes. In one way or another, we have a story to tell. So don't believe that you have nothing to share, you have no knowledge to share. Your story is the same as other people. Just go down deep inside of you and find out what makes you you. What is so unique about you that is different from the other person? We have learned about building an online presence. Online presence is something that has changed over the past 10 years. Everything has become digital now. Imagine we have so many people who are speakers, who are audience from all over parts of the world, but we're able to connect through this platform. So social media has made it very easy for us. You no longer have to pay lots of money to go and market yourself in a newspaper or TV ads. You can use the social media platforms, which are usually free of charge to use, to showcase, to use your voice, to share your expertise. Find the social media channel that is right for you, whether it's YouTube, whether it's LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, podcast, whatever it is that you want to showcase. But also, I wanted to add something else when it comes to finding your voice. You have to communicate a message that is relatable to your audience, that is natural to you, that is authentic to you. When it comes to building a personal brand, you cannot just copy and mimic other people. It has to be natural and authentic to yourself. Your audience will connect with you when they feel that the content or whatever that you're sharing is relatable. They're connecting, they're engaging with you. Share your journey. Like I said, I'm 40 years old. Just to reach this stage, I've been through a lot. Just look back at your story from when we were born until now. What are the successes? What are the challenges? What are the failures that you can communicate or you can share to the world? You know, the audience like to appreciate leaders who are vulnerable. Most of the times I see corporate leaders were not able to be vulnerable. We're not able to share our failures. I remember there's one time during COVID, I had to start over in my business from scratch again. That was 2019. And it was so hard to write that post. But little did I know that post came to be one of the most viral posts because everybody related, because at that time everybody was going through the same scenario that I was going through. So whatever it is that has happened into your life journey, just go back and look at your life and see what is it that is so special. What is it that, whether it could also be failure, it could be pain, it could be anything, it could be success. There's something that is special for everyone, and I think it's important for us to look within ourselves. What is it that you're holding in your hand that is so special, that makes you unique? Go deep inside of you and find that out. And also document your journey. Most of the times we have so many things that we need to share. We can share our behind the scenes, our how to process, just document that process. How did you do it? How did you learn that thing? How did you overcome that particular challenge? How did you able to succeed in that particular field? So that knowledge that you share with people, that's when people are going to be able to connect to you, and that's how you can be able to build your personal brand. The last thing is about experimentation and learning. I remember when I was in my early stages of building my personal brand. You remember I told you that at that point my career aspiration was to get a board seat. So I asked myself, how can I position myself for a board seat? So I started writing articles on governance, boards and everything. But I was not able to do it for long because that was not my area. Sometimes, in order to find that niche of yours, that special thing that you are good at, you have to experiment. You have to try different things in order to get where you want to be. And also, as human beings, we grow, we outlearn experiences. Right now, attending a board seat is not my priority. So it means that I have to rebrand my profile again in the next 2 years. So ask yourself, where do you want to be in the next 2 years? So your brand can also evolve, as you grow. And that means it has to change as well when it comes to rebranding. So, just in closing, personal branding is very powerful. It's not a nice to have, but rather a must to have as a leader right now. If you're not going to have a personal brand, you're just going to be a commodity in the market. You have to stand out and bring that competitive edge. And also, just to share this quote, power and opportunities comes to those people who are known for what they do and for who they are. Let me repeat that. Power and opportunities come to those people who are known for what they do and for who they are. That's what personal branding is all about. And always remember, when it comes to building a brand, consistency is key. You have to be consistent in building your personal brand. Whether you have said you're going to post once a week, once a month, you just have to consistently continue to do so, because that way your followers can be able to engage with you. And also, the last thing when it comes to personal brand, it's not about who you know. It's not about who you know, but also who knows you. Because when it comes to building a personal brand, when people start to get to know you, when you become visible for opportunities, that's when people are going to recommend you. People are going to mention your name in those decision making tables. And I've seen many times women, we usually shy away to become visible. We don't speak up in meetings. We don't want to showcase ourselves. We think that our work will speak for itself. It won't. You have to speak it for yourself. You have to own your brand. You have to be visible and make yourself out there so that people can be able to see that gift, that talent that you have. Thank you so much. I welcome questions.
Wow, that was incredible. Thank you so much, Dr. Nike. Just amazing what you have said there. I really like that last quote. Opportunities comes to those who are known for who they are and what they do. it's so interesting that, we're both in East Africa. So a lot of the things you were talking about are challenges I can definitely relate to, in terms of, you want to say that, your work will speak for itself, your work will open doors for you. But the reality is so far removed from that. So Dr. Nike, I had a question for you.
Mhm.
What's been the most challenging experience you've had as a woman leader, especially in this
Mm.
season that you've been creating your personal brand? And with those challenges, what solution or what advice can we give to our audience today?
Mm. I think as a female leader, I think coming from African, societies, most of the times we believe that a woman is not supposed to lead. Those biases, that's one of them. And also just, I think, impossible thing that has been challenging for me. So I'm always like second guessing myself, always thinking maybe I'm not good enough or maybe I need to do something different. And I think this is what a lot of women leaders experience. And I want to tell you that voice that comes into your head that you're not good enough or you don't have what it takes to have that seat at the table is just a lie. And in terms of the advice, I would say women are so powerful. The gift that you have, it takes a lot of sacrifice for us women to make a change. And we are so capable of doing many things. And as Nancy mentioned, change starts with you. And I believe that should be the case for everyone. We should not wait for people to make a change. We should be the change ourselves. Whatever that you have always wanted to do, always do it. Find mentors. Like I said, I shared my journey. I would not be here today if I didn't know about personal branding without my mentor, because he took me from the darkness. I didn't even know what personal branding is. But find a mentor, somebody who can be able to support you in your leadership journey, because it's lonely at the top and it's also stressful. So if you don't have that tribe of people who can support you, people who you can collaborate with, you're not going to be able to make it to the top.
I I really like that response, Nancy. Sorry, Dr. Nike, I'm so sorry. I really like that, especially when you said it's lonely at the top, and it's true. It really is, and we have to be so intentional in seeking out a tribe of people who are supportive, but also will always tell us the truth. On that journey to the top, the last thing that we want is the last thing that we want is just yes men around us who are telling us things that we don't necessarily want to hear. One more question for you, Dr. Nike. We've talked a lot about finding community, finding tribe, finding mentors. How did you go about finding
I
yours?
think that's how my WIMA platform was born. First of all, I saw gaps of women applying for positions, being in the HR consultancy, but I was able to build my own community that way. I started recruiting for women leaders to recognize them for their achievements. Now I am no longer by myself. Now I have a community. And I think also based on this topic of personal branding, once you start building your personal branding, you're going to create followers, you're going to build your own community, people of your like. So,
Mm.
like I said, the journey at the top is very challenging. But when you have a community in place, you're not going to feel stranded. You're going to have people who support you. So I was able to do that by building the WIMA platform. I was no longer just by myself. Now I have other women leaders who I can connect, who I can have that safe space where we can share the same challenges. And I must say, these women leaders also upgrade me, because I used to have excuses that, oh, I have children. I'm busy. I'm this, I'm that. But now, when I get to hear what these women are doing, they had proved me to another level. No longer, no, I don't have any excuses anymore, because now I see women doing it. Even in my country, we have a female president. That's like, okay, now even women can become presidents. So that community is so important for women to have that kind of support.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Nike. And I just want to summarize the 4 main points that you said. You said, number 1, conduct a self-SWOT analysis. Understand what your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats are. Number 1. Number 2, find your voice. Number 3, define your expertise and use your story to communicate a message that is natural and authentic to you and your audience. Go deep and document your journey. Let me be honest here, I have struggled so much with that documenting my journey part. But in spirit of building this tea brand that I have to document my journey, and I have to be public about it. And number 4, experimentation and learning. I think, Dr. Nike, I think that's probably the one that for me that's the most reassuring, because it's a reminder that we're going to make mistakes. We're human beings. We don't know we don't know everything, and we shouldn't be expected to know everything. Even if in other facets of society we're expected to know everything. Children look to us and expect us, because we are mom knows everything, and because we are wife of the home, we know everything. We know what's being cooked, we know how we know what's being cleaned, we know how we're going to talk to our mother-in-law, we know all the birthdays, we know all of those. So I can imagine how difficult it is, for us as women. Even I find it a struggle myself to, really just let go of that desire to be perfect and to know everything and to know, to have all of the answers. And Dr. Nike, I just want to go back to, you mentioned you're in the HR space. What has that journey been like for you in terms of navigating, just the different dynamics in corporate Tanzania?
That's quite interesting. I've been in that space for almost 10 years now. What I've seen in the HR space here in Tanzania or in the African continent, we still have a shortage for talent. Despite that, most of the talents usually highly educated, but they lack the skills, the skills that are needed for jobs. And also other dynamics that I have seen is there's still need for capacity building to empower talent, even female talent. There's still so much to learn, and I think as in Africa we need to empower our people, because these young people or youth are going to be the next future leaders. So it's important for people in the HR space like myself to take that initiative to empower young people to be workforce ready, but at the same time even entrepreneur ready, because most of the jobs are scarce at this point.
No, you're completely right there, and I think keeping in with that theme of navigating that, I think as women, I was in the corporate world for a number of years before I left and moved into my own business, and something that I found particularly challenging is striking the balance between being assertive whilst also being empathetic. How have you navigated that in your journey?
That's a hard one. As a female leader, it's hard to manage both, being either assertive and. But I think it goes with you as a leader. What is it that you hold true? There are certain times that you have to be assertive. You have to show that authority voice. And I think sometimes as women, we might think, people might say, oh, she's too bossy, or she's too what, or she's too soft. But I think as a female leader, that authority voice and that experiences that you have to communicate that to your people.
Yeah, you're completely right about that, especially in the communicating that to your people. And right now you are our people. So, Dr. Nike, I would love to hear about a time when you have been in a situation that if you handle it in an assertive way, it can go left. But if you handle it in a too empathetic way, it can also go left. And I'd love to hear about a time in your career where you've really had to exercise wisdom and discernment in knowing what to do and how to approach situation. I definitely need it, especially for managing people on the farm and in all the other areas of the business.
Mm, mm. You know what? I'm trying to come up with an example of where I have been in that situation, but I think being a leader, a time when I had to be assertive, I would say, okay, I can give you a recent example. Um, I had an event, a women leadership event in the past few weeks ago. And I think I've seen many people when you have events, sometimes they want to come and, promote their products without any some sort of contribution. So I said to my team very assertively and very firmly that this is not something that we hold on to. In order for anyone, whether it's a company or organization that want to promote their products, they have to pay or contribute a special package. You cannot just do it for freely. So although I communicated that verbally to my team, I didn't think they understood it. But I think after I put it in writing, they're like, okay, now Nike, we get it. So sometimes it's that communication style. I had to be assertive and say, this is the way it's supposed to be, and this is it. This is it. You have to be firm. And I think as women leaders, sometimes when people see women, they think we're too soft, or maybe we don't we don't show that assertiveness that is needed. But also it comes with confidence whenever you are communicating or using that voice authority, that needs to be communicated very well in such a way that it shows that you are firm on your decision or on the statement that you have made.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, Dr. Nike, I completely agree with you. And it really is a very, very fine line in terms of being assertive, but also knowing what situation is for where and who to talk to, and the best way to communicate with those people. I find, I mean, I'm sure you might relate to this, being in East Africa when you're dealing with government institutions and, they see a woman walk into offices and they're wondering, where is the man behind this? Is that something you deal with a lot or you've dealt with in the past?
Dealing with what, sorry?
Dealing with government speakers, or rather government, or asking where is the man behind you, not expecting that it's a woman who's going to be in the room.
Yeah, actually, I have. Most of the time when there is a female leader, most of the times they assume they will ask. I've seen it, especially we're coming from patriarchal environment where men are supposed to lead, are supposed to do things. So I've experienced that. But also, I usually communicate to people who are involved that even us as women, we're just as powerful as men, and we can do so many things that just as them as they are capable of.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Maike. I am so blessed by hearing everything that you've had to say this this evening, or this afternoon, rather. The next speaker is going to be Dr. Shalva, or rather Shalva Sitemba, who is going to be talking to us about the laws of leadership. Shalva Sitemba is a co-founder and CEO of Peculiar Consortium, and she's a globally recognized leader in organizational growth. She's received awards including the 50 Under 50 Female Trailblazers in the Middle East and Africa. And as a passionate entrepreneur and philanthropist, she's dedicated to making a lasting impact through her work in real estate and empower initiatives. I am so excited to hear Shalva speak. Super excited to hear what she has to say about the laws of leadership. I know that's something that we all definitely will need to hear. Shalva, over to you.
Are you able to hear me? Can you see me? Is everything okay? I'm depending on you to give me some feedback. So I hope you can see me. I hope everything's okay on your end and I'm quite visible. So we're talking about the low
Or
leadership, and ideally, I'm talking about spiritual wellness and understanding your purpose. What is your purpose in life? And we're going to be centering on identity and purpose. So in a nutshell, my name is Shava Mutentachilufia, and I'm currently based in Zambia, South Africa, and the US. That's where my holdings are. I'm an investment consultant, a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, and a global speaker. And I happen to be a minister of the gospel, so I'm a prophet. And it's a very exciting season for me to be here and to be part of the women that are making change makers around the world. And I'm thankful for Nancy for opening up this platform to so many women from around the world. And so we're going to delve into it very quickly. I'm talking about understanding your identity, but
also about you.
Can you hear me?
No, we can't. The sound is really bad on YouTube. Are you able to readjust your phone, your device, just so that we can hear you a bit better?
Let me see. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, perfect. So I said my name is Shava Mutentachilufia, and I am a global speaker, a renowned speaker around the world. I'm a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, and a full-time minister of the gospel. So we're going to be talking about understanding identity and owning your story. So the key part of being a leader is really understanding your identity and owning your story. You can only become an effective leader once you understand who you are. And that's what we're delving into this afternoon. If you're in America, it's this afternoon. If you're in Africa, it's this evening. Depending on where you are in the world, we're going to be talking about that. And so it's time for women to really understand their identity. And if you're going to be a change maker, if you're going to be a woman that is based in generational legacy or generational wealth, or making effective changes in the world, you need to be a woman who truly understands her identity. Every change maker, from the likes of Maya Angelou, the likes of Mother Teresa, they all understood their identity. They understood what their purpose was. And the key thing in bringing about change is understanding identity. So you may ask, okay, so Shava, what is identity? Simply meaning identity is your beliefs, your personality traits, your appearance, and your character. That's what identity means. And your identity emerges as you grow in life. Having an identity gives you a belonging, okay? It gives you confidence, and overall, it gives you well-being. So identity speaks of your value. Identity speaks of your integrity. Identity speaks about your physical appearance. But I want to bring identity in a form that you understand, that understanding your identity and owning your story is owning your brand. As a leader, you have to understand that you are a brand. You're not just a leader, but you're a brand as a whole. I hope that you can hear me clearly. Are you able to hear me? Am I audible? Okay, I think I'll go on. So understanding that you have an identity, that, you know, as much as you're an identity, you're a brand as a whole. So when you understand that you have religious values, you have gender values, you have a cultural identity, all these sum up into you owning your story, okay? So understanding your story is communicating your vision. The vision that you have is understanding your story. It's owning your story. And when you understand your story, you become an effective leader. One of the key principles of leadership is owning your story. One of the key principles of leadership is understanding your identity as an individual. We're talking to women who are empowered here. We're talking to a woman who's effective changes in her life, a woman who's causing changes in the environment where they're in. And so to be effective, you have to become an effective communicator. An effective communicator of the vision that God has given you and the vision that you have in terms of who do I want to be? What do I want to leave behind? When people think, who is Nancy? When people who think, who is Strategic Solutions Global? What are we as an entity? What do we bring to the table? So discovering you and discovering your purpose is cardinal in being a great leader, in having the principles of leadership. This is the key principle we're going to be looking at today, because without this principle, you can't be an effective leader. Okay? So when you realize that you've been rejected by the world, not everybody is accepting of who you are, not everybody understands what you bring to the table. How do you identify with still remaining at a place of purpose? How do you still understand the identity that you've been given by God? And ideally, a lot of us as leaders are struggling with identity. We're living in a time when we really don't understand the seasons that we're in. We don't understand what is happening around us. And the power of owning your story is coming with acceptance. And acceptance comes at an expense. You have to accept everything that you have gone through. You have to be accepting of every season in life that you've almost endured, and everything that you've gone through. Identity emerges from you understanding in your younger years. Who am I? As I grow, as I continue to evolve, who will I be? Because the principle of leadership is anchored on you understanding who you are and what your purpose on earth is. So there are three cardinal letters. There's the C, the D, and the F. I call them the CDF, which is the consistency, the discipline, and the focus. If you're going to be an effective leader, you have to be consistent. An effective leader is someone that is consistent in how they carry themselves, consistent in their values, consistent in their principles. One of the key principles in leadership is consistency. The other principle is discipline. As a leader, as an effective leader, as a woman, as a she-hero, as a woman that is championing change, a woman that is championing empowerment, have you effectively understood the key word, which is discipline? Because one of the principles of being a leader is being disciplined. How disciplined are you? Are you there to serve the people? Are you there for money? An effective leader is one that understands that you have to be impactful. So you were created on this earth to make impact. Going through the cycles of life, it teaches you that you have to have focus. Remember, I said the key three principles are consistency, discipline, and focus. But the essence of you having consistency, the essence of you having discipline, the essence of you being focused is so that you can be impactful. When you were created, what makes you different is your field. What you identify as a brand is what you bring to the table. What sets you apart is who do you identify to be? What are you doing that has set you apart as a leader? Are you effecting changes in the places where God has put you? So who are you? How do you define leadership? What are your requirements for leadership? As a woman on this platform, as a woman watching this today, what defines you as a leader? What is your prerequisite of being a leader? You see, a leader is one that has dominance. They understand that they have to dominate their field. A leader is not somebody that is competent, but somebody that understands capacity. A leader builds capacity in order for those who are under the vision, those who are coming to grow with this vision, as they are able to find that capacity to do what they were sent to do as a part of being in your vision. And a great leader is one that raises leaders. So one, you must remember that a leader has to be accepting of the call. The leader has to understand that they were called to serve. And if you're going to be an effective leader, you have to understand the principle of the first thing that matters in leadership is where are you drinking from? What cup do you drink from? For me, I'm very spiritual, and my religion, I'm Christian. So one thing that I focus on is the principles of the Word of God. This is what governs me. But for everyone, we have people from different religions, from different spheres of life, and so they are anchored on something. And so as a leader, you have to understand that there has to be a well of wisdom. There has to be mentors that bring you along. But you also have to think beyond your professionalism. You have to think legacy. And thinking legacy simply means that you're concerned about what happens after you die. You're concerned about what happens after that vision you have has preceded you. You see, people in life that continuously are able, even if they die today, the vision is able to go along. It's people who've understood that the vision is just not only for me. It is for those that God has sent me to serve. And the essence of spiritual wellness is understanding servitude. The essence of leadership and the principle of leadership is servitude. You cannot be a leader if all you want to serve is yourself. A leader was sent to serve people. So your story, everything that you've been through as a leader, the principles that govern you, everything that you've done to identify who you are, how you carry yourself, those are the things that impact and connect you to society. If you're going to be a woman that is known globally, if you're a woman that's going to make impact globally, you have to be concerned about society. You have to be concerned about being a captain of your industry. And every woman that has spoken here today, she's spoken in the sphere that she's more well versed in. Some of them have spoken in the area of finance. Some of them have spoken in the area of physical wellness. Why? Because they are versed in that particular area. They may be competent in the thing, but they've gone above and beyond to learn that there's more to my competency. You have to create capacity, and you have to understand what defines me away from my qualification. A leader has to be multifaceted. The principle of being a leader is just not only owning your story or owning your identity, but it's being multifaceted in the things that God has placed you in. In what environment you are. Are you a nurse? Are you a doctor? Are you a strategist? Are you a consultant? But how effective are you in that industry? So you must understand something, that we have people who have understood identity, and identity unlocks potential. So the key to success is you having potential. The key to success is you having understood that, my potential is unlocked when I understand fully what kind of a leader I want to be and what kind of a leader I want to raise other leaders to be, because it's about impact. So understanding your identity in Christ will place you above situations. Understanding your identity in regards to spiritual wellness will bring you to a place where you don't worry about anything. You're at a place of peace. You understand that there's so much more that the world needs. I have so much more to offer the world that I cannot be bothered by the simple things like being uncomfortable. As you grow your brand, especially for SMEs, for women that are small and medium enterprises, you understand that being in business is not easy. There are moments when you fail. There are moments when you get up and you try again. But the essence of being a great leader is understanding that even if I fall, I pick myself up and I continue to do the work that which I was created for. So identity is one of the key principles in leadership. We have identity, we have consistency, we have discipline, and we have focus. But one of the key things to success is having a mindset of a leader that isn't materialistic. Yes, it's good for us as leaders to chase after money. It's good for us as leaders to want remuneration. But let me tell you something. There's something that is called a network. The reason why we're here and we're speaking on global platforms from around the world is because of a network. Nancy has established a network of women that Nancy doesn't have to be in South Africa. She doesn't have to be in Zambia. She has women who have collaborated with her and have vision and are pushing the same agenda. And she's understood that if we have to make impact, if we have to make change, we need other leaders. So as a leader, you have to have room to have other leaders come along with you. The moment you give your life to understanding the principle of leadership, the principle of harnessing your potential, your principle of you leaving an inheritance for those that you're leaving behind, because generational legacy, generational wealth is all about what do you leave behind? What are people inheriting from you? What is coming as a result of you being a leader? You need to maximize your potential in this generation and for generations to come. Those are the kind of women leaders that we are raising in I Am Change. The essence of this conference is for us to effect changes around the world, for us to have one voice. There is so many voices, and that is the essence of leadership. Effective leadership in this end times is understanding identity, it's understanding purpose, and owning your story. It's realizing that your life will speak volumes. That as people watch the kind of leader that you are, whether it's be in business, whether it be in ministry, whether it be in your career, you may be a life coach, you may be a fitness coach, but it's how you present yourself as a brand, it's how your principles align with your brand, that people are able to recognize what kind of impact you're making. We are at a time in life where there's nothing greater than self-esteem. A great leader, the other principle you're going to have to understand as a leader is self-esteem. You have to carry yourself in a way that you're assertive and that you're bold, because no one wants a leader that's pushover. Nobody wants a woman that doesn't understand the vision that she's running with. So effective leaders, effective women, they understand that right now it's a time when you understand what is the message. What message am I putting across? I may be selling suits like Norma in South Africa. I have a clientele. When we put out a suit, what are we sending to the masses? I may be a lady that's processing organic food. I may be a lady in agriculture, sustainable agriculture. Have I understood sustainable agriculture? Am I learning from those in different places around the world? How can I give back in my community? Leaders who are effective are leaders who understand social and economic sustainability. Are you sustainable as a leader? because there's a lot of women that start visions. There's a lot of women that have purpose, a lot of women that have identity. But one thing we're lacking is sustainability in business, sustainability in life. The brand starts out very well, but it collapses because you have not found a place of sustainability.
I really like that. Shalva, I have a question for you. In your journey, in terms of really defining, how have you gone about finding your tribe in this journey of leadership that you've been on? Because you've told us so many amazing things about consistency and discipline, but I'm sure you have a tribe. And how did you go about finding them? I'm sure people at home would love to find out as well.
Okay, so one of the key things in finding my tribe is I found people's values that aligned with mine. Being a woman of God, it wasn't easy, but also I'm a corporate woman, so I deal a lot with Muslims, with Hindus, with Buddhists. One of the key things I need to understand is that I'm a peculiar person, I'm a peculiar Christian, and so in every sphere that I went with those whose values aligned with mine. They didn't necessarily have to be Christian, but we had one or more interests that we were all aligned with. A lot of the people that we've done work with as the foundation have been people who are concerned with SDGs, people who are concerned with civic engagement. So as long as something aligned with what was in my purpose, what was in my vision, I aligned with people who were change makers. I'll give you an example of Nancy, for instance. Nancy and I met at an event where I was a speaker and she was a speaker. And we realized that we had one voice. And as much as our vision wasn't exactly the same, we had so many identifying factors that seemed similar. And we understood that in as much as I was in Africa and she was in America, we could benefit with each other, learning from each other. So my network and connecting to my network, one has of God. God sends you the right people and the right help. But also I've learned to find that which isn't in me and is in other people and identify that I want to learn from that. I want to be mentored in that area. I want to see what they can teach me and how if I sit under them, it can open up an avenue in a certain area where I'm not well versed. So it's not necessarily about understanding everything, but knowing that there are those who have gone ahead of you and they have something to offer.
Thank you so much, Shalva. That was absolutely brilliant. I really, really appreciated that. Thank you so much, Shalva. You have given us a wonderful talk today. And I hope everybody's really taken the key of note of those nuggets. Consistency, discipline, those are the keys to being an effective leader, and having something that grounds you, whether it's Christianity, whether it's some sort of governing law within you that really directs and shapes and orders your steps. Shalva, thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next speaker this afternoon. So, ladies, I hope you have been blessed as I am, and I hope you have gained from this as much as I have. This is honestly so exciting for me and so timely. Our next speaker is Oshawayuman Saleh, a media tech entrepreneur. I'm sure she'll have to correct me when she comes on, and I'm so sorry. She's a media tech entrepreneur and advocate for transformative education. She's dedicated to creating positive change, and her career roles have spanned media entrepreneur, creative director, speaker. So I can't wait to hear her speak. She crafts narratives that uplift and empower people. Her focus on transformative education aims to make a positive impact on individuals and society. She envisions a society filled with empowered individuals and tirelessly works to break down stereotypes, foster sustainable development. Her mantra is simple yet powerful. You have one life. Make the most of it and help others succeed while you're at it. Her journey is remarkable. I can't wait to hear from her. Over to you.
Hello. Hi. Wango.
Hi. Please correct me on how to pronounce your name.
Okay, so next time, so you don't bite your tongue, just say Uwa. Uwa is fine.
Uwa.
Yes,
I'll have to send a message privately so that I can really learn how to say your name, because names are important. They are what identify us.
Yeah, so it's called Osayuwame. Osayuwame, that's the name. But Uwa is fine, so you don't bite your tongue.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for having me. I have, I think, 15 minutes, so I want to quickly make good use of my time. Thank you, Nancy, and thank you to the entire team. I love this conference. I've been following it since day one when it started, and I can't help but say well done to the entire team at the strategic solutions that's headed by Nancy. All right, so I'm a media girl. I love media. Everything. That's all I know how to do best, and I've done that for a while now, close to 2 decades, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here to speak. So I do not repeat what other guests have been saying. I listened to Dr. Nanke this morning, and she was talking about, how it was important for you to understand personal branding and how it was so key and pivotal to her growth. And again, if you have been following all the speakers, you would know that something has been really a word. There's been a buzzword going around, and that's consistency. And really, that's all what media is about. There has to be some level of consistency. So to help me put together my thoughts, I created a very quick slides to run through, so we can, if they can help me pull up the slides, right? As we all know, right, we are in a digital age where everything right now is really hinged on media, and media has become a transformative tool that helps individuals to find very meaningful impact and drive change in their lives. So if you are doing anything today and you're not harnessing the power of media, then you are not ready for growth. So if you understand this, you will then understand why I am very, very excited when it comes to speaking about how important it is for people to pay attention to what it is that they are putting out in the media space. And again, so I will focus on these keywords: persistence, positioning, projection, promotion, and patronage, right? By persistently harnessing the power of media, we can position, project, promote our brands, goods, or services for patronage. We can truly leverage media to completely change our lives and give us the desired outcome. I know everyone that is here today, definitely you want to succeed. And there's one trick that we need to understand when we're playing in the media space. Media is not something that you wake up and say, oh, I have to have 10 billion followers. It doesn't work that way. We need to be intentional about and consistent. Then all those other things are perks that will come afterwards. Some person might be watching this video today, or maybe on YouTube you're streaming and you're seeing, oh, maybe just 10 people viewing. You don't need more than that when it comes to media, right? You don't need, all you need to be intentional about is what it is that you are putting out there, regardless of how many likes you get. Because I think these days we're so caught up in views, we're so caught up in likes and all of that. So it is difficult, right? It is difficult to have, it's difficult for people to have that clarity that, you need to shift your focus away from those things and just focus on what matters. So I'll move on to the first thing I would like to talk about, which is positioning, right? If you understand what positioning means, it means that you must take control of the narrative. I think Dr. Nanke touched on it, and even the last speaker that just finished speaking also touched on it. Media is a tool, right? And what does it do? It's just to pass on information. So if you understand that, you must understand that you must be in control of your narrative, and it has to be strategic, right? It has to be strategic because we are working with impressions, we are working with perceptions. Anything you do right now, you have the power, unlike before where a media house can decide to completely ruin your career. You don't have, they don't have that power anymore. We all own that power to control our narratives, and we have to be intentional about strategically positioning ourselves to ensure that, by the time I control that narrative, right, I can then eventually get myself to where I want to be. And of course, you must also put together, right, strategies, networking, what Nancy is doing, be part of the community. She's been talking about the community from the beginning of this conference. Be part of that community. If this community doesn't work for you, look for a community that works for you. But be intentional and be strategic about communities. I'm not a community person, and it is okay if you do not want communities, right? I'm not a community person, but I have seen how much people's lives have been transformed by just joining different communities, right? So you need to understand that these kinds of engagement has to be strategic, and you have to find those tools to amplify your voice and expand your reach. That is positioning. So everything you're putting out, is it what I really want to put out? So when you approach media, whether it be it social media, print media, mainstream media, you have to approach it with intentionality, right? You have to be approaching media with intentionality to say, you know what, am I positioning myself right? So that's the core for positioning. So I'll move on to the next one, because I have keywords that I want you, if you don't take anything out of this conference, take out these keywords. Positioning, take out, I think my screen is frozen. Am I sure I'm still on the right track, right? Are you with me? Can someone hear me? Let me be sure. Yeah, projection, right? So you have to use media as a canvas to project your vision, you know, your successes, your fulfillment, whatever it is that you want to put out there. You have to be intentional. I have learned the act of storytelling. Many years ago, when I was going into the media space, I didn't even know what I was doing there. But almost 20 years down the line, I can clearly see why I am in the media space, because I am there not to just be there because I want to be famous, but actually to help people put their brands, you know, in a better light, projecting them to a bigger stage, right? So with you now, when you think media, think that, okay, how am I using it as a tool to project myself? How am I using it as a tool to project what I sell? How am I using it as a tool to project everything that I want to put out there, you know, that would eventually come back to me as maybe financial reward or whatever? Now, I would share a quick story. I have a platform, I have a show that I created in 2019. And in 2019, when I created that show, I just wanted to bring out a different kind of conversation on the mainstream media in Lagos, Nigeria. And I started featuring small businesses that had never thought about going on mainstream media ever in their lives. So every Friday, I dedicated that platform for small businesses. And I remember featuring one of the businesses. I wouldn't mention their name just because I've not asked for permission to. But guess what? That was their first time ever going on TV, let alone live television. And by the time they were done, just 2 years, barely 2 years after that, they were featured on CNN African Voices. You know, you might look at it that, oh, I'm not doing much. If there is an opportunity for you to project yourself, how prepared, how well have you positioned yourself? Then how well are you projecting yourself? Because I'm sure whatever it is that they said that day, it made a lot of sense. And today, you know, they are where they are. And I'm super excited. Every time I share that story, I'm so excited. And every time these founders, there are 2 female founders, anytime they see me, they say, oh, you were the one that gave us our first opportunity ever to be on TV. They were so nervous. And I can count several, at least 10 women that we have done those kinds of projections for. And today, their businesses have taken a new turn. So whatever it is, when you think media, think projection. Always think projection. I'll move on quickly to the next one, promotion, right? You must leverage media. Media is your tool. And thankfully these days, it is little barrier to entry. You must leverage media to promote your talent, your achievement, your endeavors, everything, your entire expertise, you know. Target media and say, you know what, here, this is my battleground. This is the blogs I might need to pay. And as I said from the beginning, remove your mind from how many likes, because those are distractions. When people check the number of likes, the number of views, the number of shares, and they don't see enough engagement, they get discouraged. But that is not the core of why you have a presence online, or why you have a media presence, be it online, offline, or whatever. Media is a tool to pass the information, your job. I like the fact that a lot of people have been spiritual here, so let me put in a bit of spirituality here. Paul Plants, Apollo Waters, whoever it is that needs to do their job, they have done their job. Ultimately, the goal for the growth, right, for the blossoming, the goal for the for increase, it is left for a more superior power. So that's why your job has never been about focusing on how many likes or how many shares. Your job is to plant, your job is to water. So if you have a content, if you have a product, you're doing a bag, whatever it is, find small production houses. I have a production house that I help small businesses create small ads, whatever it is. Be it ads, be it, tell your story, share your story, whatever it is you're doing. Be intentional about putting out your content out in the media. I mean, in various media platforms. So that's your job. You leave it there, right? So promotion, leverage on media, right? Leverage on media. Cultivate a very strong online presence by consistently delivering valuable content and engaging with your audience. Forget about the promotions. Those will come later. Because whilst you're doing that, you're not only looking for, when you do that, you are also shopping, whether consciously or unconsciously. You're shopping for potential mentors, you're shopping for potential collaborators, you're shopping for potential customers. So your job is plant and water and leave it there. And that is what consistent, content creation, valuable content, engaging content needs to be, that's what you need to do, and that's where you leave it. So I'll quickly move on to patronage. Now, after you've done all of those, right, patronage, that's when it starts to happen. You begin to see that not only would your products begin to start gaining attention, people will start asking questions, right? You start to get real patronage on your brand. And I'll share a quick story. Kanye West, I don't know how many of us, I follow the Super Bowl very keenly. Kanye West was, doing an ad, right? And guess what he did? He paid $7 million to do that ad. To secure the ad slot for the Super Bowl, right? He paid $7 million to secure that ad slot. Somebody will say, never. It's too expensive. A lot of small businesses or a lot of people do not want to invest financially in media because they think, oh, it's not worth it, or it's not, or maybe they just don't understand it. Kanye West did $7 million for the ad slot, for a 30-second ad slot at the Super Bowl. He didn't even have the money to shoot the commercial. I'm sure a lot of people saw that commercial. It was his phone. He held his phone, and just spoke to his phone and said, hi, my name is, this is Yeezy here, blah, 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 go to yeezy.com. And before then, he had positioned his product for sales. He had dropped all the cost on this website to $20. So, and says, go on my website, just shop. I have nice things. I have shoes. I have that. And that was the ad. At the end of that promo, Kanye West was able to gather almost 300,000 orders, and they were all pre-order sales, meaning that the money he was even going to use to manufacture that product, right? He didn't even need to look for it because these people had pre-ordered, they had paid, and he just needs to remove his profit and send the cost for manufacturing to his manufacturers and shipping and all of that, and it's done. And somebody will tell me media is not powerful. You need to first of all understand, but before you get to that level of patronage, a lot of things must have happened. You must have positioned yourself. The projection must have happened. The promotions must have happened so that you plan. By the time that patronage is coming, it's going to come with a bang. You have to be intentional. Then finally, I would say that to cap all of this, which is what everybody has been hammering on, persistency. You must be very persistent. I mean, there's this song, I put it there on the slide. I said, this song, it says, music no need permission to enter headspace. That is from Chike and Mobad. I don't know how many Nigerians we have here. I love that song. But this song, I kept on listening to the song because I wanted to understand why this song got stuck in my head. And that is the truth. With media, you truly do not need, if you're persistent with social media, mainstream media, print media, you do not need any permission to get into the minds of millions of people. You don't. All you need to do with media is persistent. Just be bombarding, be flooding your timelines, be posting all of the videos, be creating the content, be sharing the content. That's all you need. You don't need the permission to rent a space. You can rent, live rent free in the minds of millions of people without their permission, just by being consistent. So if you understand some of these principles, right? If I've not said anything, if you can remember these words, and your new strategy to approaching media would be based on this piece that I've mentioned, then you are very guaranteed. I am applying the same principle and I'm seeing results in my life. I've had so many projects that I've handled that I didn't need to lift a finger. All I needed to do was just being consistent at what it is that I'm already doing, right? I have a production company. I create content for clients. I project their businesses. I promote their businesses. That's all I do. And I keep on getting new businesses. People will call me, oh, please, I'm looking for this, I'm looking for that. All of a sudden, I have become that place where people are thinking, oh, if I want to create my small media product or I want to push my media product on a budget, who do I call to? They come to me. So that is the plan. I have always said it that, if we understood the power of media and what it wields, we can truly unleash a potential that even us, we cannot even contain. With media, there is no, I came first, or you're just coming, how come? Literally, somebody can come today and completely put 10 years of your work behind bars, right? So if we understand this principle and we actively use this media as a tool, no longer just for I just want to post and look good, or I just want to, if you have a product, if you have a service, if you have a brand, right? As long as you have those three things, you understand, you can truly take the opportunity and make the world, your what's it called, your market. Literally, you can push anything to the world and you then eventually get it. So I'm excited with what we're doing. I know that with little effort, but consistent effort, we can truly change whatever it is that we want to do when it comes to the media space. So I'll be open to questions now. Thank you so much. I hope I stayed within my time bound.
Project, promote, patronage. Those are the words that I'm taking away today. Thank you so much, Uwa. Persistence, position, project, promote. Those are the words that I'm taking away today. And that other point that you made about being part of a community, it's really interesting that you said that you're not part of one. I think I will take one question, and Halima in the audience has asked,
I'm part of. I'm part of many. Wangu. I'm part of many communities.
You are part of many.
No, like by extension. So I'm part of Strategic Solutions. I'm part of so many communities by extension, but actively involving myself because I have so much, links. I can literally play in any space. So it's easier to just, work from outside and support every community that I can support.
I like that. Halima has asked, how do you manage not focusing on the likes and views?
Ooh, that's a big question. And truly, and that is what I've seen. And that's why I had to dwell on it, because that's what I've seen a lot of people, they do that, and it becomes it makes them discouraged. They are no longer pushing the content because I just saw only 2 views and all of that. But truly, I think that has to be you telling yourself that. That's why I said, if you switch your strategy to say, you know what, am I positioning myself right? Am I promoting the right content? Am I projecting the right content? Focus on those things. Every other thing would happen much later, because a lot of times as business owners, as individuals trying to build a brand and all of that, we are very quick to see the people that have 10 million views, to see the people that have 1 million views, to see the people that have so many likes and shares and all of that. And we forget that we have something that we also can put out there, and we would have our market eventually. So I think it's very important that question is left for the individual. The truth is, nobody can truly help you. You have to make that resolve to say it is okay If I only have 2 likes, those 2 likes will become 4 likes tomorrow. Those 4 likes will become 3 likes, so that's how it works. You have to be intentional and just put it at the back of your mind that, you know what, those don't matter as long as I'm putting out the right thing and I am consistent, persistently putting it out there. I feel like that can help the person. Yeah.
Thank you. Honestly, Uwa, that was amazing. And I have a small brief testimony about that. My company, Maison Chai, has a TikTok page. If you want to follow, Maison Chai Limited. And we have been posting since when? For over the last year. And we've only been getting, views in the 200s, 100s region. I think the most we've ever got is maybe 300. The other day, I posted a video. We're now at almost 5,000 views. Imagine if I had we were not going to post anymore because people were not seeing it. All it takes is just one video for you to really get the audience and the traction that you're looking for. So on that note,
Wango, let me just quickly add something. I know you want to run off. Just to add something, with content, you never can tell which of the content will grow. So your job is keep on posting all the content. Literally, it takes just one content for you to get the attention. So your job has never been to focus on the likes and the shares. Keep posting, keep pushing your content, keep writing. If it's a blog you're writing, keep doing everything you're doing and just leave it there. Something would eventually pick up.
Thank you so much, Uwa. Honestly, just thank you so much for your time, for your insights. I will definitely be looking for you across social media so that we can connect because I think you're doing an amazing job. So over to our next speaker. I am so excited to introduce our next speaker. Honestly, just this afternoon, it's been incredible. Like all of the women who have spoken, my mind has been really opened up. Just the things that we're talking about today, it's timely because it's, all of us are women leaders in our own spaces and all of our business and all of our ventures have different challenges. And we as leaders have our own challenges, and it's wonderful that Nancy brings us together every year to hear from each other. So, round of applause for Nancy wherever we are, because Nancy is doing amazing things. So, without further ado, we're moving on to our topics around financial wellness and thinking about money and thinking about generational wealth. Generational wealth is something that's so personal to many people, and it's something that can be built. I have seen it being built. The work that I do today is a product of generational wealth. So I believe in it wholeheartedly. I am so excited to bring on stage Nina Chimanga, who is an investment coach specifically for women of color. It's all well and good us talking about, generational wealth for everybody else, but our needs as women of color, particularly as the fact that most of us are living in the diaspora, and even for those who are living on the continent, our challenges are so different. So Nina, we cannot wait to hear from you. So excited to hear what you have to say and to learn from your wisdoms and insights. Over to you, Nina.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining from. I'm so excited to be a part of this opportunity. And I'm so thankful to Nancy and her entire team for putting this together so women can just come together to empower one another. And so far, we've been listening to the past couple of speakers I've been speaking over yesterday and today. They've talked so much about mental illness, mental wellness, personal development, personal branding. And I think one of the speakers yesterday, I think that was Kayla, she talked about financial wellness. So now how to be good with your money, how to improve on your finances, how to budget and all that good stuff, right? So today we're kind of taking it a step further, which is now we're talking about investing. So and when I say investing, I'm meaning like, how do you make money grow? How do you make money work for you? And that's how we take it a step further. So the first part is like understanding your finances, making your money work for you. And then the next part now is like investing that money to triple that money to build generational wealth. So I just had a little slide I put on here that has to do with like stock market, a woman's path to financial independence. And the reason why I really picked on the women is because women are always left behind when it comes to finances. Finances is not something that it's a woman's field. You understand? It's a very highly male-dominated field. Mostly males are there, and a lot of when you talk about finances, you don't see women in that space a lot. So we're trying to change the narrative, especially as Black, especially as immigrants, that even as women, we can make a difference and we can stand out in the financial field. So these are just a couple of topics that we're going to cover today. What is investing? How does it work? What to do before you start investing? Opening up a brokerage account, your risk tolerance, the different types of investment, and portfolio diversification. So those are like the main topics we just covered today because we don't have a lot of time. So yeah, so the first thing I want to tell, what is investing? Investing is pretty much putting your money to work for you. So like investing in a share of a company so you can make money off of that money. So for example, there's so many companies out there, big companies that we all know, right? Household names, for example, like Amazon. Everyone here probably uses Amazon in their house somehow, right? So those are different companies that you can invest in those companies. And in return, once you buy a piece of a stock in that company, you become a shareholder. So you're a shareholder now. So you're a part owner of maybe Amazon, Facebook, or whatever company you choose to invest, right? And then you can go from there. And pretty much when you invest in that company, the companies either pay you back by, let me say, like dividend payments, they'll probably pay you back. There are two ways you get payments from a company when you invest, right? So you either get payments from dividends or you get payments from capital gains. And dividends is just like money those companies will pay you back for being a trusted business or person investing into their business. So if you invest into Apple, Apple will pay you dividends, but not all companies do pay dividends. That's what we need to be very cognizant about. And then when it comes to compounding, how does that money compound? So when you hear people say, oh, I built a portfolio of like 6-7 million, it didn't happen overnight. They started small, right? So you have to start small and then you keep moving slowly but surely, you keep investing. And can we just move on to the next slide? That's fine, please. So yeah, pretty much talk about this already. And when I talk about investing, there's a big difference between investing and gambling. So that's what we need to also understand, right? So when people are like day traders, that's pretty much gambling because you're buying today and selling tomorrow. When you talk about investing, I'm talking about long term. And what's the definition of long term? Anything long term is like maybe 5 to 10 years to 20 years. That's what I mean by investing. If you're just day trading, doing forex, all of that stuff, that's pretty much gambling because you're buying and selling and it's very risky. So whatever you buy, you have to take note because you can lose some money. And then I already mentioned why it's very important for us to invest because we're trying to build generational wealth. We're trying to make money work for us. I don't know about you, but I don't want to work till I'm 65 years old. And if we notice, we still have a lot of people that work until after 65 in like where I come from. I know there are people from so many other countries right here or where I currently live right now, but I don't want to work until 65. So you have to find ways to be able to make money work for you if you don't want to work until 65 years. This next slide, thank you. And I picked women of color, like I said, because this is a field that you don't have too many women in there. When it comes to money and other topics, even in the house, you'll be very surprised. You have some houses where the woman don't know anything about the finances in the house. And I'm trying to change that narrative because I've seen situations where a divorce could happen and she has to start from all over because she has no money, she has no nothing, and she didn't know about the finances. And when you say, oh, my husband was handling that and I didn't have any idea. So it's really important that if you're in a house, even as a married woman, you should have some understanding of how the finances are being shared in your household. Even if you don't want to have it 100%, you should be able to understand in case, because you could wake up today, even if you don't have a divorce, your husband can die. It happens to people. You can just wake up one day and something happens to your husband, or you have an accident, or he get into a very chronic illness, cancer, whatever. So many things are happening today. And then all of a sudden, the breadwinner passes away and you're stuck maybe with like 2-3 kids and you don't know what to do. And they're asking you about, oh, where's your bank account? You say, I don't know because my husband was in control of that. So what accounts do you guys have? I have no idea. So I'm really trying to change that because I want women to be cognizant of what's happening in their household. Even if you're not there 100%, have an idea of how finances are being held or finances are being operated in your household. And that's why I'm really picky on women. And so when you want to invest, there's so many different stuff you can invest in, right? You have individual stocks, you have bonds, you have mutual funds, you have ETFs, you have index funds. But for people who are pretty very young, I always tell you to just go with index funds because they're very safe, they're very secure, and you'll guarantee a return on your investment. So, but if you want to dabble a little bit, you can get into some good growth individual stocks. I already mentioned household names such as Apple, Amazon. We have like really trending stocks right now. Nvidia, if you're on the news, you should have heard about Nvidia because it's one of those semiconductors, and it's a lot happening with all of that right now. If you want to dabble into that, fine. I just tell people complicate investing. If you want to invest, I tell people just look around your house, the stuff you use every day. A lot of us here, I don't know if you live in the US, a lot of us here love going to Target. Target is, you can buy a share of Target. So you might as well invest in the companies you use on a day-to-day. A lot of us go to Costco every day. You can buy a share of Costco. A lot of us shop at Walmart. You can buy a share of Walmart. So wherever you buy stuff or you consume the products, try to have a share of it. Another big one is Apple. A lot of us have Apple products, from the phones to the computers to the headsets, you name it. So many Apple products, you can get a share of Apple. So you're also benefiting from the company. You're not just a consumer. Now you translate from a consumer to an investor of that company. So yeah, thank you. Next slide. And then another big thing when it comes to investing, right, is diversification of your portfolio. So you need to make sure that your portfolio is very diversified. And again, I always say rule number one, like Warren Buffett said, don't invest in anything you don't understand, right? If you don't understand it, and that's why some people don't invest in crypto. I don't blame them. They don't understand crypto. If you don't understand crypto, do not invest into it. Someone has approached me before, can you invest into Forex? I don't understand Forex. I don't know what Forex is talking about. I said I declined the offer. I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't do it. So if you don't understand anything, don't invest into it. Or if you don't have money, only invest money you're sure that you can lose the money and you'll be fine with it. And you know how back in the days, like not even back, like 3-4 years ago, when we had like the GameStop bubble and everything, so many people invested money into that and lost that. Do your research. That's all I'm saying. Make sure you do your research. Anything you want to understand, invest in, make sure you understand that. Make sure you understand the company, and make sure you understand the risks you're getting into. If you don't know, ask questions, because it's very important. If not, you're gonna lose your money, and you're not gonna have anyone to blame for that. Yeah. Oh, my friend told me to invest in this. Don't follow your friend. Make your conscious decision and only understand in things that invest in stuff that you can understand. So that's why it's very important to diversify your portfolio, and also have a mix of different stuff in your portfolio, right? You can have index funds, you can have ETFs, you can have individual stocks. It's very fine. And most importantly, if you're investing for the long term, it's even better, because let me say, like in 2022, the stock market was down. So the stock market was down so bad. But if you're investing for the long term, you don't have to worry about that, because you still have a very long time for you to make up for those losses. So that's why I tell people, if anybody asks me, how many years should I be investing for? I tell them minimum of 10 years. So in case you lose money, because it's a stock market, right? It's going to go up and down. It's very linear. In case you lose money, you can always make up for that money. So just give it some time. Next slide, please. And so this is just an example of the stuff that you can invest in, pretty much stocks, money market accounts. And a lot of people have this notion that, oh, I'm just going to save my money. But I'm sorry to tell you, you can't save your way to wealth. Some people are so scared to invest in the stock market. Oh, I don't understand the stock market. And I just want to share a story. When I started investing, I didn't understand the stock market, but I just had to take the risks, right? And I learned as I went. But I just want to make it clear that, especially with the inflation we're facing right now, you cannot save your way to wealth. There's no way. You can't save your way to wealth, because you're going to run out of money. $100 now, in the next 10 years, it's going to be worth about maybe $10. And we can just see from this short time, right? Just 2, 3, 4 years ago, $100, you could go into the grocery store and $100 will purchase you a full cart of groceries. Not anymore. It's not like that again today. So if you really want to amplify your money, if you want to grow your money, there's only three ways you can really grow your money. You have to invest the money if you want the money to work for you, because you cannot save your way to wealth. So just take that away from this whole conversation. And even if you don't desire to retire early, right? I still tell everyone to invest, because you might just not want to work anymore, or you might just want to work part-time. And we know how things are getting expensive. Even if you want to work part-time, at least you have some money saved and invested, and then you can go ahead and now say, okay, I can choose not to work today because I have some money working for you. So I always tell people, when you get paid, you need to prioritize paying yourself first. I'll always say that. And when I even heard that statement, pay yourself first, that was about 4 or 5 years ago. And I was like, what does that mean? I don't know what what do you mean to pay yourself first? So I really had to understand the concept, because nowadays, most of us, when we get our paychecks, we pay the bills, we live life, and then we save up what's left of. No, the proper way to do is, when you get paid, invest in yourself by saving, investing, and then you can live off whatever is left. That's the proper way to do it. So you're prioritizing your future self. Because imagine, even right now, jobs are so hard to come by. If you lose your job and you don't have any savings, how are you going to make it? And that's why a lot of us go back into debt. A lot of us become homeless, very possible. A lot of us have to move back into our parents' houses. A lot of us have to move back with family, because we are literally one paycheck away from becoming homeless, or not being able to pay our bills, or not being able to pay your bills on time, or keep up with the lifestyle you're living right now. So just a food for thought. Are you saving? And I always tell people to save, because don't start investing when you don't have savings. That's the first step. Even if you have debt, make sure that you're tackling your debt, especially if it's really high interest debt like credit cards, student loans, and all of that. Make sure you're trying to pay that off. And then when you pay that, you can now have some savings aside, which is called your emergency fund. Make sure you have an emergency fund. Make sure you have a sinking fund. And then when you pass that stage, now you can go on to the stage of investing to grow your wealth, because you already have savings, right? You can, when I tell people, please don't keep more than, I see people say, oh, I have $100,000 in my bank account. It's not a flex. It's good, but it's not a flex. Why are you keeping $100,000 in your bank account in 2024? Invest that money. You can go into the 100,000, maybe keep away $25,000 for your savings in case you lost a job, in case you have an emergency, and invest the rest. You don't have to be saving $100,000 in your account. You're losing the value of that money to inflation. Another thing I always tell people, make sure you can, and okay, this is a good point. People ask, where can I start investing? A lot of us even invest and we don't know it. You can start with your company's 401k right there. Some of us work jobs, and honestly, I've been a victim of that before I had to learn properly about finances. I had a job, I wasn't contributing to the 401k, and I had a company's match. I was literally leaving money on the table. So if you have a job, make sure you leave money on the table. Make sure you don't leave money on the table by investing into your 401k. And I have a very big tip. I want to talk about the savings accounts as well. Please, everyone, make sure you have a high yield savings account. We're in 2024. Do not save money in a traditional brick and mortar bank. Have a high yield savings account. If you need help with one, contact me later on. There's so many of them. I can hook you up. I can show you where to go to if you're not sure, if you don't trust anyone, but just let me know. But those are the tips that I just want to leave everyone with. And I have a last slide. I think I just want to talk about that slide, and then we'll be good. It's not this one. I think the very last one. Just final takeaways. The best time to start investing was 20 years ago, because what you don't know, you don't know. The next best time is today. It's now. Don't procrastinate it, because the more you procrastinate it, the more you're eating into your future. So please, you can start small, even with $50. Then the thing is that people always think you need a lot to start investing. No, $50 will go a long way. Trust me. And then you don't also have to time the market. Make sure you're constantly investing. Even if you cannot invest out of your 401k, start with the 401k. That's good enough. That's good enough for a start. And then make sure that your time in the market is more important than timing the market. Don't time the market, because when you time the market, now you're day trading, because you're trying to figure out oh, when is the best time to sell? When is the best time to buy? So when you start making decisions like that, it's not good and you're going to end up losing money. So yeah, those are the main things I have. I'm just probably going to open the stage for any questions anyone has, because I don't want to take up too much time.
Thank you so much, Nina. Wow, that was incredible. I have learned so much from you just in terms of what we can do as women to really sort of harness, cobble our shells, our small dollars, our pounds, our shillings, whatever currency we're working in and we're operating in, to just have a little bit of some coins for ourselves put away. And it's really, it's there's something really powerful that you said, the anecdote that you shared about the lady who was divorced and she didn't have any of her own assets or any of her own resources and she had to start again. Can you imagine, you've poured into nurturing a family and for whatever reason the marriage and the family unit has broken down and now you have to start again? Where does one even begin from? But had she, had the tips that you have given us, she might have been in a very different position. So I just want to share one thing quickly. So first of all, you can access the slides that Nina and from all of our speakers this afternoon on a platform called Disrupt by getting the Disrupt Her ticket that's in the conference app. This is how you're going to be able to connect to directly speak with the speakers and also any other attendees. I would definitely recommend getting it because these slides, they're gold. Nina, I have a really interesting question for you.
Mm-hmm.
We talked a lot about investments, and where the part of Africa I come from Kenya, and in Kenya we like to touch our investments. We like land. we like soil. We like to be able to walk to our investment and say, yes, that is mine. We like to be able to measure the beacons of the land from here to here to here. I wonder if what would you say to somebody who's a traditional land investor and wants to make the switch to something that's intangible, like some of the things that you talked about? What would you say is the number one thing to do first?
Yeah, that's a good question. And funny enough, I'm from Cameroon. Where I come from too, we like land. So most Africans, we like land. That's what it is. We love land. And even in Cameroon, a lot of people, oh, I own how many lands? 5 lands, 6 lands. Like it's a sign of like pride and everything. So, but like I always tell people, you can still diversify your portfolio, right? And myself, I'm looking to buy land in Africa because land is always going to serve you in the future. Trust me, whether you like it or not, land will always bring you money in the future. So it's a good investment. But the only thing is that make sure you diversify. If you can still keep your land, but now just put now your money into other places that's going to be working for you. You can open accounts, investment accounts, and still invest and have your land on the side. Because myself, I'm looking to buy land too in Africa. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Nina. That was incredible. I have learned so much from you. And like I said, Nina and all of the other speaker slides will be available online. So over to our next speaker, who is Bemi Oni. I am so excited to hear her speak. She will be telling us about elevating executive presence through energy mastery. This afternoon, we have heard so much about consistency, persistence, but now it's time to hear about the energy that we are conveying in the rooms and the spaces that we are in. Bemi is a transformation and growth coach, and she's certified by the John Maxwell team with a background in change management spanning 4 continents. She helps individuals and business leaders break free from stagnation. Bemi offers personalized coaching and training services, drawing on her expertise to guide clients towards an intentional living. An advocate for charitable causes, she is passionate about travel and fitness. Bemi, the stage is yours. We are excited to hear from you this
Thank you very
afternoon.
much, Margot. Hello, everyone. I am excited to be here, actually. I have been listening to all the other speakers, and it's just been an absolute blast. The one thing I have learned from the speakers, though, is that the time flies, so I'm not going to spend too much time going back and forth on niceties. I'm just going to go straight into what I want to talk to you about. So, as you know, my name is Bemi. I'm going to do a very brief introduction again of myself. So, I am born and raised in Nigeria, very humble beginnings. I have had the blessing and opportunity to work in about 4 continents, and I've just put some of the brands I have worked with on the slide here, being in some very, very interesting rooms. Being in those particular spaces, if you have a look at what I have on the page, you know, Europe, Africa, Middle East, North America, sometimes I have to ask myself a question of, oh my God, how am I doing this? Or what am I doing here? Or you look around the space and you think, okay, what do I need to do to fit? What do I need to do to make sure that, you know, I don't look like a fraud? And if any of you can relate to just being in a space where you're wondering how in God's name have I arrived in this particular space, you will understand what it means to sometimes deal with imposter syndrome, understanding what it means to feel like, oh, am I being a fraud? Or what is the right thing to say? What is not the right, you know, what is the wrong thing to say? How do I make sure that I can perform, you know, so that people know that I deserve my space in this particular room? So I have dealt with a lot of that. And I have also, in my last few years, come to understand that maybe performance is not what I need, you know, to actually own my space in those particular rooms. Maybe what I need is something different. And in the last 2 years, I have done a lot of work, and I'm still doing a lot of work when it comes to energy, because I realized that actually beyond performance, beyond trying to fit in, trying to have all the right answers and overthinking, there is something about you as a person that comes through. And that's what I want to try and teach you guys today, at least share with you what I've been learning. And hopefully you can take something away that you'll find very useful moving forward. Now, I have a clock of my own on this side. So if I look over here, I'm looking at my clock to make sure I stay right on time. So as we said earlier, today I will be talking about executive presence. When you hear the word executive presence, you know, the first thing that kind of comes to mind, or what you think about, is it refers to an intangible quality that exudes confidence, commands respect, and inspires trust. So when I hear the word executive presence, some people might think about somebody in a suit, somebody in a very high power place. I think about somebody, you know, that you know in your own immediate environment that's just very confident, or somebody that you just for some reason respect, even though you haven't really engaged with them. Now, the piece I want you to take away from this particular slide is the element around intangible quality. And for the sake of this presentation, I want you to think about intangible quality as a vibe. It's intangible. It's just something that's, you know, executive presence refers to the vibe that exudes confidence, the vibe that commands respect, the vibe that just makes you feel like you can trust that particular person. When I use the word vibe, I also want you to think about it in the word of energy. Many of you would have, in this day and age, everybody uses this word, oh, I just don't like her vibe. Oh, I just don't get along with this person. There's something about this person. It's all about the vibe. And sometimes it can be annoying. It feels like, oh, everybody's just using the word vibe, vibe, vibe. But when you take a step back, you actually have to understand that there is power in that vibe. People make decisions about you in nanoseconds. Even then, they don't know that they're making a decision about you, because they're not doing it consciously. There's just something about what you're bringing and how you're showing up that you cannot explain. They cannot explain. They just feel it. And that's what I want you to try to focus on as I talk through this particular topic today. When I say vibe and I say something that you cannot focus on, what I'm saying basically is, for this context, think about yourself as a satellite dish. You are always giving out something. You are always giving out something, whether you like it or not. As human beings, we're always giving out something. And the worst part of it is that what we're giving out many times is very subconscious. We don't even know that we're giving it out. It's just what people say, the vibe. So I want you to think of yourself as being like a satellite dish, broadcasting powerful signal to the world. Whether you like it or not, it is happening. You have no control. You can't stop it. What you can do, however, is choose what you are vibing, is choose what you are bringing, is choose how you're showing up. I know we use this word a lot. How are you showing up? How are you showing up? But it's hard to tell how you're showing up if you're not aware that at a subconscious level, you are always showing up, even when you're brushing your teeth, because it determines how people will receive you, how people will feel into you, how people will connect with you. It also determines how you feel generally. So it's very, very important that you think about it in that particular sense. So now that I say we're all satellite dish, we're constantly giving out a vibe, I'm going to share a couple of pictures with you. And I want you to tell me, as you look at these ladies, what is the vibe that you're getting from them? What is the vibe? What is the energy that you're feeling from them? Just looking at that picture. With Michelle, you can say, oh, she's looking open, she's looking confident, she's looking chilled, looks like she's also having fun. It kind of draws you in, feels like you can trust this person. With Ngozi, she's looking very calm, she's looking very calculated, looks like she's paying a lot of attention to you and very present. With Condoleezza, it looks very different. And when you see these images, sometimes we think about executive presence and we think about being closed off, we think about being bossy, but that's not really what it's about. Executive presence is about how do you inspire trust in others just by them meeting you? How do you inspire confidence in others just by them being in the same space with you? How do you inspire some level of loyalty or just wanting to collaborate with you just by you being in a particular space? The truth of the matter is that whether we like it or not, we are always giving out something. And with these ladies, I know the thought that comes to mind is, women, is easy for them. Come on, Michelle is, from our first lady. This is, these are very strong ladies and, powerful ladies in their own right. But the truth of the matter is, I'll challenge you to go back and look at some of their old pictures. It was so interesting. I don't have the time to show you, but I went back and looked at some of the old pictures of the same people, even before they got on this particular stage, and they had the same vibe. They had the same energy about them and the same thing about them. What is interesting is that energy at the subconscious level made room for them in different spaces. And then the stage that they are on now is to even elevate and project that energy even more into the world. So I want you to think about it not from a perspective of, it's easy for these ladies to have this executive presence because they have some title or they have some position. Think about it that what they had in the sense of their presence and their energy is what made space for them. And I want to use that to say, sometimes you can ask yourself the question of, well, where I am right now is hard to, to be showing up that way. I don't have the kind of title, I don't have the kind of presence that they have. What I want you to understand is that your present circumstance does not determine where you go. All your present circumstance does is determines where you start. So if you take a step back and say, okay, me as I am today, right now in this space, I want you to be honest with yourself. If somebody takes a picture of you or comes into that particular space, what are you giving off? What is the energy that you're giving off? Is there, is that a vibe? Is that an energy of confidence? Is there an energy of abundance? Is there a thought of, I can do great things? Or are you in your woe and low me? Oh my God, life is so unfair. I have tried my best, things are not working out, and you're just dwelling in a particular space. I don't know if some of you have been in a space with somebody before and you feel like, oh my God, I feel very drained and tired, just because you're in the same space with that person. That's exactly how it is. So I want you to just take a moment to ask yourself, what energy am I giving off right now? And what energy do people, or how do people feel when they come around me? If you're not sure, just get a sense of how people feel when they come around you. It will give you an indication into the kind of energy that you're giving off. I'm going to share with you 4 key areas on how to go about trying to improve your executive presence. First thing I want you to notice this. Executive presence, this whole idea of showing up and being able to, inspire trust, being able to inspire confidence, being able to inspire, loyalty, is not a destination. It doesn't happen overnight. It's okay to be in your space where you are and still feel some level of imposter syndrome. It happens to the best of us. It still happens in certain rooms that you actually walk into, but you have to remind yourself. 4 key things or 4 milestones. The first one I always like to look at is what I call laying the foundation. And laying the foundation here, I am basically referring to awareness. Do you even know that you're giving off something? Do you even know that you are a satellite dish, whether you like it or not, you are giving up something. So what you have to do is you have to be aware of it and choose what you want to actually give off. That is the first thing. Understanding for yourself when you wake up in the morning, what is your default energy? Are you one of those people that wake up in the morning and feeling, yes, good day, I'm ready to go? Or are you one of those people that wake up in the morning and like, oh my God, another day. I can just imagine, oh my God, horrific. Oh, all those meetings I have. I'm not judging you, but you have to know what your default energy is so that you know actually what feeds my energy, what leaks my energy, what makes me feel tired, what makes me feel empowered is very important. Once you know where you're starting from, then you know what kind of work needs to be done to get to the next stage. The second thing is mindset magic. Some of you may have watched some movies where we've seen socialites and somebody among them was like a con artist, like a fake, just claimed to be some, what do you call it? Royalty from a different part of the world. And nobody ever asks questions about, oh, yeah, are they real? Until something big really happens. Everybody just assumes that they are who they say they are. It's a mindset magic. It's not because everybody around that space is an idiot. No, but this person believes it so much about themselves. They have a mindset that I'm this person, this is I am. And that's why I like to talk about this in this particular conference. I am change, right? What is your I am? What is your I am in your mindset? Whether you like it or not, it will come through. Confidence is contagious. Your energy is contagious. So if you believe it enough about yourself, everybody else will believe it about you. So one thing I'd like you to do is once you know what your foundation is in the sense of your default energy mode, then you need to now start cultivating a positive and empowering mindset. The third thing I'd like you to do once you start doing that piece of work is set boundaries. You cannot be trying to build the space for your energy and decide that I want to be positive, I want to stay empowered, and I want to believe this about myself, and allow people to come around you that are not in that energy space as well. One, remember that you're working on yourself, so you don't have enough energy to try to pull somebody else up. You have to protect and guide your own space. So establish safeguards around your energy. My sister will say this. When I call her, she starts telling me things that are happening. I'm like, I don't want to hear about it. She's like, oh, but I'm telling you, I don't want to hear about it. I'm protecting my energy. If this is what you want to talk about, call me back another time. And she will laugh. But the truth is, I am consciously trying to protect my energy because I cannot live in the world of woe me, thinking it at a subconscious level and think that my energy will be different. You can't compartmentalize that energy. So you have to build boundary around yourself to make sure that only what you want to give out is what is coming true. And then that way, people also know exactly what to expect from you. You have to say yes only to commitments that align to the things that you believe in. Don't say yes on assignment at your office that you know that you do not believe in, because it will come true in your body language and everything that you say. Whether you are saying yes, but just your face is saying no, people can tell. Because unfortunately for us, we are constantly giving out something. That's why you hear some people say, oh, that much is a phony. Why? Because the person is saying something, but everything in their body and all of the energy you're getting from them is saying something entirely different. And that leads very nicely to the last one, body language brilliance. Once you understand what your awareness is, you understand what the mindset magic is, you have to believe it. I am. And you build boundaries very clearly around it. Then you know that, okay, everything I believe, my body is going to constantly talk about it. It's going to constantly show that same thing. You have to be able to accept and reject, in the sense that don't sit somewhere accepting something that's being said to you, but you're sitting down there in resentment as if, oh, God, I hate this, but I'm just going to stay here because I want to be polite. Everything in your body is going to be showing it. Like I said, you can't compartmentalize energy. So if you want to inspire trust, if you want to inspire confidence, if you want to enter into a space where people for some weird reason just feel connected to you, the only way to do that is to stay authentic to who you really are. Stay authentic to who you really are. And when I say authentic, I know people use this word very, very often. I'm saying that know your flaws, accept your flaws, embrace them for what they are. They are part of who you are. And nobody really cares about perfection, which is why everyone in a space is typically looking around for, oh, how can I connect with this person? Most times people connect with you on the things that you think are actually flaws. So be authentic to yourself and accept that this is how I am. Because remember, Executive presence means you have to be present, means you're not in your head thinking about how you want to respond to what is going on and what is being said, but means you're relaxed enough and confident enough to just accept that, well, I am here and I'm just going to be. So when they ask you a question, you're not lost and trying to make up a phony answer, but you're able to just accept that, okay, this is who I am. And people feel connected to you there. And they say, I just like you. I just trust you. They can't explain it. That's all about the energy. And that's all about being able to elevate that and bring it into, the kind of presence that you actually want to drive or to bring forward. I'm going to wrap up very quickly. I'm done now. Basically, what I want you to take away from this, if nothing at all, remember energy management. What am I giving off? Whether I like it or not, I'm giving off something every day. So in this moment, what do I choose to give off? And if I can manage what I'm giving off, then I am one step closer to elevating the kind of presence, whether it's being executive or otherwise, that I actually want. And if I'm already at a particular level, then I know what else do I need to do from an energy perspective to elevate that particular presence. So that's all I wanted to share with you guys. I know it's a lot, and I really wanted to run through it. But if you take nothing away, please take away the fact that knowing what energy you're giving up at every moment in time, in choosing which one you want to actually give up, and doing the I am work that is required to make sure that your subconscious can also believe it, so that your body can constantly give it up, is all that you can take away from this. I will be happy. All right, so I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bemi. You are absolutely incredible. I think for me, the biggest takeaways of everything that you said is people will fall in love with your flaws. The things that you think are, your greatest weaknesses are the things that make you, that people will bond over. And that leads us nicely into a question that, I'm seeing so much of in the chat here. Will imposter syndrome ever go away? Or another way to think of the same question is, how do we cope with him? How have you coped with imposter syndrome? What tips can you give this evening?
Yes, that's a fantastic question. The truth of the matter is imposter syndrome is never going to go away. But the thing is that it doesn't have to be a state of being. Imposter syndrome will never go away. It will show up, but it doesn't have to be a state of being. You have to be able to understand that, okay, yeah, I'm in this particular space. Fantastic. I must have done something right in my life and in my time to actually be in this space, because remember, nothing happens by accident. So you're in that particular space, you have done something that has warranted and earned you that particular space. So own it. What you now need to understand in the next space is, okay, what do I want to give up in this particular space? If you're so busy trying to deal with your imposter syndrome and overthinking, then you stop being present and then you stay disconnected. So what I do is I look around and I take a sigh of gratitude and I bring myself back into the present. That's how I disconnect from the imposter, syndrome, or the idea when it comes in the moment. Constantly being in that moment allows me to break free from what they call a syndrome, because it can automatically become a way of being because you're dwelling on it. I hope that helps.
Yeah, no, that really does help. So the key takeaway there is be present to the situation that you're in and embody an energy. Femi, thank you so much. Your career is phenomenal. Your career is absolutely inspirational. All the things you've done in the corporate spaces around the world, we are in total awe of what you have done, and also in total awe. And in the things that you have shared with us this afternoon, this morning, this evening. So, Bemi, thank you so much for that. So we're so grateful that we are moving on nicely with our program. The next thing that we have is the I Am a Movement panelists. This evening, or this afternoon rather, we will be having a panel discussion where we will be talking about the I Am a Movement and what that means to us as LeadHERs and our EmpowHERment story. It's my pleasure to introduce Taiwo Olubamiche, who who is a product manager at TD Bank. She will be our panel host. She leads strategic product initiatives to position the bank for the future and enhance the customer experience. With a diverse professional background spanning the financial sector, oil and gas industry, Taiwo leverages her skills to drive innovation in today's evolving financial and technology landscape. Outside of work, she's passionate about people development, community involvement, and travel. Sounds like my kind of woman right there. So I am super, super, super excited. I can see a newly in the chat section saying that she is looking forward to this panel. I know I am as well. So I will bring up Taiwo, and she is going to be the panel host for this next section. Over to you, Taiwo.
Thank you very much, Mango. Can you hear me? Mic check. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you, Taiwo. I also want to introduce our other panelists as well. So we will be having Vivian Ottobor, who is the founder of Resilient Immigrant and CEO of Agile Career Consulting. She is a visionary leader and immigrant advocate. Through Resilient Immigrant, she offers educational workshops and mentorship, empowering legal immigrants to succeed. Her achievements showcase the potential of immigrants with the right support. I'll bring her up on stage shortly. Our next panelist is Bernice Fernandez. Bernice Fernandez is a global businesswoman with 3 professional business degrees, including an MBA in entrepreneurship. She is the founder of Accelerate, a strategy consulting firm, and Accelerate Women, dedicated to advancing women in leadership and economic growth. Committed to giving back to the community, Bernice believes in the principle of to whom much is given, much is required. I like that. That's definitely something that I can relate to. Oh, wow. I'm so excited to hear from Bernice speak as well. Our next panelist is Ifedeo Doroshumi Eti. Ifedeo is an accomplished entrepreneur, renowned public speaker, and thought leader in the fintech industry, with over a decade of management and leadership experience in the fashion, marketing, and manufacturing industries, and a passion for women empowerment. Ife successfully founded her economy, a fintech company dedicated to women's economic empowerment to enable their successes. And her impactful work extends to various accolades, including the Women's Advocacy Award, a Peace Scholar title from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Notable engagements include a panel at Harvard University's African Development, and so on and so forth. I am so excited for this panel. Taiwo, over to you to take us through and to really help us tackle this topic.
Thank you so much, Mango. Just checking that we have all our panelists on stage now. Okay. Can everyone hear me okay? I just want to check that my microphone is working.
Yes, I can hear you. Hi, Taiwo.
Perfect.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, am I frozen?
Hello.
We
Yes,
can hear you.
Frozen, Vivian.
Oh my God. Okay.
Okay. So I hope you can hear us. I'm just gonna go ahead just so that we're keeping to time. So I'm super excited and super stoked to be moderating this conversation with you all and this group of phenomenal women. And really today, and to all those listening, this discussion is really just to amplify the impact of collective action in driving social change. And from our conversation today, this afternoon, with our panelists sharing their perspectives and experiences, I'm hoping that our listeners today can actually get inspired to think through, some of the ways that they can also advocate for marginalized voices and challenge inequitable systems and structures that exist within our spheres. And so I'm going to go right into this question. And the question I'm going to start with is, this panel today is really tagged, I am a movement. And I want to hear from our panelists today what that really means when they reflect on their journeys and experiences. What does I am a movement mean to you? So I'm going to start with Ife um, with that question, and I'd like to hear what that means to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Taiwo, for that amazing question. To me, movement suggests that I am not only an empowered person, it also means that in all that I do, in the work that I do, I'm able to influence people and they're able to move positively, whether it's in their careers, whether it's in their businesses, in whatever line of work that they decide to do, my work impacts them to actually move positively. With my work specifically, I have a fintech organization called Economy where we empower women to save money, grow their wealth, and also connect with other women who have like minds and able to help other business women grow their wealth in and also, like I said before, in their careers. I also believe that I may not even have everything all figured out, but as I'm taking a step, I'm making sure that whatever information I can give to the next woman to actually better themselves, I actually give that information. So I'm able to change the lives of the people who are around me, and I'm able to influence people positively. And that is enough. You don't have to be doing it for the whole world. You don't have to think that you're big enough, but in whatever spaces that you occupy, you're able to actually help people to move positively. So that's what I'm doing.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Ife. Benis, would like to hear from you. What does I am a movement mean to you?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Tanzania. It's 9 o'clock p.m. over here. So, what does I am a movement mean? It means that no matter who you are, where you are in your position, where you are in the world, you are a movement. It doesn't matter how many followers you have, what's your social status. No, it doesn't matter your title. You in and of itself, you're a whole movement. You've been brought onto this world for a specific purpose, and you need to let your light shine. Whether you're a whole movement in your community, in your church, in your business, in your organization, you're a whole movement. And so you people watch you, people learn from you, everything that you do. And so it starts from within that you have something to offer this world. And you are a movement, and you have to believe that you are. And you need to really seek out what purpose, what gift you're giving the world, and focus on it and be consistent and drive impact, drive change. And people will see the movement that you have. And that's true leadership. A leader is somebody who is able to impact others, that is able to influence others. So if you are a leader, you are a whole movement. Thank you.
Thanks, Bernice. Vivian, glad to have you back.
I'm here, but I don't know if I'm still frozen. It looks like I'm still frozen on the screen.
We
I
can
don't know
actually hear you clearly. Your audio is super clear.
Okay. I've tried to go back out and come back in, but I think technology is not on my side today.
So I think you can just go ahead and speak. The question is, what does I am a movement mean to you?
Absolutely. So I'm a movement actually represents a powerful declaration of self-awareness. And for me, it's not just, again, it's more than just, saying I'm leading a movement or I want to lead a movement. It's actually the fact that I know that I can start effecting change. It's the fact that I know that I'm aware of my surrounding and I know that this change is important. This change is going to impact lives. And I haven't exactly seen anybody doing it. So I'm taking upon myself to start that movement. That's what it means to
Thank you
me.
so much. Thank you so much, Vivian. And it's interesting to hear, from the three of you, you're on very different journeys, but I think where the convergence is here is that each one of you, see that being a movement means, looking at your own sphere of influence, looking at your capabilities, looking at what you can offer. You're identifying a gap that, what you have to offer can fill, and you're actively pursuing, making that change within society. And I think that's super, super powerful. And the message here to our listeners out there is, whether you're, a front desk person, or you're the top person within your organization, your sphere, or community, there's a role you can play to make the change and make things better. So that's really great to hear that. So I'm going to move to the next question. And this one's for Benis and Vivian. How can movements led by women amplify the voices of the marginalized communities and advocate for changes within our systems? So I think, Vivian, you can go first here. Okay, I think we lost Vivian for a bit. So, Bernice, over to you.
Sorry.
I hope we still have you. Oh, okay. Okay, I think we lost Vivian. So, Bernice, we'll have you answer that question.
Okay, thank you so much. I think perhaps before I dive into that, I can share a little bit of the work that I do for women-led initiatives to be applicable. So I'm the founder of Accelerate Women's Initiative here in Tanzania, and I began it last year, and it was launched by the U.S. ambassador, the head of UN Women in Tanzania. And that movement was so massive that we just had our second major conference yesterday called Ignite the Fire, and women flew in from all over the country, took buses from 12-hour bus to come to the conference. And they said, we need this. You have really empowered us. You've given us tools. You've brought something of value, high-level speakers and trainings and things. You've given us network. You've opened doors for us, and we need this in our communities. And there's such a demand for us to go into the regions, into the marginalized communities. And so we actually did that from our launch last year. We went into different communities, villages, women who don't have access, who don't have any knowledge on how to get resources. And we've seen their businesses grow. There's a woman that she quit her job. She was so frustrated, and she started a chicken farm. And now she's told us that she's added another 1,000 chicks through our trainings. And she said, I'm so empowered that I've brought more women to come and join the whole movement of Accelerate Women. And people are calling us. We've had government, yesterday we had a member of parliament, minister, the Canadian ambassador, the head of the United Nations speak, and then all these top CEO women come together and speak and impact women. And so there was a young girl that was there, and she asked the executive panel, she said, how can I, as a young woman, I've come all the way from Moshi just for this conference, and it's a different city where Mount Kilimanjaro is. And she said, I've come all the way for this conference. She'd had that hunger. And how can a young woman get access to adults or elders and be able to help them in growing their business? And one of the panelists, who is a 70-year-old senior woman, a lawyer, one of the #1 law firms in the country, and also former ambassador to the US and the UK, she said, you need to get mentored by Bernice. She, as a young woman, was able to bring all the ambassadors and CEO women here for you. And so I'm just saying, with being able to build a platform that you're able to connect young women, people marginalized, people are coming together, and their businesses are being impacted, even their careers. Women are becoming promoted, they're getting access to resources. That's just a powerful testimony of using a women-led initiative to drive impact. And also We announced yesterday on stage that we are going to reach the unreached, those who marginalized, those who do not have access to internet. How can we reach the unreached? How can we drive massive impact? And there are people that came to us and said, we want to be part of that journey. You have taught us so much, so we want to go with you to the unreached. And so I think that's just an example of an initiative that you're able to drive impact and together for a good cause, impact those, and then ask them, commission them, hey, I want you to pay it forward. To whom, my whole life principle is, to whom much is given, much is required. So if God has given you much, you need to give it, you need to give it forward, and that's the whole reason of purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing, Bernice. It's super impressive, the work that your organization does. And it's not far-fetched to think that when we're trying to address systemic like inequities or misrepresented or underrepresented voices, one of the big gaps that is identified is that knowledge, that access, that awareness, the opportunity to be able to envision the art of the possible, what they can achieve and do. And I think that's super powerful what you do. Like, it sounds very intangible, but like that's actually usually the first step to actually bridge the gap when you're trying to address this. So super powerful what you just shared and what you do. And so I'm going to go to the next question, and this one is for Ife. And given the work that you do when it comes to financial wellness, like finances happen to be a really, really huge pillar when we talk about change movement and making changes within the community. So based on your experience, your journey, your the way you've navigated this, like in what ways have the work that you've done challenged existing systemic structures, especially within the locality and the environment where you operate?
And the community was actually born out of me writing a book called Accessing Grants for Startups, which was basically just helping people, especially women, connect to finance for their businesses, to grow their businesses. So what we did was we started giving out small grants to small businesses. And I think that that's one of the ways you can actually help these women, in addition to like the trainings and the networking opportunities and the community that you give them. You actually give them that funding. If you even check statistics, data shows that a lot of women will continue to stay below the poverty line just because they don't have access to finance. And this is not even just in Africa, like Bernie said, in Tanzania. So our problems are almost the same in Africa, but this is actually a global problem. And if you check out data from like the United Nations, you would see that women are actually marginalized, especially when it comes to finance. And without money, you cannot necessarily even do much. You cannot, no matter how fantastic your business idea is, you literally just continue staying in the background of things, and you will not necessarily be able to actually make change or even impact your community or the people around you. I'll give a few examples. So with Herconomy, we have something called the Herconomy annual conference where we do every year, where we do like have this conference. We bring a lot of speakers from across Nigeria, and even global speakers. We bring a lot of people who inspire the next generation of women. So every year we give out these grants to these women, and I'll give one particular example or two examples. There was a lady who won a grant from us, but we didn't tell her that she had won the grant. We said, oh, come, you've been shortlisted, come to this particular place to have another like pitch session and all of that. So she was very enthusiastic, but she didn't actually have money to actually come. So she didn't even have transport money to actually come. And we're like, you know what, just come. So she came with her family, she came with her husband and her kids, and eventually she won that grant. And guess what? That small grant moved her business to
greater heights, not just because she got the money, she also got visibility. So, when you win something like that and it's coming from like a trusted organization, I know that there's a lot of visibility. And like Bernie says, to whom much is given, much is expected. So a lot of people, started to patronize her. She had like a skincare a company, and with her company she had like a story of her child was sickle cell, and a lot of the existing products were not necessarily good for her child's skin. So a lot of people resonated deeply with what she was trying to do, because this product that she had now created was actually helping her child, making her skin better. And a lot of people who also had that same problem were able to patronize her, including me. So this small grant helped her move her business. Now she eventually got a factory. She eventually now this is like I think she won this grant in 2019. Today she has distributors in 27 countries. She's been able to move houses. This was somebody who had children were in a particular kind of school. She's been able to move school. So it did not just create a change for her in herself, it also created change even for her children. She's been able to even hire more people. So now she's even creating employment. It's a whole ripple effect of change. Like, you're literally transforming generations, and that's what financial empowerment does. And what grant did we give her? We gave her at the first grant she won. She actually won 2 grants from us. The first grant she won was 500,000 naira, which today is like equivalent of $300, right? And the next was a 1 million naira grant. That's one story. Another story is a woman who was a street sweeper. She used to sweep the streets of her state. I think she came from a remote state in Nigeria, just because it's a global conference. And she eventually discovered recycling. So she started recycling a little bit and all of that. So she heard about this grants competition that we were doing, and she decided to apply. So what happens is, when you apply for it, we also teach you and train you how to pitch, how to tell your story. Because what we found out over the years, because we've been doing this since 2018, was that there were a lot of women who had fantastic businesses who were impacting their communities, but they couldn't tell their stories well. And I find a lot of women in this bucket as well. So we teach them how to tell their stories, and we have like a distinguished panel of judges who actually go through all of these pitches and actually help them get their pitches better. We have like a pitch trainer, everything. So she was able to eventually come out top and win the grant. So she won a one from us, and one of the women within our community actually doubled that grant. What this did for this woman was, it helped her scale her business. So eventually she won like a 3 million naira grant. It helped her scale her business exponentially. Her state governor also heard about what she had won and eventually invited her to the office. She eventually won a trip to Liberia with the state government to exhibit her products to the government there. And today she's now come up with, like, she's now opened a gallery which is like the first in her state for recycling products. Or she builds like art with recyclable products. So that just shows you how financial empowerment goes. This was somebody who couldn't communicate her business properly at the beginning. Now she's gotten funding, she's gotten mentorship, she's gotten training, and she's gotten an amazing community of like minds. And we've seen how exponential that has been for her business. So my point is, when you empower women, when you lead a movement, it changes a whole community. Very recently, we launched for International Women's Day, we launched a Match to a Billion campaign, which was a movement to actually go out and advocate for gender equality with the United Nations theme this year, which was Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. And this sits on the helm of what we do as a company. So we went out, we raised our voices. Over 250 women came out and were advocating for change. So many women are going through different things, from domestic violence issues to child marriage issues. There's so many issues that we all know, just not to start listing them on and on. But even if you cannot give funding, even if you cannot give mentorship, you can lend your voice. You can lend your voice on social media. You can do this from your bedroom. Just be part of that change, be part of that movement, and you see how transformational this can be for the people and the community around you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ife, for actually giving us examples and actual context that we can, conceptualize and see, the impact of what a lot of this work does. Indeed, money answers all things. And, tagging on, what you just shared, you sound like you've done a lot, trying to get support from different, pillars of society. I would like to hear, like, how have you been able to, I mean, let me start with, what are some of the specific and, um, challenges that you faced on this journey of trying to push your voice and trying to speak for these people, and how have you navigated this fear? And so if I'll start with you, and then I'll have Bernice and Vivian also share their experiences from that perspective as well.
Honestly, advocating for change is extremely difficult, especially because a lot of people have been conditioned, they've been preconditioned for centuries, and it passes on from generation and generation. When you're trying to make change, when you're trying to change the status quo, when you're trying to change the mindset of people, just understand that it will come with some backlash, and be prepared for it, right? And in my own journey, I've seen so many things. I've had to develop a thick skin. We've seen this happen even with so many movements in the US. There's a lady, I'm sure you all know her in the US, who is currently facing a lawsuit just because she's giving out funding to just women. So a lot of these things come with a lot of backlash, like I said. But some of the things that I've been able to do to stay on top of these things is, one, I educate myself. So I'm openly a feminist, and for you to be openly a feminist, you would have to continue to educate yourself with what is going on, the history of feminism, how feminism came about, because today, in today's modern age, a lot of people have added so many things to feminism that we don't necessarily even know the meaning. And a lot of people are now, they feel like, oh, you're just fighting men. That's not what feminism is. We're fighting for equal access to opportunities, and that's what we are trying to do. So if you continue to educate yourself on the current issues that affect gender equality, then you can talk from a place of strength, and people are more likely to listen to you and even try to help you and join you on this movement. Another thing I do to stay on top of things is I have a strong support system. Like I said, it's going to be very, very difficult. So that's one of the reasons why we created Herconomy. So in addition to providing a financial technology platform, we have a community where we can actually dialogue, we can actually communicate with each other, we can actually help ourselves grow. Women, we like parakbo. If permits me to speak about, we like togetherness, we like to see what other women are doing, and we get motivated and actually inspired that if this person can do this, I can do it too. So I try to build on that support system and that support network, so that whenever I'm feeling down, I can go back to them and say, this is what I'm facing, and they always come through for me. Another thing I do is also I prioritize self-care. It's so important for you to prioritize self-care. Like I said, advocating for social change is very, very exhausting. You need whatever you need to do to make yourself happy, whether it's to take yourself on trips, whether it's a trip doesn't mean you have to fly outside of the country. You can take a trip to the cinema. If that makes you happy, do that. You can go to the spa, things that actually excite you, things that actually make you happy. It will actually make you stay, hydrated, and make you, want to push for that next big thing. Another thing that I do is I actually only engage in constructive dialogue. I don't just go on Twitter and start bashing men. Oh, men are this. Oh, men are that. Nobody's going, like, you will see people who would come and troll you, and by the time they start trolling you, you will forget what you even said at the beginning. So I only engage in constructive dialogue. I don't just go and write things, and trust me, whatever you write on internet stays. Even if you delete it, they'll use it against you in the future. So only exchange words with good meaning. You don't have to just start bashing people. We're all in this world together. We all have to exist together, and we're talking about inspiring inclusion, right? We all have to do things together, and we can actually achieve gender equality together. So don't just go about bashing people. If people don't believe in your values and your beliefs, just say what you believe in and keep it moving, so that you don't start creating enemies all over the place. Another thing that I do that motivates me and keeps me motivated is I celebrate progress, whether it's my progress or whether it's progress within the community. It keeps me inspired, and it also keeps the community inspired. So, for example, if somebody in the community achieves something, you share it with the rest of the community. You share it on social media. You cheer on the next person. You cheer on the next woman. You cheer on the next man. It keeps people inspired. It lets people know that, okay, this thing that looks like it was so difficult to achieve, this person was able to achieve it despite all of the mountains that came along the way. And that is also good to share stories, from even the hurdles. It's also good to share some of the failures so that people know that you're a human being that actually also experiences failure. It's very, very important. And some of the personal things that you also achieve, you can also share it because, like I said, it keeps the other person inspired. So those are some of the things that I do to ensure that I still stay on top of my game and I don't, work with tiredness. Once I have all of this sorted, I know that I can continue to advocate for change. Thank you.
Thanks, Ife. So Vivian.
I'm here and you guys can see me and I'm not frozen. Isn't that exciting? Okay. So can you guys
You're a
hear
bit
me?
faint.
Can you guys hear me? Oh Lord.
Barely. Okay, let's go with Benny's first. And then we'll come back to you, Vivian. We really haven't heard from you a lot this afternoon. Bernice.
Thank you. So your question was, how do we overcome challenges when it comes, or what do we do when it comes to driving our movements, and how do we overcome the challenges? Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So in the life of entrepreneurship, there are constant challenges on a daily basis, whether major or minor, but you're constantly problem solving. You're constantly, like, any business problem is your problem because it is your conflict, it is your problem. So what do I do is, right in the moment, I always tell myself, be calm, be still. Because if I react, or on the moment, or with the emotions that I have, it's not going to be good. And if there are people around me and I've received some tragic news, or there's a contract that's not been adhered to, I just have to calm myself down and say, our emotions as leaders, we really need to know how to manage our emotions and to control our emotions, because that's where stress happens, that's where pressure happens, and we need to avoid stress, we need to avoid pressure, and just say a prayer. I believe in God, and I believe that God gives us the ability, the Holy Spirit gives us the ability to create wealth, and he gives us that peace. So I ask God, please help me. I don't know, it seems impossible. I don't know what to do in my own mind, as a human being, but Holy Spirit, come, take over. I surrender. And it's just all about surrendering to God, because it's a faith driven business. It's a God given vision that God has given each one of us. And so prayer, surrender, but also calming myself down, knowing how to manage that, because when you're a leader, everyone's looking at you. So if you break, then everyone else is going to break. So you have.
Yes, we can. I can.
Hello?
Yes, I can.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I was saying, if we are not strong, then, and if we break down, everyone else is going to break down. So we're leaders, and so we have to make sure that we're stable, we're sound mind, and we're composing ourselves. Another thing is, cut out all the negativity. There will be haters. There will be people that are jealous of you. They're intimidated by you. And so you need to cut out that negativity. The more that you're driving impact, the more that you're doing hard work, and your impact and results are showing, people are going to like it. Not everybody will be. So you need to know how to cut out that noise. Cut out that noise. It's not from God. That voice very not. And so cut those noises out and just focus. You need to focus on where you're going, focus, and also have self-reflection. What am I doing? Did I do something wrong? Be humble, have humility, and learn to apologize. You can also apologize to your employees, to your stakeholders. Humility will bring you up. Pride has a fall. So being able to overcome challenges with the negative noises and just choosing where you focus on. I used to major in the minor, and I said, you know what, I'm no longer going to major in the minor. This is not going to affect me in 5 years. This is not hurting my revenue. It's such a minor issue. Just learn how to let things go. And then also be able to have a balance, have time for yourself, because there's sometimes I even forget to eat. So I'm like, I need to have a break. I need to eat. I need to make sure that I'm okay so that I can deliver what I have to do. And so challenges will come. You need to know, ask God for discernment of, what is right, who are the right people, the teams, who are the right people to work with. When you have that discernment, when you have peace and you allow God to lead you, He'll guide you, He'll give you the guidance. He will give you grace that is undeserved, and just constantly asking for that. Anytime challenges hit you, it's a place where you can learn and grow. When you go through the fire, that's when you learn. That's when you are able to conquer and overcome those challenges, and really be able to show that you are a leader, and you're not going to be moved and disturbed by other voices. A lot of people, when I started Accelerate Women, came to me and said, you can't do it. There are so many women or led organizations here. You can't, there's no way that you can do it. You know, try to crush me. Even when I started my consulting firm, they're like, no, you're too young, you're too American. This is Tanzania, because I lived and was educated in the US and worked there before I came back to Tanzania. And they said, you're nobody's going to accept you. And so if I would have listened to the voices and listened to the negativity, I would have not never started. And so I said, no, I believe God has given me this. I had the confidence, and I overcame those challenges. I had to cut that out, overcome it, and continue persevering. And I know that you must always be ready for challenges, and always be on standby and ask God, today's a new day, because the more challenges, the bigger the challenges you overcome, they'll be bigger. So God cannot give you what beyond what you can handle. And so we're all always growing, always learning. But my final word is, you have to have mentorship. You need to gain mentorship. You need to learn from the wise. I have women mentors, I have male mentors. I ask them to
Yeah,
open doors for me. So that's in a nutshell how I
yeah.
overcome those challenges.
Thanks, Bernice. And just to wrap up, Vivian, just we lost you, so I'm just going to repeat the question so we can wrap up. So the question was, what are some of the unique challenges you face as you navigate, moving through and making change within your sphere, and how have you navigated those challenges? Okay. It seems technology is not very nice to Vivian today. Um,
Can you guys hear me?
Vivian, can you hear us?
And Claire, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I missed the question. Sorry, it keeps going in and out.
Yeah, so just real quick so we can wrap up because we're at time or over time. The question was, what are some of the key challenges that you've sort of navigated as you move to make change within your sphere, and how have you navigated those challenges?
So it's really hard to answer that question without talking about what it means to be an African immigrant, or what resilient immigrant actually stands for. But I know we've had technical issues and we don't have as much time. But I'll just go to say that change actually starts with us as individuals. And in my space, I'm advocating for African immigrants. My movement is about empowering, encouraging, and evolving the lives of African immigrants in the diaspora. It's very sad, but the reality is a lot of people are actually ashamed to say that they are immigrants. And um, as hard as it is to believe, it's actually the truth. And so that change needs to start with us, because we're changing the narrative. At least I'm changing the narrative with resilient immigrant to say that being an immigrant is not a bad thing. You relocating for whatever reason is being intentional. If you're relocating because there's political issues in your country, or you're relocating because you want to be with family, or because you want to have a better life, that is being intentional. And when you relocate to a new country, it's very difficult because you're leaving the known, you're leaving what you're familiar with, you're leaving family and friends, and you're coming to a new space. And all odds are against you, but you're trying your best to integrate, you're trying your best to find new landing, find new career, new job, new friends, and yet you're not proud of that. That's a problem in itself. And so, the change needs to start with us as individuals to be proud of who we are, regardless of what the journey might look like today. Because once we embrace what we believe in and what we're trying to accomplish, what we're trying to achieve, the sky is only the starting point. And so I don't know how much time we have, but I'll just leave it at that to say that, um, you know, the challenges actually, start with us. If we can come up as African immigrants and say, I'm proud of who I am. I know where I'm going to. I'm changing the narrative. I don't have to be mediocre or stop at having, um, a menial job. I can actually break or shatter glass ceilings. I can actually start businesses or companies. I can do these things. That's when we start to see real change, and that's when the movement actually gets the impact that it needs.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. It's really great, learning about what you all are doing within your space. And I think the summary of it is that change and trying to make an impact, trying to overturn something that doesn't work, that doesn't serve a certain group of people, is never going to be easy. There's always going to be opposition, but it's the more we keep pushing, the more people realize that they can make a small difference in their little areas of influence, the easier it's going to get. And that's the message that I want our listeners today to take away, as we try to talk about making changes and being the movement within society. So really great conversation. Thank you so much to our panelists, for making time out to share their experiences and share the great work that they're all doing within their areas of influence. And I look forward, to having more of these conversations in the future. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your day and evening wherever you are.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Bye.
you so much. Thank you, Taiwo. Thank you, Venice, Ifer, and Vivian. It's been such an amazing session, and I'll be taking it up from here. Wow. When women gather, there is greatness. Now imagine when powerful women gather, there is transformation, there is great results achieved, and all the nuggets that have been dropped today has just been so insightful, so powerful, and so rejuvenating. Thank you so much to everyone who has spoken. Taiwo did a fantastic job moderating that session, and for everyone who is on right now, thank you for making time out to be part of this conference. I am Change Global Empowerment Conference, and this is day 2. Day 1 was wonderful. If you don't know how to get the materials, please send us a message on social media. You can go on LinkedIn. You can also go on Instagram, and the administrators will do a good job just helping you around getting the materials from day 1. This is day 2, and it has been such a very powerful session. My name is Joy Smart Francis, and I am one of the panel hosts. One of the things that empowered women know how to do best is how to bounce back. Challenges always come, left, right, center, like they say, but the ability to bounce back, the resilience. I was chatting with Nancy just before my time came on, and everything went against me. But see, I'm here right now, so it's awesome to be here. And I am really grateful to Nancy for the opportunity to be part of this change, this movement. It's such a needed program, in such a time as this, bringing women from across the world to lend their voice to change, to talk about the things that they're doing in their different environments, and to advocate for impact, advocate for purpose, for change. Thank you so much, Nancy, and to everyone who has taken time out from their busy schedule to be here. To everyone who's going to be listening afterwards, this is something that you want to save the calendar, save the date for your next appointment, because the next conference is something you don't want to miss. All right. So there's been so many conversations that have happened, and I have about 5 to 10 minutes here. So I would want us to drop in the comment section from this last panel discussion. What was your take out? You know, Ife said so many fantastic things, so many things that if we take those things and run, they would move us from where we are to another level. I want you to drop what stood out for you in the comment section so that when people go back to these materials, they would see those different nuggets. What stood out for you? Venice said so many things. What stood out for you? For me, it was so many things, from, being that voice, being that person, that you don't wait for people to make, that change, you becoming that change. Someone talked about the power of self-care. Someone talked about your spirituality, always acknowledging God. There are so many conversations that has happened. I want you to drop in the comment section what stood out for you. Thank you to everyone who has been part of this I Am Change Global Empowerment Conference. And one of the reasons why Nancy has done this is to ensure that those coming after us, the younger generation, find that support structure, find that voice that they can always fall back on, those that have gone ahead, and they can learn and, move forward, learning from those things that we have done, those things that we have said, and the path that we have created and carved for them. And it's important that in our different environments, wherever you find yourself, keep being that change, because that is why we are here. Keep being that change. Resilience is key because change is hard. Thank you for dropping that. Thank you so much. Now, I would want to use this opportunity to just talk a little bit about what I do before I bring Nancy up to the platform. Now, I'm the Director, Initiatives and Partnerships for the Entrepreneurship Village. And the Entrepreneurship Village is an innovation, technology, creative, education, and business environment currently being built in Nigeria to serve the continent and to position those in that different business sectors for the world. Now, one of the key things that we have done is to carry out a research to identify the needs of budding entrepreneurs in Nigeria and, of course, across the continent. And we realized that education, having the right business education, is something that is lacking. Having the right infrastructure is something that is needed. It's a great need, especially right now where we have issues with electricity. We have issues with having high-speed internet. We had a lot of people complain about the internet just a while ago. These are the challenges that the Entrepreneurship Village is trying to solve. And we have decided to host the Global Entrepreneurship Festival in November to bring business people from across the world with headline speakers such as the WTO DG, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. We have Oprah Winfrey, Tyler Perry, the former president of the United States of America, whose foundation has decided to bring him to host the leadership conference. We have the former First Lady of the United Kingdom, Lady Cherry Blair, who's going to be hosting the Women Forum. And this is something that we would want to lend our voices to this particular movement. The Global Entrepreneurship Festival holding during the Global Entrepreneurship Week is going to be such an amazing experience where transactions will happen, where conversations will be heard, and of course, where money will be exchanged. You don't want to be found missing in that environment. So I want you to save the dates, November 11th to 13th, put it in your calendar. You can go on the website, Global Entrepreneurship Festival, if you need more information about that. But that's something that I am driving at the moment, and I would love for us to work together, especially for the Women Forum. There are so many of us whose businesses is women-centric. Let's see what we can do together to provide an enabling business environment for women in Africa. Great. Now I want to bring up Nancy Aragbaye, who is the convener of I Am Change Global Empowerment Conference. Nancy, such an amazing person. a sister. I remember the first conversations we had, it was more vision alignment. It wasn't just about, seeing someone and liking the person. It was about we wanting to make an impact, we wanting to drive change. And look at us. We are here right now having these conversations, on change, on impact. Thank you for what you're doing. And I know that this is just the beginning. Africa would look back at all of these conversations that we have had in this past 2 days, and they will thank you greatly because of the transformations, because of the growth, because of the impact, the liberation that would happen, not just for this generation, but for generations to come. Thank you very much, Nancy. I'll yield the mic to you right now.
This is also the segment where we honor two amazing women. Yesterday, we gave away 2 Changemaker Awards for 2 women who were making impact in their community. And today, I am honored and I'm privileged to know these 2 women who we consider to be disruptors, women who were truly transforming their industries in innovative ways. And so, Joy, before you go, I have to acknowledge you, I honor you, and I thank you for your work. This year, 2024, Strategic Solutions Global has honored you as a leader who is disrupting her industry and making transformational change. As Joy mentioned, there is an innovative project happening now in Nigeria, in Ondo State, and I'm excited because this November, Strategic Solutions Global is taking 100 USA internationals to Nigeria to be at this entrepreneurship village where the Global Entrepreneurship Festival will be holding. So if that sounds like you, Joy gave you all the ways to connect with us. I'm telling you now, you want to be one of those 100. We'll certainly give the information and how you can be there and continue to connect and collaborate. It's through connection. Simply connection and the authentic connection and nurturing that connection and collaborating. And this November, we're actually catalyzing change together in transformation, like she said, will be held. Joy, thank you so much. I know you have an engagement. I thank you again for just honoring this time. She had some technology issues, but I thank God that she was able to share more about her work that she's doing. We are working, our team will be in contact with you because you're going to get an award. Yes, you're in Nigeria, but we are still delivering your award so you can hold it and take an amazing picture with it and show who you are as a disruptor in this world. So thank you for being our 2024 award awardee.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Before I just take my leave, I would want to say thank you for letting me know that I have more work to do because, awards just tell you that, okay, you're on the right path, but see, that's just a stepping stone. There's so much more to do. There's so much impact that needs to happen. And, there's so many doors that needs to be opened for those coming behind you. So thank you for acknowledging what I have done so far and just telling me that, hey, this is a pat on the back. You have more to do. Thank you so much. I appreciate the recognition. This is something I would want to dedicate. This is International Women's Day to all the women who are making impact, no matter how small, regardless of the corner that you find yourself. This is recognizing that you matter. Whatever it is that you're doing is important. Don't be discouraged. Don't give up. Just keep going. And the world will celebrate you in no distant time. Thank you very much, everyone, for having me. I wish you all a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Joy. Thank you for being here. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and get this program on the road, but I want to bring up one more disruptor, and I think I actually really embody just connecting, collaborating, and catalyzing change. It's a framework to changing the world. It's the formula to changing the world, but we have to actually live it out. I am so honored to be able to celebrate this leader who is truly disrupting her industry in the technology sector. I am going to share with you Napia Nabuya, insightful and results-driven IT professional with 7+ years of experience with strong interest in cloud-based solution and technical design projects. But let me tell you, she understood her skill set She understood the power that technology brings. And she said, you know what? I am leaving the six-figure salary to start my own innovation and ensure that the girls behind me can have those skills so they can too can transform their world. She is the executive founder and executive director of the Next It Girl, and I am so excited. And I tell you, my daughter is going to be the next It Girl. I'm just waiting so I can put her in the program so she can be the next It Girl. I welcome Napia to the stage. Thank you so much. I wanted to give you the space so you can talk a little bit about the work that you do.
Thank you. First of all, I love that intro. So thank you so much, Nancy. I'm honored to be here today. Thank you so much for this award. This award stands, I take this award in honor of the women who trailblazed before me. So the countless Black women in tech who have gone through amazing journeys as well for me to be where I am. So thank you. The Next It Girl is a technology education international company. You taught me to always say international company that is helping young Black girls ages 8 to 22 get introduced and pursuing technical careers. So we are helping girls get exposed to multidisciplinary areas in tech. So going beyond that buzzword of coding and making sure young women know that there are thousands of other roles and industries that support technology, and wherever your hobby exists, you can definitely be in technology from there. So started the company in 2015, and like Nancy said, took a leap of faith last year and left corporate to do this full time. So I'm excited for just where the Next It Girl is going, and thank you all for the support on an international level as well.
Wonderful. And I can't wait to give you your award and hand it over to you because you are here in Atlanta, Georgia. And so we will be connecting soon. Thank you so much, Napia, and keep up the great work.
Thank
you. Bye. All right. Well, this conference is certainly on a roll. I'm excited to bring your next host to the stage. I am out the way. I don't want to be here. I just want to listen and soak up all of the information. I have my notes. I have my notebook, I have my pen, and I am truly like being filled. Like I'm being filled as I am listening to this conference. Sophia, thank you so much for being here today. This is another powerhouse woman. Sophia, why don't you just introduce who you are, what you do? I'm gonna get off the stage and then you can bring up the next speaker.
Thanks, Nancy. This is such an exciting topic that we're about to go into. We're in the last leg. This is the last 2 hours, I believe, of this conference. And we're going to get into some of my favorite topics, which is just overall your mindset, your health, and your well-being as a business owner. So let me first start by introducing myself. I'm Sophia Danner-Okotie. I'm the founder of Bessida. We are a women's wear brand that connects women all throughout the world to Africa's rich beauty, and we do so through clothing, through bold prints and bold colors. So before we get into this conversation, I really want you all to think about this meme that I'm sure you all have seen in different variations. And it's usually like it's a video or an image of a woman who looks very distressed. I know the one that I've seen is Janet Jackson, looks like really stressed out. Her hair is wet. And she's like, you know, me trying to balance my work, my family, catch up with my friends, stay fit and fine all at the same time. And she looks really stressed. If you've seen that kind of meme or that kind of video before, put that in the chat saying that I've seen it and many times that's been me. Okay. Because I know that has been me for so many years, trying to juggle so much, trying to do so much. But let me tell you that I started seeing success in my business when I started taking care of myself first. When I started putting my needs first, when I started making sure that I was, you know, taking time off to really recharge and rejuvenate. And I will tell you that as women, remember that the feminine part of us loves rest. Feminine energy loves rest. It loves to receive. The masculine is what does and does all the time. So how do you make sure that you are tapping into the most beautiful parts about you, which is your feminine energy? That is going to be through rest, through self-care, and through discipline and making sure that you do get enough self-care. So I am not going to take too much time talking to you because we have wonderful speakers who are joining us today. And the first speaker that I'm going to bring on is Janine Nwoku. Okay, Janine actually works in perhaps the most strenuous industry. She is an attorney, and her practice is focused primarily in the area of copyright law, with an emphasis on music copyright issues and other intellectual property litigation. She has also worked on transactional matters in the music industry, as well as on select artist representation. I'm wondering if Janine knows some of my favorite artists. Janine, welcome,
Hi.
welcome. So
Hi,
good
thank you
to
so
have
much.
you.
Thank you. Thank you for the
Where are you
introduction.
calling from today, actually?
I'm based in LA, Los Angeles, California.
Okay, so you have seen stars everywhere, right?
We see them all the time.
Yes, Janine. On this topic today of self-care as busy professionals, how do you advise women to take care of themselves as busy people?
So that's what we're going to dive into in the presentation.
Great,
I'm
great.
going to go over 3 different topics to really hone in. And the main things for self-care, in my opinion, are nutrition, physical health, and self-care. And self-care is definitely a very broad topic. So we'll kind of get into the specifics and go over some things that we can, as busy women, incorporate in our lives.
Well, I will bounce out of this and leave you to it, and I'll catch up with you in a few minutes, okay?
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon or evening, depending on where you are in the world. My name is Janine Nwoku, and as the presenter mentioned, I am a lawyer. I'm a Finnish Nigerian lawyer and also a business owner, and I am based here in Los Angeles, California. I practice in entertainment and business law, and I also have a legal startup called Legal for Creatives that helps creatives and talent get started with contracts and other transactional matters. But today, the topic is fitness and wellness and self-care as a business professional. And this topic is not really aligned with what I do professionally, but I think Nancy invited me to speak because if you know me, you know how important fitness and health and self-care is to me. And I preach about this to my friends and clients and people I know, because to be our best selves, we need to take care of ourselves. And this is a topic that I feel like it has really made me be able to be successful, and it has really elevated me. The more I pour into myself has elevated me in different areas of my life, but also business. So that's why I want to talk about these topics, since they're so important for us women, especially because it doesn't matter whether you're an entrepreneur or a business owner, or whether you have a 9-to-5, or whether you have a 9-to-5 and a side hustle. But if you are a career-oriented woman, our job doesn't stop there, right? We have spouses or partners. We might have kids. We might have other family responsibilities. So our job is never over. So we really have to focus on pouring into ourselves. So the 3 topics that I'll discuss are health and nutrition, fitness, and self-care. So let's start with health and nutrition. When doctors say that it's 80% what we eat and 20% of exercise, it really is a fact. And for the past 20 years, I've been on several different weight loss journeys, gaining weight and losing weight. So I've really seen how it has affected me in different life stages. I've worked with several trainers and nutrition coaches and really learned a lot on the way. Although I'm no doctor and no expert, so don't hold me out as an expert, I do my research. I talk to people in the industry to really know what works and what we really should be focused on. So in my 20 years of losing weight, gaining weight, and just trying to figure it out, I've really seen how weight can affect my confidence, how I think, how my mind is. So what I've really realized is what you put into your system really, really affects your mood, not only your mood, but also your health, which we'll get into. But as entrepreneurs, our minds are so important. Like, we need to be able to motivate ourselves. We need to be able to think clear and think strategically. So what we really consume affects all that. So there are also physical reasons, and how sorry how what we put into our system affects our mind and our health as well. But mentally, when we eat foods that enhance our able to focus, that's really what matters. And what I've noticed is that when for me, it's really about like maintaining weight, and making sure that I don't kind of go too far from where I'm at, because in this society we also have a very celebratory culture. So we pop champagne to celebrate, and we have wine nights with our friends and things of that nature. So we really have to focus as entrepreneurs and make sure that we're not indulging too much, we're not drinking too much alcohol, and we're not kind of going over our threshold, because this affects not only our mind, but also our physical health. So it can affect our joints, our knees, and our back, and things of that nature. And I've really noticed this in my own life when, I've been at a large law firm, and when you sit in front of a desk, in front of a computer for 8 to 10 hours straight, and then you go home and then you have a glass of wine or snacks or all these things, it just becomes a cycle. And if you don't stop yourself at some point, it can really affect not only your mindset, your mood, but also your health. So that's why a lot of women in our culture, especially here in the United States, I'm not sure about Africa, and I think it's definitely better in Africa, but in the US, we have such terrible food. If we don't make sure that we're looking at what we're buying from the grocery store, we are really putting ourselves at a disadvantage, because cancer is a real thing, stomach issues and fertility issues affect us. And these are all things that are affected by our foods and what we eat, and whether we really take care of our health and nutrition and what we put in our gut. Because like I said, everything is connected. What we eat affects our mindset and affects our bodies. So that's why nutrition is super, super important. So what I recommend and what nutritionists have recommended to me are intermittent fasting. So for what weight management, if we kind of go too far from where we're at and we've been in a bad spiral, because all of us go through things in our lives that can be things that have affected our families, or death, or real things that happen to us in life. So once we kind of get back to ourselves and we realize, like, hey, how did I get here? Because that has personally happened to me so many times. Doctors and nutritionists have recommended intermittent fasting, which is where we limit the window of when we eat. So it looks different for everyone, and obviously you have to kind of go based on your schedule. But for me, I like to fast. I only eat from 12 to 8 typical days, and that has kind of helped me not overindulge by going to dinners late at night, or just eating too much in the morning. So whatever works for each person, but intermittent fasting is a good way to limit the time and the windows that you're eating, and also really making sure that you're eating enough carbs, fats, and proteins. And protein for us women is really important for different issues like muscle growth and muscle retention. So we need to make sure that we're getting good proteins and healthy fats, not so much saturated fats like potato chips and things of that nature, but really having good fats in our lives, such as avocados and nuts, and just making sure that we're really putting the right things into our body. So like I mentioned, finding balance is important. None of us are perfect, but weight management is a really important thing that affects our physical bodies, but also our mindset, which is so important for us entrepreneurs. The second thing I want to focus on is fitness. So aside of health and nutrition, physical fitness kind of goes hand in hand with what we eat, obviously, because from a scientific perspective, we lose calories and we gain calories, and we have to burn the calories if we don't want to gain weight. So movement is very important, especially like I mentioned, when we sit in front of a computer, are stuck in traffic, and drive for hours in a day. It's really important for our mobility so that we can function and that our heart and brain functions properly as well. What's important is to find a routine. So this is different for everyone. We all live in different countries all across the world. So we have different, environments, but what's important is to find a routine that works for you. And it's very personal. But when doctors say that exercise is therapy. It's really true, because from a scientific perspective, we release endorphins when we're working out, and that makes us feel good. So it is like a form of therapy where when you're exercising, that is your time and your time alone. Your spouse, your kids, or your employees, no one can do that work for you. So only you know what you put in, and what you put in is directly the result of what comes out. So I really like that, because for me, like, I might be in the middle of a day, and I usually work out not super early in the morning, but around 10 or 11, and that's my time. So my secretary knows, don't call me in this time, don't schedule calls unless it's like a court appearance or something extremely important. I don't take calls on that time, because that's my personal time, where I like to just have my hour and focus on me. And I'm telling you guys, it has affected me so much in where I think more clear. I'm able to be a better attorney. I'm able to be a better partner, a better daughter, a better sister, and all these things where taking time for yourself in the form of physical fitness is really important. And it's also mentally great, because we kind of see the growth. So we see whether it's gym or dancing or swimming or yoga, whatever it is, you really see the progress, and it makes you feel good as well, because you're seeing, it might be weight loss, it might be muscle definition, it might be endurance. And it's just a great feeling to see that you're, putting in the work and getting something back. So I always encourage people to find something that you enjoy. It could be, like I mentioned, all these different exercise activities, but it could also be as simple as just walking for 30 minutes. Walking a couple times a week is a great start, and then incorporating things little by little. And we all go through things. We, might have kids. We might go through crazy work situations where we just have to work on and on and on with no breaks, no time off or anything. So in these situations, like, I've been there where I've had to work for 12-hour days. I go home at 8 and I wake up at 6, and I just don't feel like I have the time, because time is, what we always think about, and we're like, we don't have time to do that. But whether it's a 30-minute walk before going to work, a 30-minute when you have your lunch break, taking 15 minutes to walk and get some type of movement, it is a life changer, and it is really something that we as women need to focus on to be our best selves. The last topic, and definitely not the least important topic, is self-care. And I mentioned self-care is a broad topic. It's not so much about like the soft life and self-care that we see on social media, but it's really doing things we enjoy and pouring back into ourselves, a part of the physical and nutritional aspect. It can be about getting a great routine, getting a morning or night routine. Personally, I know for me, self-care means that I am on a routine. I'm doing things, I'm incorporating things in my schedule on a daily basis, and making sure that I'm taking those little moments of time for myself. So a morning routine could look like something like waking up and praying or meditating, doing what you like to do in the morning, and then setting your affirmations. It might look like journaling a little bit and just having a cup of your favorite coffee. So that's an example of a morning routine. And then for night, I think in the evening time, it's really important to wind down. And some of us suffer from sleep issues or insomnia, and having that nighttime routine where we kind of disconnect from our phones, whether it's social media or just browsing or looking at emails, it's really important, because that also affects our nervous system, and how we're wired and how we sleep, the quality of sleep that we get, that then brings us to the next day. So just having a nighttime routine where you wind down is very important. And then on top of that, I like to recommend doing something for yourself, whether it's on a monthly or quarterly basis. It could be things like getting a massage or getting a facial, getting your nails done, having some time with your girlfriends. I think it's really important to take time just for yourself, where you're getting a massage and relaxing, or doing something that you enjoy. And it doesn't have to be so glamorous or luxurious as people say on Instagram or Twitter, but just taking the time to really do an enjoyable activity that you like. And that's going to keep you going, because that's a really, like, that's a little break that you need for yourself. And because I feel like all the women in this conference or who are watching are motivated women and have a lot of things going on a daily and monthly and weekly basis. So it's really important to just take some time for yourself, whether it's every week or every month or every quarter, whatever kind of fits into your life. I highly recommend you do it. Just start scheduling in your calendar, like you calendar everything else between meetings and personal, duties. You just need to schedule that time in for yourself as well, and take an hour or two for yourself to make sure that you're pouring back into yourself. So yeah, all these topics are just so important for us to be able to be our best selves. Especially as an entrepreneur, your physical wellness and your self-care is not only important, but it's actually crucial for you to be able to keep on going and be the best self, be the best that you can be. So that was kind of what I wanted to talk about today. If you have any further questions, let me know via social media or email. But I hope you enjoyed and took something with you.
Janine, I'm really grateful for you, because what you did is, some people, when they talk about self-care, they just give you this general idea of like, you should be taking care of yourself. You actually gave really structural, I guess, rules to taking care of yourself, or ideas that you could actually put action to, like intermittent fasting. When I started intermittent fasting, it really changed so much for me. So please, can you all drop in the chat any questions that you might have for Janine, because this was such a great conversation. And I do not want to miss any questions that you might have. I actually do have a question for you real quick. How did you start your journey? Because I mean, you're an attorney, like that is busy. You can have 12, 15, 16-hour days sometimes. How did you start that?
I think for me, I started incorporating certain things. Sorry, is my camera froze? It looks froze, or does it move?
It is frozen, but I can hear you just fine.
Okay, great. So for me, I feel like it started even before law school, because I was an athlete, or dancer and cheerleader on a professional level, and I got injured. So I had to start getting massages at 15, and I knew nothing about massages. But once I did, I was like, wow, this actually like makes me feel better from a physical point of view, where my muscles feel less sore and I just feel better overall. And that's kind of when I started incorporating small things like massages. And then when I was, I think the biggest self-care moment for me was when I was studying for the bar. After I had graduated law school, I just started realizing how like my body would just kind of ball up and be so tight when I'm reading books. And I was like, you know what, I need to do something different. So I was like, okay, I'm snacking. I'm in front of a computer. I'm just like snacking along. I'm eating chocolate and all these bad things while I'm like literally studying for 8 hours. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to order meal preps. I'm going to get a massage once a month. I'm going to do certain things that I knew that would make me feel better from like research I've done. And that changed everything. Like I literally in the end of 2 months, I was obviously stressed. I was studying for the bar, but I felt good. And that helped me with my sleep routine. So I would say like that moment kind of made me realize like being in front of a computer and eating bad and not exercising is like putting me into such a bad position physically and mentally. So what can I do to make me feel better? And kind of ever since then, I incorporated those things throughout my law practice, which has been about it's 7 years now. I kind of schedule that in, and I don't like cut myself slack when it comes to that, because I feel like it's as important as work and certain meetings and certain like family duties that we discussed. It's really important for you to be able to be your best self.
Well, I really just want to thank you again for spending time with us today. And we do hope that we can chat with you another time. All right, so we're going to move over to our next speaker. And I'm going to bring her out right now, Miss Terica Wright. Terica, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Before you get started, I want to tell everyone about you, just to give you an idea of who Terica is. She's a graduate of Frederick Douglass High School and the Tuskegee University, and she embarked on an entrepreneurial journey at 25. Okay, after leaving her corporate job, she has successfully founded and managed multiple brands, including the Reading and Writing Advisory and Terica Wright Real Estate. Terica is passionate about guiding women through life's transitions and helping them tap into their God-given potential. Through her latest initiative, Letters from Terica and Friends, she shares practical tools for spiritual wellness and achieving personal growth. So everyone, get ready to be inspired to overcome obstacles and live your best life under Terica's guidance. Terica, I'm going to hand over the floor to you, okay?
Thank you so much, Sophia. Hello, everybody. I'm so excited to be here. And in the chat, if you can hear me and we're all good, just let me know that we're all good and we're going to go ahead and get started. Okay. I see we've got a few people on today. Thank you again for having me, honey. I Am Change is easily one of my favorite. We're all good. It's one of my favorite conferences. Nancy is one of my favorite people. So anytime she calls, you can bet that I'm gonna come running. Okay. So I am so excited to be here. Now, before we get started, I am an Atlanta girl. Okay, but I just want y'all to one time for the attire today. We are going global. So I decided to pull out my global attire. I don't know if you all can see this, but I don't have very yes, I don't have very many African attire, but this is my favorite African dress. And so anytime I get an opportunity, I'm like always like, let me put this on. So today was a special opportunity to put on this attire. So thank you again. All right, y'all. So if you've heard me speak, then you know how I get down. I had a script. I had notes that I was going to speak from. And this morning, you know how God does. God will have you to tear the script. He will have you to throw the script away. So I was obedient, and I'm sitting there this morning. If you know me, you know I love me some Starbucks. So I was having my morning cup of coffee, and I got the download that I needed for this afternoon. So today, my job is to speak to you all about your emotional wellness, right? Your spiritual and your emotional wellness. And I told Nancy I was going to give 5 effective keys to managing your emotions and creating the life of your desire. Now, one thing about it, one thing I love about God is that God will never allow for me to teach on anything that I myself have not experienced. So God put me through a test this morning. Okay, are you with me? If you're with me, go ahead and let me know you're still here. And so this morning, you know how it is. I'm having my cup of coffee. I'm journaling. And this morning I was actually complaining in my journal. Okay. So usually I use my journal to thank God. I use my journal to write out, some of my desires. And then I even use my journal as a means to, just kind of write out my to-do list. But this morning I was complaining. So I went on to Instagram, and you know how it is. You're just scrolling on Instagram. And how many of you all have been in a situation where you see your favorite but not so favorite influencer? Come on, you all know what I mean by that. We're talking about our emotions right here today. We see your favorite but not so favorite. If this is your favorite but not so favorite, then you know what it is. It's the person that infuses or invokes or provoke. That's the word we're going to use. It's the person that provokes jealousy. Because come on, anytime a jealous feeling, or even if some of us may not even like to use the word jealous,
Some of us may, use the word any time that you feel the need to critique, anytime that you feel the need to kind of give a little snarly comment when you see a person, this person hadn't even done anything to you. But it's just when you see them, we're talking about emotions here. When you see them, you go, he not all that, or she not all that, or they do too much, or whatever that emotion is. I believe that these people are sent to us divinely by God. Oh, you guys, I think I was just interrupted. Okay. Sophia.
You're still good. We see you. You are still good. And we are writing down notes. Go ahead, Terica.
Okay. I put my phone on do not disturb. You know how folks is. They'll keep on calling till they get in, child. So just bear with me, y'all. But I believe that the people that provokes jealousy inside of you are divinely sent by God. And so your first point today is, write this down, jealousy is your GPS. We're talking about your emotional wellness, and how to effectively manage, keys to effectively manage your emotions. Your jealousy is your divine GPS. And the reason why I thank the Holy Spirit for this download, y'all, I couldn't have come up with this stuff by myself, right? But oftentimes we don't like to even consider jealousy. The first thing we love to do is we love to go, I'm not jealous of anybody. I'm not envious of anybody. But you all, I want us to dispel the thought process that jealousy is just so bad. Jealousy is bad when you act upon it in a negative way. But jealousy is it's a very natural emotion. And from here on out, I want you to understand that it's divine. I'm reminded of the story of Hannah and Peninnah in the Bible. Sometimes I mispronounce. I'm from Atlanta, y'all. So I'm kind of country. I'm going to mess up a name. I don't like it. But Hannah and Peninnah, or Hannah and Peninnah. I heard this message from a girlfriend months ago. Her name was Ebony King. And at the time, the message didn't really hit the way that it hit today, right? So in the Bible, Hannah and Peninnah, they were the wives of a particular king. I can't even pronounce his name. But Hannah was the first wife. And from what we could see, they had been married for I don't know how many years. But she could not, they thought she was barren. She couldn't bear any children. So here comes Peninnah, she's the second wife, and she just popping out babies left and right. How many of you know that God will send people to disrupt your comfort, right? And when God sends people to disrupt your comfort, and it makes you feel a little bit jealous. I'm not saying that Hannah was jealous of Peninnah, but Peninnah was able to do what Hannah could not do, right? And so because Hannah every single day had to see this agitator, Hannah every single day had to see this woman who could produce seemingly what she could not, it sent Hannah into a place that she had never been. Hannah began to cry out to God like never before. Right. So again, with the jealousy becoming your GPS, jealousy should provoke you to cry out to God like never before. Jealousy should provoke your faith. Jealousy is the GPS. Whenever you see that someone that provokes jealousy or envy in you, it's simply that this person is the display of something that you either desire within yourself or you see within yourself, right? So here are the keys, and we're going to get to the key. So from now on, we're not afraid to say, I'm a little bit jealous of her. From now on, when we see a post where we kind of want to make a comment and we don't even know that person, or from now on, when we see a post and we just want to keep on scrolling, from now on, I want you to pause. I want you to sit with it. Because what happened to me this morning, this particular post, when I saw it, my first immediate response was to keep scrolling, because I didn't want to have to see someone else operate in a light that I myself desire, right? It invoked insecurity, right? It invoked insecurity into me, all these things. So I just wanted to keep scrolling, because I'm like, I don't want to give any negative, I don't want to get any negative vibes, so to speak, into this particular thing, right? But I felt the Holy Spirit, I felt the conviction come over me and said, stop right there. Now, remember, my day was already started. I was already kind of crunchy. I told y'all I was journaling, but I was complaining. And so when you're already in that spirit of things, it's easy for you to miss when God is speaking to you. So I can feel the Holy Spirit say, stop right there. And instead of running by, okay, they say I got 5 minutes. All right, here I go. And instead of running by this particular post, I read the caption. And the caption was exactly the very thing. It was the very thing that I was complaining about in my journal. So your jealousy is a divine revelation. It's your GPS, if you allow it to be. So here are your 5 keys for managing this emotion, the common emotion of jealousy and envy, right? 5 keys to managing them. The first thing that you want to do is you want to stop in your tracks. When you feel the emotion of jealousy or envy, whatever that is, you want to stop in the middle of your tracks and you want to ask yourself, what is it about this particular thing or person that's causing you to feel this way? And when you pull out and you get to the root, oh, this person has this, and this that I desire for myself, then that's the first step. Right? And then the second thing, the second key to managing emotions and creating, because we're still talking about creating the life you want. Anyway, jealousy, again, is a depiction of the life that you want, right? So the second key is gratitude. After you acknowledge what this person has that you don't have, then you want to begin to thank God for what you already have, right? You want to begin to raise your vibration to now feel good about this person and about what they have, because if God is showing it to you, if God is sending synchronicities, and if God is sending you people that is the mirror or the display of what you want, then you got to know that you're in the neighborhood, that God is in the neighborhood, and that you're close. The third thing you want to do is you want to begin to visualize. You want to stop your thoughts of lack, and you want to begin to visualize yourself in the space of what it is that you desire. Then the fourth key is you want to spend time with it. If it's a particular neighborhood you want to stay in, y'all, I'm a real estate agent. So begin to ride that neighborhood. If you can, take a tour of the property. If it's a car you want to go to the dealership without any money, and you want to begin to spend time, ask for a test drive. And the fifth thing is, once you've done all 4 of these things, then you want to get busy and you want to begin working on producing the thing in your life. All right, that's it. I think I finished in my time.
Look, I forgot that I was hosting. I was over here typing away, writing these notes out, because that is so powerful what you just said. Jealousy is something that we all deal with. We are, as much as we want to be perfect women and women of God, we we all suffer from jealousy. And what you just said is truly the grace of God. And I'm glad that you didn't go with your notes today, is because God is love, and and that emotion, God put it there. A lot of times God put it there. All right. So I really want to appreciate you, Terica. Where can people find you on social media?
You all can find me on Instagram at @TericaWright_. And more importantly, you guys, my online community, it's a faith-based personal development community on Facebook. It's a private Facebook group. Look for it. It's called the High Esteem Society. Again, find us on Facebook in our private group. It's called the High Esteem Society. That's my new baby, and I am in love with it. That's where I spend most of my time.
And if I'm correct, because I follow you on the High Esteem Society's Instagram page as well, and I'm going to have to follow on the Facebook page.
I know.
Thank you, Terica. Please send these the notes over to Nancy, and so that we can share it with everyone on the platform. Take care of yourself. Whew, that was really incredible. I always love it when speakers give steps that we can all follow to achieving our best and highest self. Our next speaker I'm going to be bringing on today is Jasmine Onyeku. Jasmine, welcome on stage.
Hi, Sophia. Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's such a pleasure to have you. Before we get started, I really want to introduce everyone to you. You are a business consultant and leadership coach, helping mostly early stage C-level leaders and their teams stay thriving and build thriving businesses. Jasmine is a strong advocate for sustainable and peak performing individuals, teams, and organizations. She brings high levels of expertise in the field of organizing, productivity, process design, leadership, coaching, and business coaching. She is a woman with a strong commitment to delivering sustainable and peak performance solutions. So this is someone who is going to get you to where you want to be. I believe it. So Jasmine, I'm going to hop off the stage and let you do your thing. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophia. I just want to know if my presentation is available or if you want me to pull it up myself.
Oh, I'm going to pull it up, but I actually wanted you to mirror your camera because I would hate for you to give an amazing presentation and then your background is backwards. Perfect. And then I'm bringing up your presentation now, and I'm going to get out your way.
It's okay. The problem is it shows flipped on YouTube, so I went for the flip side. That's why, because you're going to be having the replay on YouTube, right? Not on Restream. So on YouTube,
yes.
It's flipped. That's why I left it this way. So when I do it the way you want me to, it's going to be flipped on YouTube, which doesn't look good. That's where you're going to have the replay going. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's going to be an amazing time. We've had back-to-back interesting sessions. The curation of women, the collection of minds of leaders. You just have to be impressed. I am utter impressed, super impressed. And I can't wait to add to the amazing conversations that we've had so far. So good. I just can't wait for us to, for the next steps, for what we're going to build, with the change we're going to catalyze with all that we've been blessed with, we've been loaded with. It's been packed back to back, and I'm just excited to get started. Nancy, if you don't have my presentation, let me know so I could quickly do that, because I have it on my system as well. So let me know what's going on backstage. So today we're going to be talking about future leadership for the future. And what is the future? Because when people say future, they typically think 10 years down the line or even another century from now. The future is anything that happens after today. And today is already part of the past. So I want you to think, as we're going into the conversation today, I want you to think of in terms of the past and the future. I know we talk about being present, being mindful, being in every activity and just being there, being yourself, being fully there. But as leaders, as people who are going to catalyze change, who are going to lead change, who are going to impact the world, we have to think in terms of the past and the future. This is what leadership is about. You take history, you look at what has been handed to you, the legacies, the ancestral frameworks, you take them, you analyze them, you dissect them, then you think of what next. What are we going to leave for our descendant, for the future, for our successors? We take what our predecessors left for us, our ancestors, and we ask, how are we going to make it better? If you're not thinking in that light, if you're not thinking in terms of taking the past and making the future better, then you might want to really sit back and reflect and contemplate on your leadership. Because we've seen it over and over again, what great leaders do. In fact, someone said, when they were talking about innovators and inventors, someone said innovators are visitors from the future. If you're going to change the present, you have to be living mostly in the future, not in a way that is anxiety ridden, but in a way that is visionary, in a way that you are just not looking at what is today. You're going to the future. Thank you so much. So today the menu is, we're going to look at past legacy. First of all, I want to welcome you to the future of leadership, because the future of leadership looks very female. If I leave nothing with you today, I want to leave you with this belief, this notion that the future of leadership looks feminine, it looks motherly, it looks nurturing. It's all about taking care of all the great and incredible infrastructure and the beautiful things of the earth that we've received, that we've been handed by previous generations, by our ancestors. Is about nurturing now, taking care. We're talking about biocentrism. We're talking about being more eco-friendly. We're talking about a lot of things. So the future looks very female. It looks very motherly. And women have a massive role to play because traditional roles are shifting massively. And if you're a woman in these times, you are blessed. You are really privileged. The ones who went ahead of us are cheering us on. So today we're going to look at past legacies, and we're going to also look at future prospects, because now we look at the past, what next, right? So we will jump right into the future. Remember I told you how we must live as leaders. Then we're going to look at the stark reality, then current crisis and next steps. I'm going to finish off giving you 5 or 6 next steps. Next slide, please. Okay, so the past legacy, we've been building industries. We've had solutions developed across generations, across centuries. When we start looking at studying the 17th, 18th, 19th century, we're looking at industrialism, capitalism, and now we're in altruism. We've seen how industries have been molded and shifted by our ancestors. Some of you have parents, if you're lucky, you might have had parents and grandparents who built companies or who helped build companies. They didn't have to be the owners of the companies, but they were there. They saw how things evolved. They were participants in the technological revolutions of their times. That's what the past has handed us. The ability to build infrastructure. If you live in a developed world, if you live in the West, you are even more privileged. You have a privileged position because you see infrastructural magnificence that people who are coming from the global South don't have access to. They can't even see. Right, thank God for social media. Thank God, because the world is such a global village. They could only see these things on video or in media assets. It's not their lived reality. But when you come to the West, you see the kind of infrastructural feats that we've accomplished. It gives you hope to see what has been passed down to us: bridges, roads, and we're talking about tech now, the tech industry. We're all shouting AI. The AI codes and the AI frameworks weren't really built in this century. They were built from the 17th and 18th century. So that's the legacy we have. On this slide, I want to leave you with something very important. There are 2 main actors in industry. 2 main actors. Industries shape societies and shape civilizations and advance human experiences. I want you to always know that as a leader, you must think in terms of what is my stake and what industry am I playing in. If you don't have an industrial point of view, you will not be able to lead. You won't be able to innovate. So we're going to do an exercise as we go on for us to identify what industries, what places, what domains are we claiming our stake in or staking our claims in, so we can do something incredible for the future, for now and for the future. So there are 2 key actors: entrepreneurs and experts. They are the ones who build industries, who solve problems, and who develop solutions. Now on the screen here, you see another graphic where you have the entrepreneurs and experts working hard. They're on their system, typing away and working, brainstorming. The government is just like this micromanager standing there and overlooking, what are you guys doing? Okay, regulating and supervising, not necessarily supervising, but regulating and ensuring there's an enabling environment for both the entrepreneurs and the experts to thrive. So that's the past legacy that we have received. What next? What's the future? What does the future look like? The past may not have been great for a couple of us who come from marginalized communities. Next slide, please. The past may have looked bleak and we may have struggled through a lot. We may have inherited generational crisis and trauma, but no matter how bad your past is, I bring you good news. The future is looking bright. So cheer up. If you're a woman, if you're a Black American, if you're someone from the global South, if you're someone who has been colonized, marginalized, disenfranchised, whatever the case might be, the future is looking incredibly bright. I have great news for you. Next slide, please. Can I go to the next slide on my own here? I don't think so. It's buffering. Okay. Future prospects. So now we looked at the past. Don't be overwhelmed by it. I want you to look at the past from the point of understanding history. Whenever you're reading any literature from the past, leaders, make sure you're using it as a frame to understand, not as a frame to now complain about what has been done wrong. The past is always going to be worse than the future. It's the way of life. It's the way of evolutionary beings. We're evolutionary. If you look at the past and you don't see anything that we could have done right, then it means you don't have a leadership perspective. Leaders often look at the past and say, okay, now we learned how not to do that. We're going to do it better. So future prospects. Let me leave this statistic here. By 2030, according to the World Economic Forum, the OECD, and McKinsey & Co., all the people who do analysis, future prospecting and analysis, for the, predictive analysis for the future, by 2030, it is estimated that over 85% of the jobs that will exist at the time haven't been invented yet. So 85% of the jobs of 2030, 2030, we already left there. By 2030, 85% of the jobs will not have been invented by that time. So what does that say? Between now and 2023, between now and 2030, there are a lot of research. There's a lot of research going on. There are lots of development initiatives happening within industries. People are sitting down, studying history and trying to make life better for human beings. So they are beginning to come up with ideas that will then shift the entire landscape by 2030. By the middle of this century, there's going to be a massive shift. The way we've done business before is going to change. You know, I talked about capitalism. That's the framework upon which we've been building the industrial, not the industrial, but the digital industry, the digital revolution of social media, the Web 2, which is a read and write web. We built that on capitalism. We needed intellectual property, a lot of IP regulation. I mean, there was a lawyer who just left us here. A lot of protecting intellectual property happened in the capitalist-driven system. But the future looks different. By 2050, capitalism would have totally been dismantled. The model is already broken. We've seen it because of, I'm going to go further and share with you a couple of things why that model is broken. But future prospects here. Democratization of opportunities, we've seen it already. Good. Decentralization of authority by 2030 and all the way through to 2050, which is the middle of this century, we would need to have decentralized authority, meaning we need to distribute power. We don't want to build on heavy centers or heavy power structures that are centralized. That has kind of disabled our humanity. So we need to move on. And the future looks like innovation is going to be traveling on the same plane with our evolution. So our job as leaders is to see the future. Next slide, please. Our job is to visualize the future. Like I said, we are like visitors from the future for humanity. If you step into the space of leadership, you're visiting us from the future. But here's the stark reality. Increased opportunities mean increased capacities, increased novelties, increased prosperities. It's easier to get wealthier now than it was in the previous industrial revolution, in the previous centuries. It is way easier. But what do we have? More complexities, more mediocrities, okay, because it's easier now. Once the access to entry is really wide, you get a lot of all kinds of things. You have mediocres, you have the quacks, you have the people who are dubious, who are just downright destructive. Leadership is now going to be tougher. Even though we have more opportunities, it's going to be tougher. So the heat just got raised all the way to power 100. It's going to be tougher, but we're equipped. In community, we're equipped. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In community, we're going to be equipped to do this. That's why I can't wait to get to the next steps. So we've looked at the past, we looked at the future, we looked at the stark reality. Then we're going to talk about the current crisis now. Because of the accessibility of opportunities, because of the now increased complexities, I think it was Ihan actually was talking yesterday about VUCA. Stella was talking about the VUCA landscape. So you have volatility, uncertainty, complexities. Those are going to be increasing as opportunities increase. What do you have when that happens? Lack of trust. Okay, so you're going to have a lot of, like I said, quacks. There's going to be integrity issues as well because of the VUCA landscape. So if you are an entrepreneur or expert, remember I said in the beginning that those are the two drivers of industry. And we're talking about the future. You can't talk about the future without industry. Industries shape the future. They shape society. They shift civilizations. The solutions that change human life and human experiences are built in industry. Government, yes, provides an enabling environment, but it is the experts and entrepreneurs that do it. But in today's world, what do you have? When you're navigating the world of entrepreneur or expertise, you're going to find quacks and you're going to find the real guys. So you're going to find qualified people and the fake people. What we don't want as women is to be in the group of the fake. We want to be among the qualified people. Next slide, please. And in the next steps, I'm going to show you quickly, briefly, how to do that. So next steps, we talked about the past, the present, and all. So what do we need to do to get ourselves equipped to be the visitors really from the future or for humanity? Number one, you need to optimize your knowledge. 2, your expertise. 3, your mastery has to be all the way to the top. You have to keep upping the ante every day. There is no day you should sit as a leader and just relax and say, oh, I'm cool. Fine. You need to take information breaks, but your knowledge has to be consistently updated because the shifts are happening on a daily. In fact, they are happening in real time. So the next one is culture and wisdom. Let me quickly break them down. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. So let's talk about how many of us have ever felt imposter syndrome. If you're still here and you're listening, ever felt imposter syndrome? It's a conversation. Probably you've overheard it at this point, but I want to tell you it's real. Okay, it's something you're going to always deal with. You're going to have to deal with, but you need to learn to bust imposter syndrome for the future. But while you do that, be careful, because I know Manel said yesterday, don't be loud and wrong. Ife was talking about feminism, having the right feminism framework, because feminism has been abused in today's world, where women just wanted to make noise. We were loud, but what were we really saying? We're speaking, we wanted our voices to be heard, but what exactly? Were we moving the needle forward for ourselves, for our companies, for our communities? So in the future, you want to have the kind of knowledge that makes you highly valuable, makes you a problem solver, not just someone who talks. There's just a lot of rhetoric. I call them rhetorical fillers and anecdotal additives. We talk, and there's just a lot of talk. So like Manal said yesterday, we want to be loud, but we want to be loud and right. We don't want to be loud and wrong. So on the point of knowledge, you need to build yourself in order to. Knowledge is a form of authority. Next slide, please. Knowledge gives you a sense of authority. So when you have that, you can withstand the changes that are going to be happening in the future, because the truth is, technology is going to replace a lot of jobs. Like I said, 85% of the jobs coming haven't been invented yet. So when you up your authority with knowledge, you avoid the less mundane things. Any tasks or skills that are mundane and manual, if they are not human facing, you want to cut those away from your prospecting. Because as professionals, we prospect what are the next phases of our next steps on our career path. Right. So if you're planning for your career move or a career change, make sure that you're doing things that have to do with knowledge, your brain work, manual work, things that keep your mind engaged. Anything that's going to be mundane and manual, you just want to leave that for AI and technology. Next slide, please. We're still on knowledge. We need to move right into the next one because we're running out of time. So the next one is your expertise. It was Alicia. I like to tie up most of the things that the women have said, because sometimes we come to these conferences and there's no pathway, there's no connecting thread between everything that we've said. So I'm trying to make you see how it all fits together. Alicia was talking about public service yesterday, being participating in civic engagements and being an advocate for change in the public sector with policy making. Yes, that's a part of expertise, is a type. So when it comes to expertise, we have 2 main domains, private, public. If you're working in the public sector, you're going to be partnering with Alicia. Then if you're working in the private sector, you need to look for other people to partner with, but you must choose your knowledge expertise domain. If this was a live class, we could have done this, taken a poll to see how many of us work in the private sector and in the public sector. Next slide, please. Talking fast because we have very limited time. So next one is mastery. In order for you to improve on your expertise level, you've got to be a master. And mastery requires going through different levels of what I call epistemic framework. In order for you to build epistemic integrity, what I mean by that is when you come and say, oh, this is a recommendation from my company or from me, people trust that. People can take that to the bank and say, oh, Jasmine and Pick Perfectly said this. We know this has been verified and vetted and validated, right? So you need to be able to ensure epistemic integrity in these times. You don't want to be put in a bucket of the quacks. Next slide, please. I wanted us to do a bit of an exercise, but this is not a live class, so we won't be able to do this. But I promise you, we're working together with Nancy. We're going to bring this in community where we can have a more relaxed, like a masterclass setting, where we all sit down, we look through the list here of different expertise types and levels and clear objectives and define where we're playing. So we know we have a clear sense of what we're doing. Good. We have a clear sense of what we're doing and what next steps we can plan towards on our career projection or expertise trajectory. We won't have time to do this, but if you can grab a screenshot, please do that. So the next slide here, there are different expressions. Next slide, please. We're almost there, we're almost rounding up. Next slide, please. Thank you. So when you look on here, you see a lot of expertise expressions in today's marketplace, whether you are in the public or private sector. They've been categorized into 7 buckets, and on the right, on my right, you will see a breakdown of different expressions or titles. You pick your title, you pick your area, and start working on that. And this is going to be dependent on how long you've been in a space, how many years of experience you have, or your preferred way of doing your work, or your personality profile. Okay, next slide, please. Next step after being a master, because it's not enough to be an expert, you need to strive for mastery. The next step is to build in culture. You need to be a culture stakeholder. This is no longer the time where you build in isolation or you build as a competitor. Like, we know this is one of the reasons capitalism is broken. Capitalism drove us to be fighting each other in competition. And that's why that model is beginning to be faulty. In the future, we're going to have to come together, connect, collaborate, so that we can catalyze change in community. But why do we need to do that? Because we've been saying this. Because for the future, we need culture. People are tired. They don't even know what is information or what is misinformation. They don't know what is a propaganda or what is a good agenda. So there's just mixed messaging and a lot of noise. So the signals are being drowned out by the noise. This is why you need culture. I love to be as practical as possible. We need to build in community, because that's how we shape culture. And it's in community you're going to find high-grade knowledge. If you're an expert in the future, going to Google to find resources is going to be very damaging for you, because you're going to find more noise than value. So you need to be in community. I think that's the last step here. Oh, no, I have one more one more before we keep it moving. Wisdom. So when you're building culture, you become a culture stakeholder. You shape culture, you observe things in culture, you use that to improve yourself. You need wisdom. This is one of the major things I've been shouting in the past couple months. I just wrote a book titled Knowledge Workforce Unleashed. You need wisdom. Data, information, and knowledge are no longer enough. Wisdom is going to be your highest value selling proposition and your competitive edge in the future. So you need wisdom to thrive and to help others thrive. You don't want to do what everybody else is doing. Wisdom is how you upgrade, especially if you want to stand out. Next slide, please, and we close it up here. I think next slide. So this is recapping all the next steps. We will send this presentation along to you. Last slide. I just authored a book, Knowledge Workforce Unleashed. In the book, I talk a lot about wisdom, knowledge, all the things you see me share, all the things I talked about, the expertise levels, they're all embedded in the book. And I want to give 2 copies of this to 2 women here today. If you're on this call, we need you to send Nancy an email or the strategic solutions team if you are interested. We only want to give this to people who are interested. If you want to be a visionary for the future, help us build. Women, the time is now. Let us build. So let's get ready. If you're if you're 2 of the women here who want to be part of building for the future, send an email to the strategic solutions team and we'll get you copies of this book.
Thank you, Jasmine. Really, really appreciate you. Really valuable knowledge. I know a lot of women feel very empowered knowing that the future is female, it is nurturing and is loving. So take care of yourself. And as Jasmine said, you all make sure that you send strategic solutions an email quickly. I'm sure it's only going to go to the first 2 women who do this. Send an email saying that you would like a copy of her book. So moving right along, I'm going to bring on our next guest, Miss Cheyenne. Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I? Ooh. Yes. I'm making sure that I have, Miss Tasha Adunuyi. on the call. Tasha, how
Hi,
you doing?
I'm well. I'm like, wait a minute, did I get my time wrong?
No, that was me. I was jumping the gun. But we are ready for you. But first, I want to take the time to introduce you. Tasha is a speaker, author, and certified coach, journeying women with women. She's going to hold your hand, actually, and families to experience wholeness so they can live lives on purpose, in all areas of life. She is the author of Mustering the Strength to Fight. Is that correct, Ms. Tasha? I'm going to open up the floor to you. You do your thing, okay?
All right. Thank you so much. It is my absolute pleasure to be before you today, talking about something that is so dear to my heart in this season. What happens between the dash? You may be asking yourself, well, what does that even mean? One of my missions this season is to talk to women about fostering healthy resilience. Far too long, our culture has taught us that resilience is merely bouncing back, forging forward. But what happens when life shows up, when adversity shows up, when you deal with different traumas and you bounce back, but at the expense of maybe your own health, maybe masking because you were not thoroughly ready to process through the information. And so that's one of the reasons that I was so happy that Nancy had me speak today, because resilience is something that I think our culture has missed as a whole. And I feel like it's especially within leadership. If we look at our culture today, we see so many people who are struggling with the smallest things. They're struggling to be able to bounce back. And what if it actually isn't just about bouncing back? What if resilience actually is more about forging forward and re-emerging new? Because I'll take it from my own experience. I can tell you, in the times that life has showed up for me, I haven't always felt like bouncing back, because too many times we've been talked to, we've been labeled the strong woman. But a lot of times you don't feel strong. We're showing up for the sake of pushing through, like society has taught us. But I think that's why we have an uptick right now in mental illness, emergency room visits with anxiety up, a lot of depression, because people are not working on the dash between what happens when life shows up, trying to get to the other side of your breakthrough. There's work that's needed there. And I believe that the resilience piece that society has slacked on is that work that's needed in between. We have people who are now just starting to talk about seeking therapy, which is a great thing. But at the end of the day, it's too many of us showing up to tables, saying we're securing the bags, running different businesses. Women wearing many hats, doing many things. But a lot of times what I see in talking to different women is that they're broken in here. And in order to be able to I am change and to lead the world and to be the trailblazer that we all are, I think that we need to do it in a healthier manner. And so that's why in this season, it was my heartfelt desire to begin to bring this thought leadership forward, because I don't think that society is even linking what's going on within our communities right now with the fact that the people are not doing the work. Because bouncing back is one thing, but bouncing back to what? When life showed up for me, I can't tell you that I wanted to bounce back to the person that I was before. No, I wanted to emerge new, and emerging new means taking self-assessments. It means doing the work. It means having the hard conversations. It means seeking therapy, which was one of the tools that I used. Because again, in order for me to be the leader that I desire to be, when I show up, I want to be able to show up in wholeness, being able to stand in my truth and know that I belong in the room, that I'm not coming in the room masked because I want to be at the table, but at the expense of what? And so to me, building healthy resilience is something that I think, especially this platform, we've had a whole host of amazing speakers talking here today, working on what that healthy resilience looks like in your life. You know, this isn't a long presentation, but one thing that I definitely want to talk to you about, so that I can leave you with some practical things that you can begin to implement in your own life, is when I'm talking to different women, and we're coaching and different things of that nature, there's a tool that I like to use, and it's something that I want you all to do when we leave here today, maybe even this week. Just take some time, dedicate to yourself, sit within yourself so that you can do this exercise, because we are changing the tables. We are changing what it looks like to be a leader. We are trailblazers. We are all those things. But what I want to do is deal with what's in here. What's in here stopping you from even moving forward in a more powerful way. So I want you to think about getting a blank sheet of white paper, and I want you to create a big circle in the center of that circle. At the center of that circle is your foundation. For me, it's my faith in God. And so you have family, you have business, you have all the other circles. I want you to really take a deep dive and really be honest with yourself, because that's where it starts. What are the areas within that circle that are maybe out of place? Because what I do know is if any of those areas of that circle are out of place, they're going to trickle down into the other circles and affect what's happening there. And so let's just say, you know what, you have the amount of money you feel like you want to make at the time. Family may be thriving, the other, maybe a couple of the other circles, fitness, you know, you going to the gym, you're doing all the things, but guess what? You need to heal. It's only so long you're going to be able to show up not whole, if you don't do the work. And so what I want you to do is self-assess. Be honest. What circles of your life do you need to assess? What circles of your life are out of place right now? Because if you work on all the circles of your life, then that's where the wholeness comes in. And see, a lot of times, that resilience piece to me, that healthy resilience piece to me, can be very uncomfortable for people because it forces you to have to do the work. And many of us, you know, I'm going to be honest with you, and I can only share from my own experience. Going to therapy isn't a comfortable situation. However, you need someone in your life to be able to feel safe with, and to be able to deal with those areas in your life that affect, again, one or many of those circles. And so I just really want you to be able to recognize in your own life, what are the areas that are affecting you? Because guess what? If that healing circle is out of place, you can't make the amount of money that you want to make moving forward as a leader. And the truth of the matter is, it's not necessarily a money issue, it's a heart issue. And so what parts of your heart need to be healed in order for you to be the trailblazer, to walk into this season in full power, knowing that when I show up to that table, as beautiful as I am, it doesn't matter how late my hair and makeup is. It doesn't matter if I have the baddest suit, the baddest heels when I'm sitting at that boardroom. I don't want to sit there knowing that my heart is broken, because if I do the work, I show up to that table better. I show up to my relationships better. I show up as a mom, as a wife, as a business owner better. And so to me, I think this is so crucial for us all here who are leaders in our own right, regardless of what capacity that you serve in, you're a leader. And it's too many times that women are sacrificing themselves for their health. They're sacrificing all the things that would cause them to be able to take that time and be able to sit still, because at the end of the day, sometimes you don't have time to just sit down and just cry, as they say. Because one of the things that I also know is a lot of times we have to unlearn some of these behaviors that we've grown up with, some of these sayings that really are very harmful to our mental health. And one of the things that I know that we've all heard, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you better. I disagree, because why does anything have to kill me to make me better? And so it's too many times as leaders, we're just pushing forward, we're just jumping up, we're continuing to do all the things. And I'll just have to share a story with you of someone who I knew personally just last year, about 3 or 4 days before Thanksgiving, looked like she had the perfect life, was a mother of 2, community activist. I mean, she's fit, taking care of her body, doing real estate, everything. But you know what? She lost her life. She lost her life because she decided to commit suicide as a leader. And so it shocked everybody around because they thought that everything was well. And see, that's another thing that we have to deal with. Mental illness doesn't have a look. You know, how many leaders do you know that come to work and complain and talk about the different things that they're going through, or you just notice a change within your coworkers? And many people won't talk about it. But it goes back to what I just said. Many people are showing up broken, but we still want to secure the bag. We still want to be at the head of the boardroom. We still want to create the business. And that's all great. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be resilient. We're resilient as a people in general. But what I'm saying is there are healthier ways to actually implement steps that will move us forward. Because if we keep skipping, life happens, life starts lifing, things start showing up, and we just want to bounce over. We want to forge over to get to what we think is our breakthrough, but we're still broken, instead of growing through, going through and growing through. And that requires that we do the work. And so again, I know that this is a very time constraint presentation, but I just pray that this week you'll be able to, again, just set aside some time for yourself and begin to sit with yourself, play some soft music, and just really work on those circles. Really be honest with yourself. Work on those circles. What do the circles the circles for you may look different than mine, but make sure that you begin to put it out. Like they say, write the vision, make it plain. Well, write the vision right there in your circle and see what exactly is a hindrance to you moving forward. What's a hindrance to your wholeness? And that's been my presentation for today. And I pray that this has been helpful, as short as it had to be, but I know that we're on time constraints and I can answer any questions you have should time allow.
Tasha, wonderful, wonderful. I do want to open up the floor. We do have time for one question. Does anyone have a question? Please drop it in the chat, and we have about 2 minutes for questions, everyone.
Stay on track.
Hey, you were under time. You were under time. Wonderful, wonderful. Let me ask you, while we're waiting for some people to answer, what made you start this journey that you are on right now?
You know what? I wrote my first book in the quarantine, Mustering the Strength to Fight, which was my own personal story of losing 2 of my younger brothers and actually having to stand up to a court system to save the life of another brother. And so that's what my book, Mustering the Strength to Fight, is actually about. 3 of my siblings got into a fight with each other. 1 lost their life from the injury, and 1 was faced with serving 25 to 30 years. And I felt like I had already lost 1 brother, but I wasn't going to lose 2. And I fought the court system with a public defender to say that, you know what, he wasn't going to be another Black man and you were going to throw away the key, that I was going to be there fighting with him. And so God graced me to go through that season of fighting for 1 brother and fighting the state's attorney for the for another brother, and it left me in the middle. And so I was determined to, I can't bring my brothers back, but what I could do is use my experience, because I know I'm called to the mountain of family, and when mountain of family and business and media. And so that's actually had started my journey. And I just saw that even in my own story, that was the missing piece. And that's why I'm about to publish my second book, Healthy Resilience, because we keep wearing these capes and these being labeled resilient. But there were many times where if I heard one more person say, "You are so strong, you are so resilient," I feel like I'm going to scream. And so I think that there's a big missing link. And if we would just take the time to slow down and see what's happening in our society today, we will realize that people are struggling to push through.
We definitely need your work in society. I do have a question from Brittany on the chat. She says, what strategies do you use to build a strong support network as a leader?
Oh my goodness, for sure. It's like the older we get, the smaller our circle gets. Like I heard a YouTube from TD Jakes one day. It says, qualify your circle. Okay. It's quantity over quality for me. And if you can't be reciprocal, in a sisterhood relationship with me, I'm not going to always be the one pouring. So if I feel like I'm being drained from a relationship, it may not be bad, but it's bad for me in this season. And so I qualify the people who have access to me. I also make sure that I set aside 5 days a week where I'm working out, because it's not just about the aesthetics, it's about your mental health. And as leaders, we also need to work on that health piece, which is why in my coaching programs, you're not just going to get the healthy resilience coaching and healing. I'm also certified at the National Academy of Sports Medicine, so I incorporate health and fitness. So all of those things are important to our well-being as a whole. And it goes back to the exercise I want them to do. Work on those circles, because health and fitness should be one. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Tasha. I was actually, while you were talking, I was over here drawing my circle. You probably can't see it through here, and trying to do the exercise. But Brittany, I hope that answers your question. Tasha, I'm going to let you go. Thank you once again. And I'm going to bring up our next speaker, Miss Cheyenne Valentine. Cheyenne, welcome.
Hello.
Cheyenne, I'm gonna actually have you unflip, I guess, or your video.
So I have it on front camera, but it seems to be like it's not moving. So should I click on mirror?
There it is. I think whatever you just did, do it again. There it is. And Nancy, if you will tell me if we are okay. And yeah, so we're having a hard time seeing you. However, do you have some lights maybe that you can turn on?
Yes.
I want to make sure that people see your beautiful face. I was going through your bio earlier and looking all over. You're all over the internet with the work that you do. So I want to spend some time introducing the guests today to you. Uh-oh. Miss Cheyenne got disconnected, but I will still introduce her while she's reconnecting. Cheyenne is a wellness advocate and instructional designer with a background in project management, education, and social work. She designs educational materials for companies looking to enhance their employee and customer learning experiences. So I'm really interested to know how Cheyenne does this work, because to be able to bring wellness to corporate environments is a bit tricky, I'm guessing. Cheyenne, are you okay now?
Yes, for some reason my video is not showing. I'm clicking on the show video, but
you are frozen right now, but I'm wondering if you have the presentation. What you can do is proceed with the presentation. Did you have a presentation already?
Yes. Yep. Okay. It's been shared. Perfect.
So we hear you just fine. So it's technology, you know how it does. But what I want to do is give you 15 minutes to just go over that presentation. Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. So sorry everyone for the video, but hopefully, my voice will resonate through and give you guys all the things that you need and are looking for today. Thank you for that awesome introduction. I wanted to go in and first say to Tasha that was a really awesome, presentation. And there are so many things that I'm actually going to piggyback off of when it comes to this. And so I want to start off with a question. And this is also the title of my presentation. What are you getting ready for? And the focus of this is how to strike a balance between present and preparing for the future. And so as I go through this, we're going to talk about what is really going on with our people and why is it that we are so focused on constantly getting ready for the next thing, so much so that we are missing what is going on in front of our eyes. Next slide. So I want to talk to you all about a Chinese proverb that I read, and it really struck something inside of me, and it made me want to start researching this idea and this concept that we are always preparing for the next thing in our lives. So people in the West are always getting ready to live. when I read this, I was like, man, that is so interesting. You know, we are constantly getting ready for the next thing in our lives. You know, when we're young, we can't wait to get big. Once we're big, we can't wait to get out of the house. Then we can't wait to get a job. And then we can't wait until vacation. And then we can't wait until retirement, and so on and so forth. And we are finding ourselves in this place of constantly looking for the next thing and constantly reaching over or looking over the fence, as I say. Next slide. And that leads me to this. Are you looking over the fence? And so when we're constantly looking for the next thing and we're constantly trying to prepare for tomorrow, we're also finding ourselves looking over into someone else's yard, essentially, or looking into someone else's, or looking into a future that had, preparing for a future without actually realizing what's happening in our own yard, right? And I was talking to a few people about this and how we can get so caught up in looking over the fence and looking at the next thing that we don't even see what's really in front of us, right? And so what does that mean? When we're looking at what we need to prepare for tomorrow, we miss what's going on today in our lives. Whether you're a parent, whether you are a spouse, whether you're a friend, whether you are all of those things, even if you're a change agent, right? If we're going out and we're trying to change the world, how is it that we're going to be able to do that if we're not present enough to see what's actually happening in front of us, right? So one thing that I would like to focus our attention on is how to actually identify if we're not really being present in our lives. Next slide. Sorry, guys, I'm pulling up my notes here. Okay, so what are some indicators that you're not living in the present? There's a few things. Focusing solely on what is missing, right? What does that mean? If, let's say, you're out at a dinner, and actually I'm going to tell a story. So when I was young, I had a birthday party and I was so excited to like have this sleepover with all the girls, and they were going to come and show up, and we were going to have tea and like tea party and dress up and all the things that a little girl would love at her birthday party. And I invited 10 people to come to my party, and I just knew all 10 were going to show up. And I was extremely disappointed because only 4 out of the 10 that I had invited showed up. And I sat there in such a mood the entire time that I didn't actually give the attention that the 4 friends that showed up actually deserved, right? I ended up really not even making their time worth it. Like, they took the time out to come and celebrate me, but I was so focused on the 6 that did not show up that I couldn't even appreciate what was right in front of me. Okay. And so one of those where I say focusing solely on what is missing, sometimes we can have all the things that we want, or we can have 9 out of the 10 things that we want in a day. But when we focus on the one thing that is missing, we completely disregard those 9 things, and then we lose our ability to even appreciate what is happening, right? The next thing is constantly living for tomorrow. If you find yourself always in a state of preparation, always in a state of getting ready, are you ever really focusing on the things that are in front of you? And I want to go back to the title, right? What are you getting ready for? What are you getting ready for? Now, many of us on this call are really striving to be leaders and to be change agents, right? Especially for women, our communities, people of color. We are striving to make differences. How is it that we are going to make a difference in tomorrow if we can't even make any changes for today? Another indicator that you're not living in the present is comparing yourself to others. Have you ever found yourself scrolling through social media or looking at peers that might be seemingly ahead of you in their lives than you are in your own, and wondering when you're going to get to that next stage, and really just looking outside at everyone else instead of looking within? That comparison can really hinder your ability to grow. Now, let's not confuse comparing with motivation. When you are looking to others for motivation and inspiration, I think that that is beautiful, and I think that that is powerful. But when it comes to a point where every act that you do, every move you make is in spite of or in comparison of someone else in your peer group, then you lose the part of living for yourself and living for this present moment. That is extremely crucial. The last thing is focusing on the negative. Do you find yourself going through an entire day, and by the end of the day, your friends or your partner asks, well, how was your day today? And out of all of the events that occurred, the only thing you can manage to share are all of the negative things that happened in your day. Let me give you an example. One day, I went to work, I had a nice breakfast, had some coffee, I had a great conversation with a coworker, I accomplished 9 out of the 10 tasks on my list, and I got home at around 7 p.m. Now, if someone were to ask me how my day was, and I wanted to speak positively about my day, that is probably how I would express it. But what if someone asked me how my day was, and I say, well, I got to work, I had a meeting, I accomplished 9 out of the 10 things. So there was one thing that I didn't accomplish, and I got home extremely late. So instead of focusing on the positive parts of the day, I'm focusing on those negative parts. And that is something that it's really a mindset shift, because all days, I like to say that there isn't a good or a bad, there just is. Okay. And so when we go through the day and focus on what is versus looking at things or painting a picture of what's good and what's bad, we're able to move through the world and look fully at the present without labeling anything as good or bad, because all of the things that happen to us really are happening for us, and they're happening for our growth, right? And so there are moments that might be unpleasant, but when you only focus on the unpleasantness, rather it being a learning opportunity, then we again pull ourselves in a state of lack. Next slide. So how can we be more present? First thing is mindfulness. Mindfulness is extremely important because it allows us to really focus on our whole selves. And mindfulness includes our mind, body, soul, our spirit. And all of those things are extremely important, because if we are not able to focus on ourselves, we're not able to pour into others as we lead. Ever heard of this saying? You can't pour out of an empty cup. Well, if your cup is empty, you have nothing to pour into others. And so mindfulness helps us to pour into ourselves and realize what is happening in the present moment. The next thing is self-compassion. Self-compassion, especially as leaders, is important because we don't want to get to a stage where we're always focusing on what we did not accomplish. And if we set out to accomplish certain things and that did not happen, having the compassion and the grace for ourselves is going to help us in practice to have compassion for others. The next is gratitude. Being grateful for the moments being grateful for the accomplishments, being grateful for the pleasant and unpleasant things will help us to build that esteem and it'll build that stamina to really be able to take into all of our projects. So by the end of each day, one of the things I think is extremely important to do is find 3 things that you are grateful for, 3 wins at the end of your day. Well, what does that mean? Well, it could be, a win could be, I made coffee this morning. A win could be, I did the dishes. A win could be, I finished an article or a social media post that I think was really impactful. A win could be as big or as small as you allow it, but when we practice that gratitude and when we acknowledge it, we have a good foundation to continue to build on. Intentionality and taking a pause. So being intentional about everything that we do in a day, and also intentionally taking a step back and pausing. As leaders, we are ready to hit the ground and run and run and run and run. And one thing that Tasha was saying in the last speaking engagement is that, there was a woman who committed suicide, and she seemed to be a leader or was a leader. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, she decided that she could not do life anymore, right? And I think that one of the scariest things about life is not taking a break to assess yourself and where you are, and not taking a moment to look in the mirror, to take a pause, to take a breath, so that you can give yourself the stamina, the energy, the inspiration that you need to continue to keep going. Taking a pause is where the strength comes in. Next slide, please. Okay, so what does mindfulness mean? Mindfulness is giving your full attention to the present moment, and it means being aware of what is going on with your feelings, thoughts, and senses. It's really important to know exactly how to be mindful and exactly to understand everything that is going on with yourself. Next slide. Self-compassion. As I mentioned before, being kind to yourself. It means being understanding and supportive, even when things don't go your way or as they planned. Next slide. Why is self-compassion important? It helps us to deal with challenges and disappointments, improves self-esteem and self-worth, and encourages confidence and resiliency. Next slide. As I said before, we want to continue to focus on the positives. So at the end of your day or the start of your morning, instead of saying, I am terrible at this, or I can't get this right, or focusing on the negatives, focusing on the things that are going right in your life and going well. Next slide. So, positive self-talk. We can turn that negative talk into positive talk by considering how we would speak to a friend who is experiencing the same problem. So if a friend was having a hard time and came up to you, what encouraging words would you say to them? Next slide. It's okay to have strong feelings. We all experience discouragement and anger and sadness when things don't work the way we want to. But let's say things like this. I did my best. Learning something new can be hard, but I can keep practicing. Next slide. As I stated before, kindness and gratitude is extremely important. And kindness goes with compassion for yourself and for others. Next slide. So let's practice daily acts of kindness, because that will help to foster that self-compassion and compassion for others. Giving a compliment, encouraging someone or helping someone, being nice to a friend, listening without interrupting, and being friendly, generous, and considerate. Next slide. Here are a few mindfulness techniques. Ask yourself some of these questions. What am I feeling in this moment? Why am I feeling this way? What can I do next to help myself? Next slide. I'm going to end with this. If you focus on what you lack, you lose what you have. If you focus on what you have, you gain what you lack. That is by Benjamin Hardy, and I wish you all well. Let's focus on the present while we're preparing for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cheyenne. That was really an incredible presentation. I think a lot of people, look, this is not child's play. This is not, this is not anything that we should play with. If you want to avoid burnout, you really have to do a deep intake of yourself. And I really want to appreciate you, Cheyenne, for coming on. So we're going to actually move things on, keep the ball rolling, and bring on our next and our final speaker for today. Hello, Belle. Hi, welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Can you hear me?
So yes, I can hear you just fine. Before we get into what you have to say, I want to introduce you to everyone on this call. Belle is a mother, a successful entrepreneur, an author, motivational speaker, feminine hygiene expert with, get this, more than 3 million. At first, when I read it, I said, okay, 3,000. I said, wait, there are a few more zeros. 3 million followers on social platforms. Yes. Belle leads women of all ages around the world to achieve ultimate feminine wellness. I love that. And we're hearing that word, feminine. And today, Belle is going to be showing us how to navigate the currents and embrace change. All right, yes. Belle, I'm going to hop off and let you do your thing.
All right. Thank you so much, Sophia. Hey, everyone. If you cannot hear me well, that's because I'm in Africa and we have an internet problem right now. But hello, everyone. My name is Belle Jones. I am an entrepreneur. I am a CEO of multiple companies such as Belle Secrets, Belle Secret Europe, Queen's Academy, and so many other babies. And I am so glad to be talking about the current and, well, navigating the current and embracing change in 2024 as women. Unfortunately, I don't have a PowerPoint, but that's okay. I hope my words will be able to impact, touch, and maybe inspire some of you guys. So somehow I'm going to start with understanding your strength or our strength. As women, it is so important for us to understand the strength that we have. And when I say strength, I mean knowing that resilience is one of them, knowing how to multitask, being emotionally intelligent, or having visions. So when I decided to speak about this particular subject, I was like, I need to talk about our strength as women. We don't even know that we are strong. We don't even know what we can do until we do it. You guys know that if you are a mother, when your child is sick, you become the best FBI in the world. That's how I know we have strength. And I saw my mom, may she rest in peace, turn out to be the best FBI, the best cook, the best of everything anyone could ask for. So as women, I don't know if we have many here, please understand your strength. You have strength. Don't let anyone downplay you or make you feel like you are nothing or tell you you cannot do anything. Whatever you decide to do, put your mind into it and do it. I was listening to the queen who just went by and she said something very, very impactful. And I'm not going to say word to word, but I'm going to say this. She said that we need to embrace something, but I'm just going to say we need to embrace change. Embracing change. Now, when I mentioned resilience early, it was about knowing how to share your stories as women and bouncing back whenever we have setback. And I also mentioned multitasking. It is important for us to know how to examine what's going on and know how to maneuver around the problems that we have. I know I don't have a lot of minutes, so I'm not going to be too long. I'm also going to talk excuse me, I'm also going to talk about embracing the change in our daily lives, but also in the workplace. You guys know that when you leave an old job for a new job, there is a lot of change. And when you leave a relationship to be single or single mom, there is a lot of change. Knowing how to adapt to these different changes is very important. So learn how to adapt to different changes, and changes don't only come in a workplace or as a mother, they also come on social media. There is so much change happening every single day on social media, and that is why continuous learning is so important. If you don't continue learning, you're going to feel like you are left behind by everyone. I know some people say there's a lot of stress in the need of ongoing education. I understand that. A lot of people don't like to always having to develop new things or being told what to do. But if you decide to be on social media and you want to grow and succeed, I believe that knowing how to embrace change in whatever situation that you are will definitely help you grow. Either it is a relationship, either it is a workplace, or just on social media. Learn how to bounce back, come back. Don't dwell on the sadness or on the things that are changing too much. Adapt to them and keep on growing and keep on winning. I'm also going to talk about the power of community when I talk about change, and this speaks mostly to me because I'm one of those people. I have been growing by myself for 10 years. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I've never went out and looked for a group of people or looked for a society or be a group of people, be with a group of people with whom I can work. I've never done that until I met Nancy and Nimi. And today I feel like I have a powerful group of women who are always there. I never knew such thing existed. I was so used of people backstabbing me and always being negative or always trying to steal my ideas and things like that. I never understood the power of community. But now that I am in this group with these ladies, I'm like, wow, everyone is not out there to hurt us. Everyone is not out there to do us wrong. There is definitely a power, knowing how to collaborate, having mentorship, engaging in different community activities and doing things with other people can definitely help you in your business. That's how I see it. I'm definitely just sharing with you guys what I'm doing and what I think change in 2024, how to adapt to change. I'm also going to talk about knowing how to balance your personal and professional life. That's one of the questions that I get the most, given the fact that I have an academy with more than 6,000 students, and I'm so followed on social media, on all the platforms you can think of, from YouTube to Snapchat to Pinterest. And people are always asking me, how do you balance your personal and professional life? And my answer is having boundaries. I have boundaries. You know me without knowing me. When you decide to go on social media, you need to know why you are going on social media. Why are you going on social media? No, when I first started, I didn't know why. All I knew was I wanted to make videos. I wanted to encourage. I wanted to help women. I wanted everyone to feel good, feel clean. I didn't know why. But today, it took me a lot of time to sit back and ask myself, why are you on here? What do you truly want? So balancing life, professional life and personal life for me is, first off, having boundaries. Second, knowing how to prioritize your personal life and your business life. And the third thing, knowing how to communicate, organize, and getting help. Getting help. That's very, very hard for a lot of people to get help, especially when you have a business and your business is your baby. You feel like no one can truly understand or do the things you do. But when you allow yourself to embrace other people and tell people, you know what, I need your help, because you cannot do everything by yourself. And that was a huge change for me. When I started Bell Secrets, my biggest company in 2018, I was by myself. The money was good, everything was good, but I knew I could not make even more if I was only by myself. I needed to embrace that change, and I needed to open my arms to other people and allowing them to help me. And that's what I did. For me personally, I have a lot of help. I have people helping me to do so many things. And at the same time, I have two lives. I have my social media life, and then I have my personal life. My personal life is barely on social media. You will never see my personal life. My children, my husband, never. My house, never. But you will always see me and my work, and I'm outside with my friends. So you feel like you know me, but you truly don't know me. So it is important for us women, I'm just talking to myself, to know how to balance your personal life and your professional life. And I'm gonna end this little conference, this conference with what I call the call to action, knowing how to take command, or knowing how to just start something without sitting somewhere and dwelling on it. I have so many people telling me, my idea came to me in 2015. I sat down and I procrastinated. We're in 2024 and I see someone else doing the same thing I wanted to do. So many of us have been through it, where you have an amazing idea, and you are not sure, you are doubting yourself, you don't think you can do it. Maybe your family or your friends or the people you're hanging with are telling you that's impossible, or you don't have enough finances, so you just drop the idea, and the next thing you know, you see someone on social media doing the same thing, or maybe your friend, maybe your best friend, and now you want to get up and go do it, and the next thing you know, people are calling you a copycat, but it was actually your idea, but you never told anyone. Just do it. Just do it. I call it the call to action. I'm like, you know what? You need action. You need action in your life. I have been listening to so many podcasts that says, if you don't take a leap of faith and just go for it, you don't even know if you're gonna fall or if you're gonna fly. So just go for it. If you're listening to me and you're doubting yourself, hey, listen, I'm here. If you want me to give you some free tips, I will do it gladly. I have joined this community. I am a family now. I understand that we may do the same thing, but we are different people. And what's mine cannot be yours, and what's yours cannot be mine. And we are all blessed. That's it for me today. Thank you so much for having me. I hope the message was straightforward and was also impacting. Thank you so much, Sophia.
Oh, Belle, wonderful. I really love what you said. I put a note on this, said they know me, but they don't really know me.
Yes.
As far as your followers and your audience. Okay, I know that there's some people probably, and if you all have some questions for Belle, please drop it in the chat. But I do have one question for you. Okay, actually, here we go. Brittany actually has a question.
Okay.
What strategies do you use to cultivate an inclusive and supportive environment for women in leadership positions?
All right. What an amazing answer. The power of giving. I understood the power of giving to other women. For me, that's how I think that's how I cultivate that. The power of giving. I understood that by giving, you are more powerful. I remember having a mentor. Well, somebody I thought was a mentor to me a few years back, and I looked up to this person like God, and I love this person. And when I decided to finally started doing what I was doing, the person was older than me. This person was a mentor. I felt like the person saw me as a competitor, and it became so hard. And up to now, it hurts me because of all the things I have done, I would have loved to say, because of my mentor, because of her, I did this and I did that. But I don't have that person. I worked by myself, and it was hard. So I decided and I took the decisions, and I was like, you know what? If somehow God blesses me to reach my goals, I would be different. I don't care if someone is selling the same thing as me. If I can be a power to her, if I can be an inspiration, if I can be a blessing, I will be that blessing, because what's mine will never be hers, and what's hers will never be mine. So for me, is the power of giving, knowing how to give to other people. They say when you give, you receive more, 10
Mhm.
times fold.
Oh, that's really
Yes.
good. And we know that it's more of a blessing to give than to receive.
Yes,
I
yes,
do have one more question for you, Val, especially
yes.
when it comes to social media and creating boundaries. So let's say you're that woman who has overshared too much in the past on social. How do you now start to, I guess, recorrect what you've done and how you now present yourself as someone who maybe you choose to be someone who doesn't want to share as much on social?
Well, I believe there is no such thing as giving too much. I think for me, I think that I can say, well, the reason why I'm saying there is no such thing is because I started YouTube in 2014. So 2024 is actually 10 years on YouTube with 1 million followers. So in
Congratulations,
thank
Val.
you.
Wow.
In 2014,
Consistency.
yes, yes, ma'am. In 2014, I was just talking on YouTube about how to take care of yourself for 6 years straight, giving free advices, giving free everything. And then from 20, well, no, 4 years, sorry. From 2014 to 2018, I was tired. Well, I don't want to say tired, but it was enough giving for free,
Mm,
right? I was
mm.
like, okay, how am I going to switch this giving into making money as well? Because listen, I love money and money loves me. We can say whatever we
Okay.
want. All love money, okay? So 2018, I decided to launch my products, and people were still looking forward to the videos because they were used to free stuff. Having
Mm.
free is always good. Everybody loves free, right? So I had to find a strategy behind the free. So now I would come and talk about a subject, and I would be like, okay, you want me to dig deep into it? You know what? I have an ebook for you. I have an ebook. You can go grab it and read the remaining in there. And you know what? If you buy my ebook, I will give you a free product at the same time. So I came up with that strategy of how to give without giving too much. So
Mm.
if you feel that you've been giving too much and you want to stop giving, how about you find a way of keep on giving without making them feel like you're not giving anymore? At the same time, you can use the strategy of social media because today on social media, we are not allowed to say a lot of things. On YouTube, for example, I'm not allowed to say the V word that we have. And therefore, I can't say V word. So I will use that to my advantage. I will be like, okay, you guys know there are words I cannot say here. So you can either join my academy where you pay monthly subscription for $79.99, or you can buy my ebook for $100 and get all the information with all the words that you want to see. And I am open and I'm telling you everything. And people are just, some people are curious. Some of them get the ebook, some of them come to the academy, and therefore I get to give them this information, but they're paying for the information. At the same time, I'm still giving them a little bit of the free information. So you just have to know how to play with your words. Communication is very important. And what has helped me into knowing how to, if I can say, convince the customer is reading. I read a lot and I'm still reading and I'm still learning and knowing how to convince and making, you know what, Sophia, understand this. People buy with emotions and with their eyes before they buy with money. So
Mm.
once you understand that people buy with emotions and with their eyes before they buy with money, you have understood the business.
Oh.
Go on out there and use it to your advantage. Show them what they want to see, right? Because they buy with their eyes first, right? Touch the emotions. Stop with the music that makes you jump. You can dance in your bedroom or in your bathroom, I don't care. But use that type of music that is going to touch that side of the brain. What side of the brain affects emotions? You have to use that type of music. And that has been my business all these years. So
That is
a
free
little bit of
game right
information.
there. You were given the free game. People buy with their eyes, their emotions before they buy with their money. Thank you so much,
Yes,
Belle.
ma'am.
Um,
Thank you,
I,
Sophia.
we hope that we get to speak to you again, but if not, you all can
Me
follow
too.
Belle on social media and on YouTube. Take care of yourself, okay?
Thank you, Sophia. Bye, everyone.
Good. All right, so I actually lied. Belle was not our last speaker. She was certainly incredible, but we do have one final speaker for today, Miss Rashida McKenzie. Rashida, welcome. I've been looking forward to this all day. Before I allow Rashida to speak, I want to start by introducing her. Rashida is an author and a coach who works with highly ambitious women to achieve their definition of personal and professional success without sacrificing their sanity and serenity or themselves. Having worked with women on every level of leadership for the past 15 years, from a stint at the White House, okay, to owning the DC area's first concierge service for executive and entrepreneurial moms, Rashida brings a unique blend of personal experience and professional insight on what gets in the way of women who deeply desire to go for it. Rashida, I think like all of us watching right now, I actually think all women need to hear about what you have to say. I'm going to hop off real quick and let you share what you have in mind. Thank you. Uh-oh, Rashida, I am not able to hear you. Is your microphone? Check your mic for me. I know you're unmuted, but I can't hear you for some reason. Technology. It's been doing so well so far. I cannot hear you. I can read your lips, but I cannot hear you. Why not try logging off and logging back on? And or like exiting out of the tab. We can try that. Right. All right. So while we're waiting for Rashida to come back on and test out her mic, I want to ask you all if what so far in the past hour has been your favorite topic that we've had speakers elaborate on today. Rashida? Still nothing. I'm not hearing anything. Oh no, Rashida, I was looking forward to this. Do you want to try it on your phone maybe? I cannot hear you. So Rashida, my advice is actually that you try this on your phone. I know the phone's audio is sometimes a little pick up quicker, and maybe restarting your computer. And once it restarts, we can try with the computer, because we've got about 15 minutes left in your segment, and I want to make sure people hear from you. So try using the link on your phone. It'll let you log in the regular way, and we'll be able to proceed from there. Okay. I cannot hear you at all. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I can see your mouth moving, but I do not hear you. Wait a minute. Oh, well, that's not you. Mm-mm.
Do we get it now?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right.
All right, Rashida. All right, so take the floor and tell us what you have for today.
Sounds good. Thank you. I always say, it's going to be powerful when those little interruptions try to get in the way of your group, but it's not going to happen today. Not today. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for having me. By show of hands in the chat, or drop a 1 in the chat, I want to know who has seen the movie called The Wiz. If you haven't seen The Wiz, you've probably seen another version called The Wizard of Oz.
So drop a 1 in the chat if you're familiar with this story, because I need to know if you are with me. But for those of you who have not seen it, maybe you've been under a rock somewhere, or you just have not had the privilege to see one of my all-time favorite movies, I'm just going to give you a quick rundown really quick. So The Wiz is the modern version of The Wizard of Oz, right? And it follows the story of a young woman named Dorothy who swept from her home in Harlem, New York, and she ends up in this magical and mystical place called Oz. And along the way, she meets this crew of friends, right? The Scarecrow, the Tin Man, and the Lion. And each of them are searching for what it is that they feel like is missing. The Scarecrow wants a brain. The Tin Man is looking for a heart. And the Cowardly Lion is just like, I just need more courage. And then there's Dorothy. Dorothy is just trying to figure out a way to get back home. So if you're familiar with the story, then you know that they're told that all they have to do is follow the yellow brick road. And that will fulfill their promise of getting everything that they want and desire. But you know what happens? They follow that path to a T, and then they get to the end of the yellow brick road only to realize that the wizard who they thought would solve all their problems was actually just a simple mere man pretending to be more powerful than he actually was. And so they find themselves stuck and second guessing themselves. Now, the reason why I asked you if you had seen The Wiz versus The Wizard of Oz, because this is where they are different. The reason why I love the version of The Wiz is because it's in that moment where they feel like they're stuck, where they feel like their desires will not come to fruition, when they feel like there's no way forward because they've run out of path, when they realize that they followed the rules, they eased on down the right road, and even when they got there, what they thought was there wasn't actually there. It is Dorothy that realizes in that moment that they already have everything that they need. And so she starts to clearly convince her friends why they already have the courage, they already have the heart, they already have what they've been looking for this entire journey. And then you know what happens next? This brave, brilliant, beautiful woman who was clearly able to see the potential in everyone else turns around and asks for permission for herself. Permission to go home because she couldn't see that she already had everything that she needed to succeed. But she could see it in everybody else around her. She got stuck between what she believed about herself and her surroundings. So in the story of your life, I want to ask you today, how many of you are playing the role of Dorothy? Making sure that everybody else has exactly what it is that they need. Your friends, your family, your clients, your customers. Making sure that they stay encouraged, making sure that they know that they're amazing, making sure that they're not second guessing themselves. But when it comes to you, there's still a little bit of doubt there. And you struggle to ask for support, or you might find yourself sabotaging, right? Showing up some days, but not really showing up others because you're still unsure. So outwardly facing, though, nobody knows. You are the pillar for everyone else, but then you turn around and ask for permission to profit, to move forward, and to walk in your purpose. And you know why? You know why this happens? Is because we don't know. When you find this happening, when you see that pattern reoccurring, and what happened to Dorothy is that she didn't know what her secret sauce is. She did not know what made her unduplicatable. And each and every one of you all are unduplicatable. Now, I know some of you are saying, like, what is this word? I've never heard this word before. So you're asking, what is unduplicatable? What does that mean? Well, I'm glad you asked. It means that you possess a one-of-a-kind quality or attribute that is unique to you alone. Now, I know that you've heard this before, but let me ask you, do you think that that's something that is just cute to say, or do you actually believe it? Are you operating in that way when you show up as a leader, when you show up as a business owner? Are you operating in a way that says, I'm unduplicatable? Because it means that you know that there is only one you. You are irreplaceable. There will not be another mother to your children. There will not be another spouse to your husband. There will not be another you that can show up and take your place. But your business should be duplicatable. Your leadership, people should know how to follow you. That should be duplicatable, but you are not. You are unduplicatable. And if you're building that way, it means that you build from a place where you implement systems and put support in place so that you can have the tools and the skills to step out if you needed to, so that you can take care of yourself in a way where things don't necessarily have to stop, because you know what that sauce is. And when you know what that sauce is, you can share it. You can share it so that you can build something that's sustainable. So here's what I believe. I believe that you do not have a business problem where you need more planning. You do not have a brand problem where you're trying to figure out, oh, what do I want to put out there? Or I just need more confidence because I'm not sure that people will get it. You know exactly what you've been put here to do. So that's not the problem. You don't have a business problem. You have a belief problem. And the reason why all of us struggle with belief problems is because we have not uninstalled our current programming or software. And so if you do not take the time to intentionally step back and uncover what that secret sauce is and get very clear on why you're here, then that's when we tend to go back and forth. And you know what we start to do? We start to question, like, okay, I know that God gave this to me, but I don't know if it's going to happen. We start showing up with that type of audacity, questioning what we clearly know has already been given to us. So I want you to know that it is going to come to fruition when you understand what makes you unduplicatable, because we need you and the world needs you to move full steam ahead and get out of this starting and stopping. Okay, we're done with that today. So that is why you can have all the strategy, all the support, all of those tools, and still stay silent and still sit on your gifts and still only show up when it's convenient, because you're not sure what gives you or what that secret sauce is. So today I'm going to give you 3 quickly steps to get clear on your secret sauce, aka what makes you unduplicatable. Now there are actually 7 steps, but I don't have time to give you all 7. So if you want the other ones that you're not going to get today, I'm going to give you a number. I want you to text secret sauce, all one word, to 41372. Secret sauce to 41372, and you'll get the rest of those. Okay, so let's jump right in. Number 1 to getting clear on your secret sauce is do not compare your journey. Stop looking at what everybody else is doing and ask yourself, what do I desire? That's a question that that has to come from internal. Nobody really asks you that. Have you noticed that? Like, nobody, you get up in the morning, you go get your coffee. Nobody says like, hey, what do you desire today? It's not a question that's going to come externally. And so you have to start asking that on a daily basis internally. The yellow brick road in this story and in this instance is significant because it represents what I call the prescribed path, right? Similarly, in our lives, From the time we are little girls, we are presented with this prescribed path, right? You go to school, get a good job, go to college, graduate, and have children. So all of those mixed up, but in that bowl, right? And we just go with it. We just go with it. And I know, and I'm so excited about where we are at now, because I feel like so many of us are having this awakening, but we have to make sure that our awakening allows us to take action, and then we're moving in alignment on those things. Because it's not about just easing down the right road and then us being able to have everything. You're going to have to create it. There's no more following a yellow brick road. You're going to have to build your own, boo-boo. We're going to have to build our own yellow brick roads so that we ultimately understand what we are fully capable of. So you may know how to survive. You may know how to sacrifice, but do you know how to operate in your secret sauce in alignment with your authentic self? That means you don't have to put parts of yourself away to show up. You don't have to code switch. You don't have to acquiesce when you get into spaces. You can show up fully as you. And when we ask ourselves what it is that we desire, we can change and challenge these expectations. But first, we have to create core values, which is step number 2, and defend them ferociously. So it's not just about what you say you want. It's, are you showing up in that way that matches what you said? Because what you say, what you believe about yourself, ultimately is what becomes the blueprint for your life. And a lot of times we're looking for the blueprint when it comes back to us. And we have to take a second to dismantle those things, because most of what we've gotten is from parents, culture, society, school. And so it's up to us to really dial those back and look at what it is that we want to change. And so for too many people, core values live on our website. We might put them in a handbook, but they don't influence our full day-to-day actions. We're not standing on business, as the kids say. So you have to know what those core values are and be willing to defend them. Chick-fil-A is not open on Sunday. They don't care what y'all say or how much money they feel like they may be missing. They built something sustainable because they are standing on what it is they believe in. And so it reminds me, growing up, I played basketball. I was up through college. I was a defensive specialist, right? And so one of the quick tips that I've learned is that when you are going after something, when you have an opponent or an obstacle in front of you and you're trying to get someplace, you have to be able to watch that person's waist, right? The ball may go here. There might be a lot of distractions happening, but if you stay locked in on the person in front of you and watch their waist, then they're not going to get by you. They might go to the right and you will be right there with them. They might go to the left, you'll be right there with them, because you are defending what it is that you want. And that's the same thing that has to happen with core values. When you are clear on your core, nothing can stop what's coming for what it is that you want. Number 3, you have to be willing to practice self-compassion. In this journey, when you decide to play bigger, when you decide to go deeper, when you decide to get clear on what it is you want, you better believe that there are some voices that are going to come up and say, like, girl, are you sure? Is this actually what you want? Do you think you can do this? Do you have enough credentials for this? All of these things are going to pop up. But I want you to remember that this journey that you're taking and building your next and getting to your next level is not supposed to be perfect. It's not supposed to be a straight line. So I want you to treat yourself with the same kindness and compassion that you would with a friend, right? I want you to give yourself grace, because it's not those setbacks that are going to stop you. It's how we respond to them. At the end of the story, Dorothy gets to the end of the yellow brick road, and there's a guide there. And she tells her, she says, Dorothy, just like you were able to recognize what everybody else needed, you can do the same for yourself. And that's what I came to do today, to remind you that whatever it is that you want, whatever it is that you desire, that you always have had the ability to go back to your core and go back home. And trust me when I say through lived experience that there is no place like home. Thank you guys so much for having me. I'm Rashida McKenzie.
Rashida, thank you. I feel like I'm so much closer to discovering my secret sauce because of this presentation. Thank you for these steps. I am going to let you out of the stage right now. And I really want to thank everyone who has showed up today. Hope you've taken some notes. Of course, Nancy is going to make sure that she sends the presentations to you all as well. And I'm going to actually bring Nancy out. This is the lady who made everything possible. Nancy, I know you have been working tirelessly to bring this conference to life. I'm like, girl, you are amazing. You are really our anchor. And we really just want to thank you for the time and the effort that you have put in. And my spirit is telling you to tell me to tell you this, and I'm hoping that you are taking time for self-care as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. I am. I'm traveling actually. I will be out of the country in a few days and I will be gone for about 2 weeks. So I have made self-care a priority in 2024. It's very intentional. If I don't, I won't get through to December because I have so much on my plate. So yeah, so thank you for that. Thank you for just echoing that theme here, because I want every leader of change to adopt a principle, a lifestyle, and a practice of putting themselves first. So
enjoy
thank you.
your travels. I'm going to let you close everything out. Thanks, Nancy. Bye.
Wonderful. Thank you. You're fabulous. Well, wow, and wow. Just short of words, today was absolutely amazing. It was what 2.0 of yesterday. No, this whole entire weekend has been absolutely fabulous. And as I was sitting and I was looking through my notes and thinking about what did I really take in? What were the themes that I was hearing all across the different presentations, regardless of the category that women were speaking about, leaders were speaking about? The first priority, and I'm glad Sophia led with, is prioritizing self-care. We will not have sustainable impact if we do not adopt a practice. Self-care is not waiting until you're burned out and your body signals something and then you do something to try to resolve the burnout. Good self-care is having a routine in place to prevent the burnout. I just want to be clear on prioritizing a practice of self-care. So we want to prevent the burnout. We want to prevent the sickness. We want to prevent the headaches. The second theme that I had was knowing who you are. That was just echoed all across the board, and just being confident, being authentic, being you. And that is so important when you're talking about leading change. The third, which is so important, community. I've heard the theme of community echoed so much in this conference over the past 2 days. And lastly, always being in a space of development. You have to do the work. There are no shortcuts to change. I'm going to say that again. There are no shortcuts to change. We have to do the work, and we have to constantly be in a space of development. I'm so grateful. I'm clinging to Jasmine's presentation. She was talking about the future of work and how we have to be learning. We have to learn to be able to be prepared. Okay. So with that said, I won't hold you all for too long. I'm going to just continue to remind those who have not registered, it is not too late. We have the Disruptor app that is going to be open post-conference. So starting tomorrow, 90 days of intentional and authentic connection. You have an opportunity to connect, collaborate, and catalyze change with every single speaker and every single attendee that is a disruptor. Will be on the app, will be intentional collaboration happening. That's where you'll see the slides, you'll get all of the information, the resources, so you can take your impact to the next level. If you're not yet ready for the disruptor, it is okay. I have good news for you. We will be restreaming this entire conference. Of course, the replays will always be here, but I encourage you to invite those who have not yet registered, okay, who have not registered for the conference, to go ahead and prepare, because we are going to restream it live and make it a whole entire, thing. And we're going to stream it with our different media partners who have decided to partner with us on this particular conference, so we can continue to make reach and make impact. Okay, so I'm really excited about that. I'm also excited because we have a couple of weeks left. We are enrolling LeadHERs into the LeadHERship Collective. So starting tomorrow, our website, our brand new website will be launching, and you have an opportunity to apply to be a part of this network. You have an opportunity to apply to be a part of this community. You have an opportunity to apply to connect, collaborate, and catalyze change with these impactful leaders that are in our community. We do have a private LinkedIn group that's intentionally designed to help women connect and collaborate, helping them build their professional brands, strategically pushing them to network and do the right things. I have so many people ask me, how did you do this? I did it with people. I did it with people who I have real connections with. I have real connections with the people that I collaborate with, and there's so many all across the world. I'm actually going to be in Tanzania meeting with Bernice, who was on the panel. I'll be in Dubai with Taiwo, who was moderating the I Am a Movement panel. I'll be with Nike in Tanzania, who was a speaker on personal branding. These are real connections, and we're holding this community tight. So with that being said, I will not hold you any longer. Stay connected. Follow us on Instagram at strategicsolutions.global, LinkedIn, strategicsolutions.global, YouTube, strategicsolutions.global, and Facebook as well. And you can connect with us on those platforms. Stay connected so you can learn all about the different ways that you can continue to grow. And lastly, those that are in the Disruptor app, we have a special masterclass coming up, a 2-day masterclass, complimentary for anyone who's in the Disruptor app. Who has a Disruptor ticket and is in the conference app. You have a complimentary, I'm gonna say it again, 2-day masterclass coming up. We will post more about it and share the news. You still have an opportunity to be a part. On that note, I thank you for willing to be change, and most importantly, willing to lead change. Again, remember, the formula to changing the world is connect, collaborate, catalyze change. My name is Nancy Tayaragbai. I am the founder, global impact strategist, and CEO of Strategic Solutions Global Leadership Institute, designed to take leaders who are senior leaders, executive leaders, and emerging leaders, scale their impact across the globe. Thank you so much, and I will see you when I see you. Have a good evening.